A humble request to all the attendees and guests in the audience to please take your seats as we are about to begin our program. Respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, officers of the Indian Army, and my dear young friends. A very good morning and a warm welcome to each one of you. I am Smriti Rastogi. It is an honor to host this motivated and patriotic gathering for the third edition of Chanakya Defense Dialogue, Veer Yuva, Empowering Youth for India's National Security, organized by the Strategic Planning Directorate of Indian Army and Center for Land Warfare Studies. It is the first time that we are hosting this event for young leaders, an event where we bring together the fresh perspectives around India's national security architecture. Held as a precursor to the Indian Army's flagship international annual event, the Chanakya Defense Dialogue, this forum serves as a platform by the youth and for the youth of the country. India's history is rich with examples where the courage and commitment of young citizens determined the fate of the nation. Today, as one of the largest youth populations in the world, we have an unparalleled reservoir of energy, spirit, and transformative ideas. In an era defined by geopolitical uncertainty, emerging technological disruptions, and hybrid warfare, India's national defense posture is not just determined by the armed forces or the government alone, but complemented and strengthened by the resilience and service of the youth of this country. To spark a participatory vision of security, one where every young citizen sees themselves as a stakeholder in safeguarding the nation. As we begin this enlightening journey, let us carry forward the legacy of courage, character, and commitment that defines the nation's warriors and its youth alike. On this note, I now have the privilege to request Lieutenant General Dushyant Singh, Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, DG Claus, to kindly deliver the welcome address to the August gathering. Let us all, with a huge round of applause, welcome DG Claus on the stage.
A very good morning to all of you. Murphy's Law prevails. We plan everything and then in the last minute we have to do some final changes. So my extreme apologies for that. We have a packed house today and there is another hall which is filled up. So there are two halls which are now overflowing and that's a good sign for the whole month which is going to be dedicated to Chanakya Defense Dialogue 2025. Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai, Deputy Chief of the Army Staff, senior military officers, government officials, esteemed fellow veterans, officers, members of the academia, industry, friends from the media, students, and distinguished participants, both present here in this August Ashoka Auditorium, Shamsher, and online in various military stations and training establishments. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome each one of you to the first major event amongst the many that are going to follow as part of the Chanakya Defense Dialogue 2025 third edition. This seminar titled The Young Leaders Forum Empowering Youth for India's National Security is the first one amongst that. I would not be wrong to say that November 2025 will be a happening month as far as Indian Army and Center for Land Warfare Studies is concerned. At the outset, I would like to inform that as it happens with major events, man proposes, God disposes. So we had to revise our program as well due to the last minute changes of the minister's engagement. So kindly bear with us. Rest of the program is going to go as scheduled, hopefully. We will be soon joined by the Chief of the Army Staff. He would be interacting with the various students also, so we are looking forward to a very, very interactive session today. This event is the beginning, as I said, of the Chanakya Defense Dialogue 2025, And what better day to commence it than on the National Unity Day, celebrated in the memory of the great unifier of modern India, Shri Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, immortalized in that one stirring call, Ek Bharat, Shresth Bharat. The theme of today's dialogue aptly resonates with Sardar Patel's vision of a strong, united, and secure India, a Bharat that draws its strength from the unity and resolve of its people, particularly its youth. We are indeed fortunate to have later today Honorable Shri Kiran Rijiju Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Minority Affairs, a dynamic leader deeply committed to the nation's security and growth, speak to us. I had the privilege of meeting the Honorable Minister for first time in 2016 as IG Operations when I was deputed from the Army to tenant that particular appointment at the NSG Hyderabad Regional Hub. I still vividly recall his clarity of thought on how India's security forces must approach various security challenges that are facing our country. So we can expect some meaningful and insightful reflections from the minister. He had spoken with conviction and purpose, inspiring the commandos of the Indian Army and Central Armed Police Forces, which constitute the National Security Guard, to do their very best. And as our Honorable Defense Minister recently said, India has the best soldiers in the world, a sentiment powerfully reaffirmed in Operation Sindoor, where our forces once again demonstrated unmatched courage and professionalism. Later today, we shall also have the privilege of hearing Honorable Shri Tejasvi Suryaji, Member of Parliament, an erudite and a vibrant youth leader who will also address the seminar. This seminar forms the bedrock of the overall theme in the run-up to the grand finale on 27th, 28th of November, which revolves around harnessing the power, innovation, and spirit of the youth in shaping India's security and strategic future. It is also our distinct honor to have General Upendra Dwivedi, the Chief of Army Staff, deliver the keynote address this morning. As always, his insights and eloquence are sure to keep us spellbound, providing both depth and directions to the discussions that are going to follow. Speaking of the youth, I am reminded of the immortal words of Swami Vivekananda, who said, "Arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is reached." These words embody the essence of youthful determination and the relentless pursuit of excellence, qualities central to the youth-led progress in education, defense, economy, and the society in general. Our youth must rise, take charge, and lead the nation's journey forward. Whether in national security, global commons, or national development, the consequences of today's choices will be borne by many who are sitting in this particular hall. And as we continue to uphold India's timeless values of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and Vishwa Bandhu, we must also ensure that Bharat remains strong, resilient, and ready. For India believes in peace and prosperity, but never at the cost of being pushed around. When India speaks, the world must listen because we represent the spirit of Durga, powerful, compassionate, and unyielding in defense and justice. Coming to today's proceedings, the seminar is structured into 3 sessions, each focusing on critical role of youth in shaping India's national security architecture. The first session, titled The Future of Defense, Youth at the Heart of National Security, will explore how we define security for the new generation, how to meet the evolving threats of 21st century, and how young innovators are driving India's defense startup ecosystems. The second session, Pathways in Service of Empowering Youth for India's Defense, will focus on youth leadership as a core element of defense strategy. It will discuss the spirit of volunteering for valor, supporting the nation's security paradigm, and confronting the new realities of gray zone warfare. The final session will turn to the role of youth as a catalyst in new domains of warfare, namely cyber, space, information, and what have you. Before I conclude, it gives me great pleasure to share that the Chief of the Army Staff has graciously agreed to to facilitate the winners of the Field Marshal Manekshaw essay competition, which was open to both the civil and the defense young generation, which in some way contributes to our effort towards military civil fusion. The essays received reflected deep scholarship, strategic insight, and very important, patriotic fervor. To the winners, congratulations. You will cherish this moment as a milestone in your journey. And to those who could not make the cut this time, take heart, for your ideas and passions are what drive India forward. There will always be second time, there will always be another opportunity to shine. As we embark on this day of dialogue and discovery, I wish that today's discussions inspire fresh perspectives, bold ideas, and a renewed sense of commitment. Once again, on behalf of the Indian Army and Center for Land Warfare Studies, I welcome you all to this seminar. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words and setting the tone of today's program on a very powerful note. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to begin our first session of the day, a conversation that lies at the core of today's theme. The future of defense, youth at the heart of national security. India stands at a defining moment in its journey where the vision of Viksit Bharat and the spirit of Veer Yuva converge. In an era of rapid technological transformation, dynamic global shifts and evolving security challenges, it is the youth of our nation who represents not only our greatest strength, but also our most strategic asset. And to deliberate on this powerful idea, we are privileged to have with us a distinguished panel of speakers, stalwarts in their respective fields, who bring both vision and experience to this dialogue. May I now take the honor of inviting our eminent panelists on the stage. This session will be chaired and moderated by Ms. Gauri Divedi, Executive Editor, NDTV 24/7. We request you to please join us on the stage. And let us all, with a huge round of applause, welcome all our speakers for the session one. Our first speaker of this session is Major Radhika Sen. She will be sharing her insights on defining national security for the new generation. Let us all put our hands together for Major Radhika Sen. We are also joined today by Ms. Vrinda Kapoor, co-founder and CEO, Third Eye Tech, who will be talking about facing new frontiers, threats of the 21st century. A very warm welcome to Ms. Kapoor. And we also have with us Mr. Tanmay Bankar, founder, Bot Lab Dynamics. He will be sharing his insights on Power of Youth, defense startup story of India. Can we welcome all our panelists on the stage with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and dignitaries. Thank you. And I now request the chair and moderator to kindly steer the discussion.
Thank you for that. Very warm welcome, and thank you so much for having me on this very august event and a room full of such established people, and it's an honor to be here. What a day to be speaking. What a day to be speaking about. I think I'm loud enough. Television journalists end up being loud enough. Now it's good. Yeah. What a day to be speaking about the role, the potential, and future of youth in national security. Today being the Unity Day, it's a great day to be speaking about just how powerful the role of youth is going to be in steering national security going forward. As I was saying, a great day and probably the most fitting day to be talking about it for a country that has the highest number of youth in the world, a country that is at the cusp of deciding a legacy of its own. The mic is still working. Yeah, it's working. Yeah.
stations are across the country.
So
We
kind.
want just this to be little perfect.
Then the audio needs to be connected better.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's right. Can you increase the volume?
Okay, third's a charm. Yes, fine. As I was saying, it's great to be speaking here today. What an honor to be speaking in front of a very distinguished gathering, a room full of people who've been at the forefront of protecting us, a room full of people who have ideas, who will steer the future of warfare going forward. India at the cusp of deciding the technological prowess that will steer us in terms of our national security and our geopolitical goals, objectives, and the roadmap that we will be deciding unique to India, unique to India's ambitions, aspirations, and the role that we will play in the future world order. We speak on a day about the role of youth. When we talk about one of the most unifying factors in modern India, one of the most unifying politicians and leaders of modern India. So how important will youth be going forward? What are the areas in which youth can protect us in terms of ensuring that they play an important, constructive, purposeful role in our national security? Defense startups and the large ecosystem that India has been able to create is one aspect of it, one that the two panelists with me here will talk more about as to how important it will be for us to be able to identify the solutions that India needs for its unique defense and national security challenges. But that's one aspect of it. What else can be done? I was speaking to one of the youngest members in my team in NDTV yesterday, and I asked, what does it mean for you to be talking about national security? She's a 21-year-old girl who's just come back from University of Leeds. I asked her, what does national security mean to you? And she said, it's not just about boots on the ground. It's about brains in the cloud. And that's exactly what it is. What is the role of youth in deciding that how powerful will be those brains in the cloud that will ensure that we act at the intersection, at the cusp of technological warfare that is changing its dimensions? I'm going to stop right here, and I'm going to ask all the three panelists to talk about special and specific aspects of this panel discussion. And then we talk about what else are the unique solutions that we are throwing up. And most importantly, the young people that are sitting at the back, how important they are going to be going forward in fronting and leading the national security wave that we hope to inspire amongst all of them right there. To you first, Major Radhika. We start with your first presentation, which focuses on defining national security for the new generation.
Jai Hind, and a very good morning to all. It's indeed a pleasure to be standing here at this Young Leaders Forum and address such a great gathering, especially the young youth of India. As the first speaker, I have been given the responsibility to define the term national security for our young future, for our future generation. So let me begin by asking you a small question. What image comes to your mind when you hear the word national security? It can be a set of soldiers who are patrolling the national borders. It can be few fighter jets that are cruising through our skies. Or it can just be the image of a national flag, which is fluttering on the top of a snow-laden mountain. While this is all, no, it is not. The word national security has a multi-faced meaning. So let us all take a journey together to understand how this word has evolved over the period of time and what it means to you all, the future generation of our country. First, let us turn back our pages of history, around 2 millennia. We have the oldest treaty which talks about governance and security. It is Kautilya's Arthashastra. Kautilya has written that a ruler's foremost duty was Raksha, which is protection of its people and its realm. But he also said that the true security, it comes from prosperity, justice, and unity. So even in the ancient India, he didn't talk about the armies. It was the ability of a state to ensure that peace, progress, and stability is there for its people. So this vision of the ancient India, it continues to guide us even today. As we move on, I'll talk about the colonial times, when the meaning of the national security was sovereignty, the right of India to govern itself. Our freedom fighters from Bhagat Singh to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, they all knew without freedom, there will be no security. They fought not just for the land, but for the dignity and for the self-rule. And when India got independence in the year 1947, we inherited both liberty and the responsibility to protect this sovereignty through our strength and unity. As we moved on few decades for our independence, there were several challenges that were faced by the country, most of them external. We faced war in the year 1947, 1962, 1965, 1971. All of these wars taught us some lesson or the other. But it also taught us that during that time, national security meant protecting our national borders. It was visible, territorial, and military. So for the generation, the service to the nation meant standing guards in uniform at the borders. Now, as the nation grew, so did our understanding about the national security. The year 1970s was the year of Green Revolution, and India could feed itself. The food security became the national security. The Pokhran nuclear test in the year 1974 established deterrence, and the technological capability became the national security. The year 1980s and 1990s, India was facing internal and hybrid threats. There was terrorism in Punjab, there were proxy wars in Jammu and Kashmir, and there were insurgency in the northeast. The Kargil conflict of 1999 showed us once again that eternal vigilance is the price for peace. So for the generation that came of the age then, security meant not only defending the territories, but it was also the internal stability and the national unity. Then comes a new century, and with that came new kind of wars. 2001 attack on the parliament, 2008 Mumbai terror attack. It all proved that enemy could attack us deep inside without even crossing the borders. The technology was at a boom. India was becoming a digital as well as an economic powerhouse. Our networks, our system, our information. It was both our strength as well as our vulnerability. There was cyber warfare, fake news, and information manipulation. These all became new weapons. Energy dependency and the climate shock, it added new layer of insecurity. It was clear. National security was no longer just about the armies. It was about the entire ecosystem that sustains the nation. And then came the year 2020. It reinforced that understanding. The virus that changed the world and showed us that health is also a security. COVID-19 pandemic tested our systems like never before. Our ability to produce the vaccines, our diplomacy, it became a symbol of global leadership. But that was not it. Cyber threats were multiplying. A hacker sitting at one corner of the world was able to attack our power grids, our banks, our institutes. Digital resilience became just as important as a military preparedness. And then there were environmental challenges. Floods in Uttarakhand, droughts in Maharashtra, and the melting of the glaciers. It all reminded us that climate security is not separate from the national security. So today when we talk about the security, we speak of whole of the nation approach. Now let us talk about you, the next generation of India's protectors. The idea of the national security for you is multi-layered. It is deeply rooted into technology, into environment, and into society. Let us take a look at it piece by piece. First, talking about the cyber and the digital security. Tomorrow's war can start by just one click. We don't need a gunshot. The 2022 ransomware attack paralyzed AIIMS Delhi, which is one of the premier health institutes of the country. Banks, airports, even our defense systems, they face constant digital threats. Our passwords, our data, our codes, these all form a part of India's digital frontiers. Every ethical hacker, every coder, every innovator who builds a secure system is a digital soldier. So remember, a keyboard is as powerful a weapon as a rifle once was. Talking about the economic security, a strong economy is a backbone of a strong defense. Whenever a startup innovates, when we manufacture in India and reduce our dependency on the imports, we strengthen this economy. Schemes like Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India, and IRIX initiatives in the defense technology are examples of how youth-led innovations is now the key element of national resilience. Every young entrepreneur, every engineer working to solve the national problem is a part of the India's defense ecosystem, even if not in uniform. Moving on to health security. The pandemic taught us that the national security isn't about the armies. It is about the hospitals, vaccines, and the scientists. When the scientists of Bharat Biotech and the Serum Institutes, they developed the vaccines, when our doctors worked tirelessly in the PPE suits, when India shared its vaccine with the other country under the vaccine Maitri, that was a national security in action. Because protecting lives is the first duty of a secured nation. Preparedness for the next pandemic, medical innovation, and health diplomacy will all shape security in your lifetime. Talking about environmental and climate-linked security. India is the seventh largest country in terms of land. Our geography is beautiful, but at the same time, it is fragile. Uttarakhand floods, melting of the glaciers, and the heat wave in the northern states. It shows that environment and the national security, it is all intertwined. Landslides can cut off the supply lines of the forward areas. The droughts can displace communities and cause instability. So protecting nation is not just an ecological duty, it is a strategical necessity. So for generations, planting a tree, conserving water, and innovating for the clean energy is also an act of national service. And last but not the least, the social cohesion and the internal stability. A nation divided from within cannot stand strong from without. India is the largest democracy of the world, and unity in diversity is India's oldest and the strongest defense doctrine. Whether it is about helping a neighbor who's in distress, or respecting our differences, or even fighting misinformation. Every act that promises trust and understanding adds to this security. The first line of defense is not at the borders. Trust me, it is in your hearts and minds. So when we talk about the security for our future generation, we include all these securities. And when we add a few more decades from today, I'm sure many more new threats will be added to the list. So now let me ask you, have you ever stopped a fake news spread? Have you ever reported a phishing or an online scam? Have you ever volunteered during a disaster relief or been a part of the blood donation camp? If yes, well, you all are a part of national security already. But if you haven't, today is the right time, because security today starts with you. So what is our call of action today? It is to redefine the service. Our Prime Minister once said, the youth of India are not merely the future citizens. They are the shapers of the nation today. But let me also add, you people are also its guardians. As I conclude my talk, let me bring it all together for you people. If in the past the national security, it meant defending lands, today it meant defending our land, our people, our data, as well as our values. It has evolved from protecting territories to protecting sovereignty to protecting systems, and now to protecting the very idea of India itself. The true strength of the nation, it lies not just in its weapons. It lies in the character, competence, and the conscience of its youth. So let us pledge to secure India, not just with courage, but with compassion, creativity, and conviction. Let us build an India where every citizen, whether it be a soldier or a student, we stand as a guard for its peace, prosperity, and unity. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you for that very inspiring but very wide-ranging presentation talk on what all constitutes national security, and we've covered a lot of ground there, from potential cyber threats to ensuring environmental issues are addressed. There's a lot of areas to cover. And in fact, that brings me to our next speaker, Vrinda. When you talk about the next frontier threats that we are facing in the 21st century, Major Radhika mentioned about cyber threat and digital threats that exist. And that itself is now becoming one of the biggest areas of concern for governments, for leaders around the world, and India is no exception there. Would you like to elaborate on what all are the nuances of this area, and also what all should be the ways to be able to, I wouldn't say completely protect us, but also reduce the effect that it could have in terms of our national security challenges? Over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, and thank you to this very distinguished audience for having us here today. I think it's a very interesting change in that we're seeing in sort of the military leadership, this openness to hearing from private sector, from younger companies, from people who are at the frontier of developing something new and trying to create a different story for our future. Gauri, I think you made one very interesting point, and let me elaborate on it. There has been no wider definition of national security than the world that we live in today. One of the things, Major Radhika talked about a lot of the physicality and the cyber threats of it. But let's take it to another dimension. The pager blasts in Lebanon. It shows us that everything that we don't even think about, for example, our supply chains, can be weaponized against us at any given time. And I think that's a non-trivial dimension to this entire digital threat that we don't necessarily think about very, very openly. So let me give you a couple of figures of data in context. We are, thanks to our youth, thanks to our current population, we are the fastest growing economy for the next 20 years. In terms of numbers, in terms of economic progress, in terms of growth in our population, all of those things. But that also means that our dependence on foreign technology, and I'm not just talking about the military, I'm talking about our wider dependence of foreign technology in this country is also exploding. One simple statistic to that, India's semiconductor import bills are set to surpass our crude imports by 2030, $110 billion. This is not taken into account AI and data centers. Now, when we add AI and data centers, I don't know if anybody's had a chance to see the scale of Anthropic's AWS data centers, and for the young people, you have to see it. Google it, you'll find those videos on Twitter and Instagram, and it is mind-blowing what data centers look like today. You're talking of thousands of acres of compute. Thousands of acres. It blew my mind. I have seen these data centers, and the growth in the last 2 years has blown my mind. Please look at it. That scale will add another zero to that $110 billion, which means that chips will become our single largest import. But as we think about our single largest import, we also think about our single largest dependency and vulnerability. Why do I call it a vulnerability? Has anybody thought about why Huawei is such a controversial company? By the way, as per the best of American VCs and national security experts, Huawei has become the single most valuable company in the world today. But why is it a threat to, why is a telecom network a threat to Western democracy? And I'm saying Western because this has primarily been a US problem. So why is it a threat? It's a threat because when Cisco was developed, it was developed in close cohesion with the US NSA, which means that the backdoors laid into the hardware were well known to the American national security establishment. And hence they understood from their own exploits what the threat of having in hardware backdoors could mean, allowing their greatest adversary into that room. What does that mean? That means every Wi-Fi router is compromised. So what does that mean for us here in India? That means that we need to plug technological integrity of our hardware systems, of our software systems, and the only way we can do that is if we focus on our own, on building our own. Now, we hear very often that we should not catch up, we should leapfrog. But when you are 40 years behind, not in technology, we have the best engineers in the world, in market adoption of that technology, we have to start with replacing imports 1:1. We have to be willing to take a risk on our own systems because the failures teach us as much as the success does. Let me give you another example. There is a fantastic book that just came out by a Pulitzer Prize winning author called The House of Huawei. It actually talks about the shift from, the Mao era to the Deng era. How these technological companies got stood up in the late 80s. How China went through this civilizational renaissance. But one of the things that they did, and they made a concerted effort to do that, was to make sure that local companies got enough demand aggregation that they could become economically viable. They tell a story about how Huawei was taken from Chinese embassy routes to bid for telecom switch tenders in Iran and in Russia without ever being exposed, without anybody being able to catch them on a banking system or anything like that. That's the kind of nexus that's created these technological giants. Of course, we live in a democratic system. We have to think about business separately. But we also need to think about how business and government can enable each other. And I think that's one of the most fundamental strategic risks that we face as a country going forward. It has to be, there is a cultural mindset shift from trusting the Tata and L&T brand of companies to trusting younger companies. That has to come up. And younger companies will also fail. But if we don't think about protecting the younger companies as a national security asset, we will forever be dependent on imports. Now, let me give you an example in the Indian context. Since 2020, this threat of semiconductors has been well known. Everybody in this audience will know about NAVIC satellites. Government of India, through MIT, spent 200 crores developing an indigenous NAVIC chip. But a chip is only one part of a system. One very small part, but one very critical part. Now, everybody here who's in the government, how do you ensure that an Indian chip makes it into a tender for a system? Without explicitly calling out, can we make sure of that? And by explicitly calling it out, are we favoring a vendor or are we favoring a country? Are we favoring our country? So what happened? All officials refused to, rightly so, prioritize a single company's single product as a part of the RFP specifications. And what did we end up with? Chinese-made NAVIC chips in our critical systems. How do we plug that? We need to think of more creative solutions to plug that, because today, going back to the Lebanese pager examples, one mismove in our supply chain, in our electronic supply chain, that we don't have the ability to debug. We cannot have the ability to debug. Let me give you another example. Yesterday, there was a fantastic interview by Mr. Ajay Chaudhary. He was one of the founders of HCL. He talked about when Prime Minister Modi first came into power, he installed a biometric device in all government offices to start capturing data of when people checked in and checked out of office. 3 years later, a cyber audit found that all of those biometric devices were streaming data to a Chinese server. Our surveillance cameras on our bases, on our borders, do we know what that data is getting streamed out to? On our drones. Can we control where that data is getting streamed? Do we even know that it's getting streamed out of our borders? A 2021 article by a very, very celebrated national security expert called Shashank Joshi in The Economist made a point that surveillance cameras on our power grid were physically caught transmitting data to servers in Taiwan from where they were routed to China. That's the landscape of the threat radius that we face today. The question is, what are our solutions? Within our democratic process, what are our solutions? And can we, the youth, come up with better solutions than we have seen handed down to us from the colonial past? Thank you.
Some very, very important points, Vrinda, you highlighted. And in terms of just how significant the threat is from cyber point of view for our infrastructure, our hard infrastructure, telecom networks, and of course the other bit that you mentioned about semiconductors, chips, and the fact that India has been behind the curve. And you know, this is interesting. I complete 20 years in journalism this year. I did complete. And one of the first assignments I had was 20 years back, our telecom minister, the then telecom minister, had a press conference where he spoke about India is going to set up a fab factory. 2 decades later, we are talking about it. Yes, now we are at a position where we have a clear roadmap, a policy initiative, and a lot of work that has gone into it. But those 2 decades have been lost. And what you mentioned about the imports that have actually piled up in those 2 decades. So those are important aspects of being able to understand that when we talk about a future.
I'll make one small point over here. The interesting thing is that in 1984, India had one of the leading edge fab nodes in the world. It was an Indian military officer, Dr. Arogyaswamy Paulraj, who, during his tenure in the Indian Navy, actually created the most advanced sonar in the world. He is still today the god of analog design. Right? We lost the talent. He went to Stanford University. He built one of the most iconic careers in the semiconductor industry. And we ended up having, I think it was an episode of Arson at our fab. Right. So it's not that we don't have the talent. I think the point that I was also trying to make is that we need to really rethink our processes. Yeah. Even all of the progress that's happened in the last 14 years is too slow.
Yeah. Pieces need to add up now. That's the point. And which brings us to the other aspect that we spoke about, which is do we have unique tech solutions? Have we been able to create those unique tech solutions? The vibrant, strong defense startup ecosystem that we've created. You now actually have 20-year-olds coming out with drones in their college hostels that are good enough for defense purposes, for Indian military establishment to at least examine them for our capabilities and our particular requirements. And that just tells you that literally you have the entire world as possible options and opportunities when you talk about the defense startup ecosystem. And that's something that I want to now talk about, power of youth, the defense startups. Tanmay, talk to us about what lies ahead in terms of 1,000 startups already there, global investors looking at us, every possible challenge that we have, a unique security situation that we have. We have youngsters coming up with solutions like yourselves as well. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you have a presentation, yes.
Presentation up? Oh. Yeah. Good afternoon. Oh, no, I think it's morning already. Sorry. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Center for Land Warfare Studies, for giving me the opportunity to be here. I represent a team of 250 engineers and technicians. We are a very young startup. The average age is less than 25. And these are one of the most stubborn people that I've met. I say stubborn because they refuse to use anything that is not made in India. We started off learning from our failures, and there were many. One of them that I would like to point out was we were in Pokhran as part of the M-Prize competition with drones that were assembled from parts from China, like everyone else. And it failed. It failed miserably, at which point we said, you can't do things like this. You have to make your own. You have to make your own flight controllers. You have to make your own motor controllers. That being said, once we made that, we couldn't sell it. It was not good enough. Let's be very frank. It was not good enough. And at which point we had one choice, either shut down or find a solution. Every technology that you build today is dual use. It can be weaponized. It might look cute on the outside, but there is a military cousin, there is a military application to everything that you have built. Next slide, please. We figured out that what we have built can be used to project thousands of drones in the sky. And doing that, we have now 6 world records. The youth today doesn't want to compete, they want to lead. They want to lead a section. This is what we have been able to do. Last year, when the world record stood at 5,164, we flew 5,500 drones. Now it is at 16,000. See, a startup in India has to compete with other startups in India, also with the CCP. You have to go up against one of the most powerful manufacturing powers in the world. And that is a fact. You're not competing against anyone else but them. Next slide, please. What we have learned is that what you make not only has to work in your lab, it has to work anywhere in the world. And we have covered almost every state in the country. We have been to 10 other countries where we have done shows like Oman, Kuwait, and Congo. So we have covered the whole spectrum. What we have learned is it doesn't need to work only in your hand, it has to work in someone else's hand also. So it has to be simple enough that somebody can operate it with minimal training. And that is something that we have put a lot of emphasis on, that how do you make sure that the person who is handling your drone is confident within a couple of hours of being handed over that drone and wants to use that drone. And instead of thinking about, will it do this, will it do that, will I lose my job? Next slide, please. Why do this? Why we have chosen this route is that was the only way for a startup to make something in thousands. We were making flight controllers in 5s, 10s, maybe a few dozen, but it never got past the double-digit number. What this has enabled us to do is make things in thousands. We have a fleet of about 10,000 drones now. We have done numerous shows. We have hundreds and thousands of flight hours. And these flight hours are logged. All of the drones, whenever they fly and they come back, it generates terabytes of data. That data is something that is gold for us because we are making simulators which are not only like a game, they have physical aspects built into the system. So you can make a simulator which will predict how a drone will react in different humidity, temperature, wind, and other conditions. Next. With the research and development that we have done so far, we have enabled a lot of players who are making FPV drones and other drones. And there are thousands of these. There is a good chance that if you have a FPV drone today, it is running on a bot lab flight controller or a motor controller. We have tried to basically do what is import supplement. Most of these were built on Chinese hardware. Now they have an option. There are other options, but we have an edge. We have a technical edge because we started doing this way back, and we have perfected it on our own. We have failed enough times to know what doesn't work. And going forward, this is step one. So you cannot ask somebody to give you an iPhone 17 today, having not done anything or any homework before that. आपको Nokia 1100 से शुरू करना पड़ेगा. That is the starting point. Everybody wants to make the cutting edge thing, but they don't want to put in the hard work that goes before that. I say these guys are stubborn. Again, these are stubborn because none of the guys in Bot Lab, if you say AI, they will not entertain you. AI, for us, is not the game changer. For us, the game changer is hardware. that runs that AI. The fact of the matter is that most of the AI models that you train and make today are running on chips that are not built here, as Brinda has already pointed out. Going forward, we realize that that compute has to be built here. I would like to now mention that we have started basically hardening our systems, because if you see what kind of drones are getting used today in Ukraine, majority of them are FPV drones. It will not be like that in a few months' time. For me, there were two major incidents in this year. One was DeepSeek, another one was spiderweb. One is cyber, the other is cyber physical, where you have used physical systems that are networked to the, in this case it is funny because they were using the Russian LTE network. We live to see the day where we can do something like that, where we have a DeepSeek or a spiderweb of our own. Next slide, please. Saying that, this is something that we have built. It is losing tenders everywhere, proudly. Yeah. It's part of the game. We understand. This is built under the IDEX project. This is a sub to 50-gram drone, which can cover up to 2 kilometers. The communication link is encrypted, and that is the only part that is imported. The flight controller, the motor controller, the Linux computer on board, microprocessors, everything is built by our team. Next. And hopefully we'll stop losing tenders. One good thing that we have realized is that when you start building something on your own, it gets cheaper. It doesn't get cheaper in the first 10, 100 systems, but it does get cheaper after 1,000 pieces. Other thing is that if something fails, you know exactly what has failed, and you're not praying, okay, I'll replace this part and then now it will work. You know exactly why it has failed. You know what is the rate of failure. Something that a young startup doesn't understand is there are two things in an RFP, which is MTTR and MTBF. I never understood any of that, but now, please, I deeply understand it. I know what that two words mean, and that is the difference between life and death for most of you. So I acknowledge my ignorance, but now, please be assured that, and everywhere I go, I ask these people, have you quantified this? Do you know how many times your system will fail? We took 1,200 flights, out of which 6 failed. I mean, that's a good number for us, and that is the benchmark that we hold ourselves to. Next slide, please. Yeah. Thinking about how do you control a drone. Now, if you think of a drone operator, it is always a guy with a remote in his hands. This particular system was built for Marcos. Now, the very first interaction with them, they said, I don't need a remote. Can you make it fly without me doing anything? Because I have one hand for my rifle and the other hand for something else, not for a remote. I cannot give you both of my hands. Can you operate it with one hand? We made that. We have made a tablet that basically works in a very intuitive manner. That you can be trained on this in about 1 hour, and then the drone is doing most of the work for you. Next. Next slide, please. There is a lot of work that has gone into a simulator. Now, this is not a simulator that simulates one drone. This is a multi-agent simulator. This will cut down training time. This will make sure that all the mistakes that one has to do is done virtually and doesn't lead to loss of an aircraft. Other thing is that instead of thinking of one system being flown by one individual at a time, now you have to start thinking about how one person can operate more than one drone. How would you use it? How would you build tactics around it? What are the kind of capabilities that you will need to enable a certain operation? All of those things. We have just made a simulator. This will lead to a lot of insights that how you will use it and how we can make a system better suited for that. Next. The way ahead is we have started hardening our systems, as I said. We have started putting hardened GPSs, anti-jam GPSs on board. We have started putting computation on the edge. Because in the end, we know that the environment is going to be contested. The EW environment is heavily, heavily jammed. You have no comms. So you have to put compute in the edge. And the last thing is current SDRs. This is something that we have been building for the last 4 years now, and now I think we are confident enough that it will see the light of day. If somebody is foolish enough to turn on their jammer, now you have a way of figuring out where that signal is coming from. This is a phase coherent SDR. You have 4 antennas, and what you can do is do direction of arrival analysis. Will the other guy turn on their jammers if they know that they will be detected the moment that they do it? We have to start thinking how we can upgrade our systems on the go. One problem that I've seen is that we chase RFPs. By the time we deliver, it is already obsolete. That's a sad truth. The other thing is that we had the experience of looking at the systems that came from the other side during Sindoor. And they were upgrading them every day. The system that came on the first day was different. The second day it was upgraded to defeat our defense, and the third day was they had better comms, they had anti-jamming features, all of that. Can we do something like that? Can we make our systems agile enough that we can react not over a time period of weeks or months, but days? And that is how I will conclude my discussion. Next slide. That is slide. We are looking for all the help that we can need. If you think our expertise can be helpful to any of the units, those are the contact details. Write to us. We have a team. We are running all around the country to make sure that we can address your needs and come up with systems that will be useful to you. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Tanmay, for that. And I think drones are essentially changing warfare. You have the world's biggest armies actually losing to a bunch of drones being sent out by countries having a tenth of their capacity. But that's how the nature of warfare has also changed in the last 3 years.
Just to add one point to that, I think there is a lot of, because drones get a lot of glamour. The other part which doesn't get addressed is they have trained a bunch of people. The training is never addressed. Maintenance, like even I don't talk about it, because think about maintaining 1,000 drones before they have to take flight. All of that has to become center stage. The training has to become center stage. The drone is the end effector. It does the job, but there is a person flying it.
Of course.
And at one point, you will not be, you will have enough drones, but not enough people to operate them.
Okay, so yeah, that's the other aspect to it, that you have the enough and the right ecosystem to be able to take this forward. I believe we have time for about 2 questions tops, running out of time, but let's try and squeeze in 2 questions. Ideally from people, from some of the youngsters who are watching this, it'll be, and hearing this, it'll be great to have their questions. We've covered a lot of ground from what is national security now to the vibrant startup ecosystem, and of course to the kind of threats that we need to focus more on, cyber and tech being some of them. Yeah, go ahead. Quickly, short question, and do let me know whom you're addressing this to.
Okay, Jayant ma'am, Jain sir. My question to the panel, since you are talking about the biotechnology, medicines and cyber technology, so I'm from the biotechnology background, and the China has controlling our API and the cyber funds and even the cyber equipment as well. So for the semiconductor, China has the material, and for the API, China has the material. So how can we cope up from the system to counter the China's influence as well? Thank you.
China-centric supply chains, how do we China-proof them?
I think you can't today. But you know what the PLA did? It put together a 20-year plan. What is the US doing today? So forget all of the hocus pocus that's going on in Washington right now, right? If you look at the US innovation ecosystem, Silicon Valley, yesterday I was reading about a company that has, it's a VC-backed company, 1.5 years old. It has developed an advanced photolithographic machine, which completely cuts dependency on ASML, which is currently the Dutch company that supports all of the advanced nodes. They are talking about growing gallium nitride wafers with synthetic materials in a biomanufacturing unit. What I'm trying to say is we have to have a 20-year horizon when we think about this. The problem is that our industry, our government tenders, what Tanmay was just talking about, the entire ecosystem is geared toward what needs to be delivered tomorrow. I was at a panel discussion yesterday or day before yesterday on, it's a very interesting forum that's created called 100 Desi Deep Tech Startups. One of the gentlemen over there was running a renewable energy company, and he said the same thing. FMCG companies are now bidding for energy grid upgradations. That's where we go fundamentally wrong. What the Chinese have done is they've taken a 20-year view. There is an excellent book, if you have an interest in perspective on this long-term thinking, just written by an ex-Indian Army general, Lieutenant General Raj Shukla. He wrote about civil-military fusion. And he talks very deeply about that civil-military fusion being the backbone of what the PLA is today. I'd urge you to read that. It'll give you this perspective on how they thought about supply chains from ability to weaponize it 20 years ago.
But Vrinda, I want to add a question there, which is when you talk about supply chains, and that essentially covers everything from pharma to semiconductors to tech, but you're talking at a time when there is great geopolitical uncertainty. How do we then have, forget a 10-year horizon? We have a cacophonous democracy. There are a lot of conflicting interests that need to be balanced out when you talk at the larger leadership level. Add to it the global political uncertainty, layering it further. So how do we sort of have a vision on a 10-year horizon for our supply chains then?
I think we need to think of agility and trade-offs as two flip sides of the same coin. The point is that when we want a supply chain, we become very rigid about it. As an example, we've just started a national minerals mission. It's being led by PSUs. How are we going to succeed in this? We need to give the younger generation a chance to be competitive, right? Because they are the ones who will come up with disruptive ideas. I mean, as Tanmay was just alluding to, Gen Z is the most difficult people to work with because they don't take your traditional constraints as an answer, but they come up with amazing things. We have to be able to change the way we think about public infrastructure in this country and the role of large companies and the role of younger people.
That's correct. Let's take one question. Yes, go ahead, sir.
My question again is to what's beyond GPU, graphic processing unit that you talked about? Because in my life I have seen we worked on mainframe, then we went to the PC. I mean, all these last 30 years, then we into internet, then apps came in, and now you're talking about GPU. But I'm sure lot of research must be happening on the next stage, because the way you talked about GPU as the end of everything, either you have it or don't have it. So what's beyond the GPU? What kind of research is going on?
Okay.
I think it's a fantastic question, sir, and there are two things that are going on. One is a GPU today is a culmination of 40 years of Jensen Huang's career. Right? So he had a conception, he had an idea 40 years ago that has culminated in the largest change in technological growth I think we've ever seen. I think there will be more change in the next 5 years than we have seen in the last 50 years technologically. That being said, light instead of electrons is already a shift that has happened. So GPUs currently work on moving electron hole pairs. It has already shifted to photon hole pairs, which are 100 times or maybe 100x the speed of that movement, which means data rates are only going to accelerate. So the shift, the next quantum jump from GPUs to photonic-based processing is already a reality that we're looking at today. And I think the thing that will change the most is edge AI. So let me give you an example. When I think everybody in the military is familiar with CCD camera technologies. So it was the change from CCD to CMOS that enabled mobile phones to have cameras. The amount of data we capture on these things today and the amount of proliferation of data. Think about that change when we think about computational change. If electrons are to change to light, your processing becomes that much smaller, that much faster, and that much more able to move into something like this. So the next change that's already happening is computation at the edge, which has the capacity of actually the data rates of GPUs. That's already a reality today. Right? We think about edge AI and we think about clunky, complicated systems. In the future, we're going to see edge AI modules which are smaller than the tip of this pen. Now think about the use cases that it can unlock. I don't think we could think about the use cases that AI could unlock until LLMs became our reality. And now I think there is no barrier left. Now think about what that does when every sensor the size of the tip of a pen is AI enabled.
All right, that's a perfect note to end this. A lot of ground we cover. Thank you so much, all of you, for being such a patient and engaging audience. As we wrap things up here in the first session, two things that we must point out. India has one of the largest Gen Zs in the world. We have some of them sitting here who have much better idea of technology. They are at a time when AI is sweeping every parts of life, from pure vanilla, your education to defense to technology. All of it is being swept up by AI, and you have Gen Z leading that. And I think that's the extremely important aspect of it. And also we want Gen Z to be part of national security like never before. They are restless, they are young, they are motivated and tech-enabled. Just the kind of people who should be spearheading our national security going forward. I'm going to wrap this up right here. Thank you so much, all of you, for being part of this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this extremely knowledge-driven session. We had a lot of key takeaways from this discussion where the youth of the country has an imperative role to play in the future of defense. Thank you once again. And ladies and gentlemen, we are fortunate to have with us General Upendra Dwivedi, Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Chief of Army Staff. Let us all warmly welcome Sir by putting our hands together. Sir, we humbly request you to please join us on the stage and felicitate our moderator and panelists. Starting with Ms. Gauri Dwivedi. Major Radhika Sen. Ms. Vrinda Kapoor. And Mr. Tanmay Bankar. We request all the dignitaries to please come forward for a group photograph.
Ready, sir? Thank you, sir.
We request all the panelists to please take your seats in the audience. And sir, a humble request, please sir, stay back for the next prize distribution part. And now it's time for the much-awaited prize distribution for Field Marshal Manekshaw Essay Competition. Inspired by Field Marshal Manekshaw's legacy of professional excellence and strategic foresight, this competition was conceived by Center for Land Warfare Studies in 2019, with a motive to bridge academia and the armed forces, stimulate fresh thinking on traditional and non-traditional threats, and build a non-partisan high-standards platform that translates ideas into doctrine, capability, and policy. This year's edition had great participation, wherein in the civilian category, there were 506 participants from universities and research institutions across the country, while 522 participants took part from amongst the three services. Today, we are delighted to announce 4 winners each in civilian and the armed forces categories. These 8 essays brought fresh ideas, clear thinking, and real-world relevance. I request General Upendra Dwivedi, Chief of the Army Staff, to kindly felicitate the winners, starting with the Serving Officers category. Securing the first position, we have with us Captain Vivian Singh Khural. The second position goes to Lieutenant Kunal Yadav. Captain Dhananjay Bhur, who was placed third in the essay competition. And finally, Captain Yara Vijaya Simha Naidu, who secured the fourth position. We now move to the civilian category. Ranking first is Rahul Wankhede. Securing the second position is Kirtika. At third position, we have Adarsh Das. And securing the fourth position is Vartika Verma. Congratulations to all the winners. We request the Chief of the Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, and all the winners to kindly join us for a group picture outside. And for rest of the guests, dignitaries and attendees, we request you all to kindly remain seated. A humble request to everyone to please be seated as we are about to begin our program. The dignitaries have already joined us. Welcome back, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have with us our chief guest for the occasion, Shri Kiran Rijiju, Honorable Minister for Parliamentary Affairs and Minister for Minority Affairs. Sir, we are highly obliged with your august presence. Let us all, with a huge round of applause, warmly welcome our chief guest for the occasion. Sir, a warm welcome once again to this first of its kind national event organized by the Strategic Planning Directorate of Indian Army and Center for Land Warfare Studies, which is precursor to flagship international event of Indian Army being held on 27th and 28th of November, the Chanakya Defense Dialogue. It gives me immense pride to share that this event is being relayed live to all 34 major training establishments and 61 formation headquarters of Indian Army across the country, 31 universities having defense wings and branches, 65 academic establishments with MOU, regional technology nodes, IITs, through the Indian Army cells and paramilitary forces training centers. And approximately 9,000 young minds are expected to be connected with us for this national event, which is indeed huge. Well, today is no ordinary day. The 31st of October holds great significance for our nation as it is celebrated as National Unity Day or Rashtriya Ekta Divas. This year marks the 150th birth anniversary of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, the Iron Man of India, a visionary whose courage, determination, and belief that unity is strength shaped the very foundation of our country. It was his unwavering resolve and statesmanship that brought together the princely states, giving India its true form of unity and integrity. National Unity Day reminds us that the real power of our country lies in standing together, beyond differences, beyond divisions, to build a stronger, more inclusive, one India, strong India. When our Honorable Prime Minister announced the idea of Viksit Bharat from the Red Fort in 2023, it set into motion a collective mission, a vision of a developed, empowered India by 2047. The Indian Army, always a reflection of the nation's spirit, consciously aligned itself with this national vision, declaring first the year of transformation in 2023. And now, under the leadership of our current chief, the Indian Army has undertaken a decade of transformation. This event, being held today on National Unity Day, is no coincidence. It is a deliberate and thoughtful choice, a way to symbolize how the Indian Army's transformation journey is deeply intertwined with the nation's larger vision of unity and progress. And at the heart of this shared vision stands the youth, the torchbearers of tomorrow. It is the youth who will drive this transformation, who will translate this vision into reality, and who will ultimately inherit the India that emerges, a nation stronger, united, and truly Viksit by 2047. As we honor Sardar Patel's legacy today, let us reflect on how each one of us, as citizens, as soldiers, and as young leaders, can carry forward the spirit of unity that defines India's strength.
India, a civilization that has thrived for millennia, bound by unity in diversity. From the wisdom of our rishis to the resolve of our soldiers, our strength has always been our people. Today, it is our youth, guardians of this timeless legacy, who stand ready to build, to protect, to serve. When our youth don the uniform, they carry the honor of 1 billion hearts. Their courage stands guard at our frontiers. Their sacrifice keeps our tricolor flying high. They embody the spirit of service before self, strength with compassion, discipline with devotion. But the call to serve is not only heard on the battlefield. Every young scientist who innovates, every teacher who enlightens, every volunteer who uplifts, strengthens the fabric of our nation. Because national security begins not at the border, but in the hearts, hands, and minds of our people. Across every region and community, unity stands as India's greatest strength. The Indian Army mirrors that unity, a reflection of the nation's diversity and collective resolve. As the Army stands firm in its duty, the strength of the nation's security lies in collective effort, where every citizen plays a part in safeguarding India's future. A secure nation is one where every citizen serves, in uniform or in spirit, where courage meets knowledge and unity builds strength. This forum on Veer Yuva, empowering youth for India's national security, marks the beginning of a new chapter, the first in the series of events leading to the Chanakya Defense Dialogue 2025. Yuva Shakti, the heartbeat of a resurgent India. Together we build, together we rise.
Thank you for that powerful message. And now we are deeply honored to have amidst us a distinguished leader, a visionary strategist, and a true embodiment of courage, discipline, and service. General Upendra Dwivedi, Chief of the Army Staff. Let's welcome General Dwivedi, who has been reaching out to the youth of this country for inspiring and empowering them, thereby investing into the future of Bharat. Sir, we request you to kindly come forward and share your valuable thoughts on this momentous occasion. Let us all, with a huge round of applause, once again welcome the Chief of the Army Staff.
Shri Kiran Rijiju ji, Honorable Minister for Parliament Affairs and Ministry of Minority Affairs, a vibrant youth leader and icon for all of us. General Dushyant Singh, DG Claus, veteran officers, General Rajeshwar, General Dua, General Manhas, and others, officers of the Indian Armed Forces, paramilitary forces, CAPFs, members of entrepreneurial community, budding scholars of academia, colleagues of think tanks, friends from the media, bright students from university, colleges, educational institutes, pleasantly happy to see even Army Public School, including those who have joined us online, approximately 9,000, and of course, ladies and gentlemen. It's with immense pride and a deep sense of purpose that I welcome Honorable Minister to Veer Yuva, that is Young Leaders Forum of the Indian Army's annual flagship international seminar, Chanakya Defense Dialogue 2025. As you're aware, that for the first time ever, we have the Youth Leaders Forum being held as the pre-event, especially for the youth of the country, which sets the tone for the larger theme of reform to transform, Sashakt, Surakshit, or Viksit Bharat. It's indeed a rare privilege to stand before this august gathering of India's bravest and brightest minds, present here and connected virtually across the country, who will help build the nation and inspire generations for a journey towards Viksit Bharat. Whenever I think of youth and national security, a remarkable individual comes to my mind immediately. Some of you may have heard about him. During the World War II, when the world leaders were busy devising ways to checkmate the Germans, and generals like me were engaged in conducting kinetic operations, a quiet genius cracked the uncrackable Enigma code, piercing the veil of Nazi security and turning the tide of war. His mind became the weapon that saved millions. I'll give out the name also. He was Alan Turing, merely 27 years old, a young man. India's history too has so many heroes which are testimony to the courage and conviction of its young sons and daughters. Rani Lakshmibai, Bhagat Singh, Chandrasekhar Azad, Khudiram Bose, Lance Naik, Albert Tikka, Captain Vikram Batra, Major Sandeep Unikrishnan. Timeless examples proving that age never limits contribution. In the recent Op Sindoor, many amongst you would have been actively involved, some as young military officers, some as NCC cadets, some in civil defense, some in drone labs, while some as social media warriors. With over 65% of India's population below the age of 35 and almost 50% under 25, we are a nation of youth, a country of boundless energy, ideas, creativity, and courage. Our skilled human resource is one of our greatest instruments of power. Honorable Prime Minister, during the Viksit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue earlier this year, said, India's youth are the harbingers of a Viksit Bharat, brimming with innovation, passion, and a deep commitment to the nation's progress. The overall potential for contribution of the youth is thus well acknowledged. So let me now speak about national security and how the youth ought to be enmeshed. Chanakya's teachings remind us that the rising powers inevitably provoke countervailing coalitions. National security involves preparing for strategic balancing, deterrence, and resilience against these counter reactions. Herein, our opportunities are immense. The demographic dividend of the world's youngest population, transformating technologies, and a strategic geography. Yet so are the challenges. Firstly, we have traditional rivalries and collusive threats leading to more than a half, that is, more than 2.5 front challenges. Secondly, terrorism, proxy war, and internal threats still persist. Thirdly, and more importantly, disinformation campaigns seek to fracture our social fabric from within. Therefore, warfare is becoming increasingly non-kinetic and non-contact. It flows through fiber cables, flickers on screens, circulates in wallets, and ripples across our classrooms. Obviously, the response demands just not arm strength, but intellectual, technological, and moral preparedness. In this era of multi-domain challenges, national security and nation building are inseparable, requiring a whole-of-nation approach, harnessing the combined resolve of governance, industry, academia, and civil society. This generation, our Gen Z, which in the morning it was a big revelation that it is the largest in the world. And though Indian Army is second largest, so Generation Z has beaten the Indian Army also. It stands at the center of this new battle space. Digitally fluent, socially aware, and globally connected. They are India's greatest strength if guided by discipline and direction. That is the melange of passion with purpose. It's this very understanding of security as a collective enterprise that the Indian Army has embarked on a decade of transformation focused on jointness with everybody, including the youth present today or connected to us. Restructuring and modernizing old structures while constantly evolving our human resources. The troika of industry, academia, and the armed forces forms the backbone of this transformation. The youth have a role in each facet of this trade, in labs, industries, startups, think tanks, and battlefields. Apart from the traditional cradles of leadership, that Sainik School, military schools, NCC, which we are well known to, the Army has now reached out to the youth through our 16 technology clusters, Indian Army cells in IITs, and also commenced in 2025 a paid Army internship program. This is because we realize that the comprehensive national power is not only built on the security circles, but also in the classrooms, communities, and consciences. We, the men and women in uniform, rely on you in all fields, including the field of technology. So today, I would like to give a call to action to our youth and will leave a few thoughts with you, gained from my own experience. Firstly, your duty, calling is what you define. What can I alone do? So you have to start today and yourself. Remember, every great change in India began with one determined citizen. Remember Padma Bhushan Anna Hazare, a one-man social reformer, incidentally an ex-soldier too. Secondly, inventions, innovations spring out of adversity. Don't get too comfortable. Don't look for too many resources. Remember, Apple is said to have been born out of a garage and Facebook from a dormitory room. Thirdly, national security is not just about soldiers at the borders. It's also about citizens and youths who refuse to be indifferent. Tashi Namgyal, an alert shepherd who passed away in December 24, was the first to detect the intruders in Kargil, which led to successful conduct of Operation Vijay by the Indian Army. Fourthly, excellence demands sweat. Every challenge has to be taken as an opportunity. When your mind asks you, why me? Reply to it, why not me? Abhimanyu entering the Chakravyuh in Mahabharata, Bhagat Singh, Mahatma Gandhi, Dr. Kalam, Metro Man Sridharan, all embodied this spirit. As Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose said, the youth of a nation are the trustees of tomorrow. Youth are the vital bridge between the nation's vision and its vigilance. Their energy, innovation, and integrity form the first line of defense in safeguarding national security. So I urge every young Indian to join the national security mission with or without the uniform, build technology, shape policy, and spread awareness. I wish you the very best for engaging discussions lies ahead. Be positive, be outcome oriented, define problem statements, and develop solutions. We will be very happy to receive and assimilate the positive ideas of youth today. Thank you. Dhanyavad. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. We are deeply honored with your presence and the insights which you have shared with us. And it is our privilege that we have with us our distinguished leader, youth icon, and a dynamic voice of New India, Shri Kiran Rijiju, Honorable Minister for Parliamentary Affairs and Minority Affairs. A four-time Member of Parliament representing Arunachal West, the Honourable Minister over the years has championed initiatives aimed at strengthening connectivity, improving governance and delivering tangible benefits to communities across Arunachal Pradesh and the wider northeastern region. Sir, it is our privilege to invite you to deliver the special address on Veer Yuva, Empowering Tomorrow's Guardians for National Security. Let us all, with a huge round of applause, warmly welcome the Honourable Minister.
Namaskar, most respected the Chief of Indian Army, General Upendra Dwivedi ji, and all the senior army officers here, retired officers, and some young officers here, and the invited guest. And I'm told many more people are connected with us through online, and the young friends. So this is a Young Leaders Forum. And whenever I'm invited to Youth Forum, I'm naturally excited. And normally I'm introduced, these days I have seen, not only these days, since long time, but up till now, I'm introduced as a young leader. So I get excited. I have already fought 7 elections. So I wonder, the person who has fought 7 elections consecutive can still be called a youth leader. But who doesn't want to be called as a young leader? So it really energizes me and my spirit to remain youthful. So in this kind of forum, I normally think about, pick up a subject and then speak on that. But today while I was coming, of course, today is very busy day, being the birth anniversary and very important time of our history, 150th birth anniversary of Sardar Patel. So today we celebrate as National Unity Day, Rashtriya Ekta Divas. So after paying tributes in the Central Hall of the Parliament, I came here accompanied by one of your officers, and I was thinking what to speak. Then I thought, as usual, I speak my mind. I speak from my heart. And because I'm a person who has a very settled view on everything. So I don't need to really think about and study because I have a very established views on every subject. So I don't need to read or study or gain anything. I just need information for any subject. Otherwise, I have a very settled view about national unity, national strength, role of youth, right from my school days. And before becoming Member of Parliament, I have traveled across the world. So I have checked records also. Who has traveled more than me? So I realized that probably I am the most traveled Indian. I have traveled 155 countries before I became minister. Now, of course, I can't travel because of restrictions and protocols. I have been to many countries after becoming minister, but those are the countries where I've already been to. So there's no addition to my new list which I desire for. So having said that, I have seen the world and I can very well understand where we stand as a nation. What should be the role of the youth of India? Many things come to my mind, but I'll just throw a few lights. Before that, I pay my tributes to Sardar Patel. And today there are many events being organized all over the country. Honorable Prime Minister is there in Ekta Nagar, in the Statue of Unity, where the Central Armed Forces are having a mega event. And I decided to stay back because I was invited to attend this Youth Forum event. Today, I want to just mention about one very important part of our history which normally people don't realize. A few years back, the then the CDS General Bipin Rawat and the then Army Commander of Eastern Command, General Anil Chauhan, and I had gone to Tawang to install the statue of both Sardar Patel and one of the greatest heroes, Major Bob Khating. Many people don't realize in our country, I don't know how this fell out of the history textbooks. When Sardar Patel in 1949 had given the order to then Governor of Assam, Arunachal, then Nefa was part of Assam, he was complete in understanding of the situation. So Sardar Patel gave an order that explore ways and means to acquire Tawang and to be merged with India, to make it part of Indian territory. So it was a secret mission, and the then governor picked up Major Bob Khating, and he led the expedition. And that was in the month of January, and he stayed there till April. So imagine those days in January, he was tracking with his troops with 6-7 feet snow-bound Tawang, crossing the Sela Pass and Bomdila Pass. So it's a long story, but we went and we installed the statue, and it is finally unveiled 2 years back. And on this day, along with Sardar Patel, I would like to pay my tributes to Major Bob Khating, one of the greatest army officer, our great leader, I can say that. मैं तो हमेशा ये कहता हूँ कि जब कोई अपना देश के लिए कुछ करने का सपना रखता है और सब कुछ निछावर करना चाहता है, ऐसा इंसान सदियों में एक पैदा होता है और उसी का नाम मेजर बॉब खातिंग है। इतिहास में ऐसा बहुत कम है जो ज़मीन हमारा देश मातृभूमि में जोड़ सकता है। So today I am addressing the youth in the presence of Army Chief and senior officers and some of our very finest retired officers. I wonder that India is such a gifted nation. We have great civilizational history. And by God's grace, we Indians are generally intelligent people. We are gifted people. Yet, what is that which made India a developing nation? Actually, what is developing nation? It's a poor nation. We got independence in 1947, and up till now, we have not achieved a status of developed country. We must ponder about what is that? Despite having such a great human resources, great heritage, great nation, India still has not achieved the status of developed nation. Prime Minister rightfully has set the target, because the target was never set when we got independence, we were moving with 5-year plan every 5 years. 5 साल में हम 5-year प्लान तैयार करता अगले 5 साल के लिए. लेकिन हम अमीर राष्ट्र कब बनेंगे? अमीर मतलब हम संपन्न राष्ट्र कब बनेंगे? कभी भी इसका ना पैमाना तय किया गया है, ना कोई रूपरेखा तय किया गया है, ना उसका कोई लक्ष्य रखा गया है. There has to be a destination, a journey. There has to be a defined route where we should march on. So I realized that we had never set the target. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi set the target that when India celebrates its 100 years of independence, we should be a developed nation. So the concept of Viksit Bharat, by 2047 India must become a developed nation, was set right in the beginning of Prime Minister Modi's tenure. And the route to Viksit Bharat is Atmanirbhar Bharat. We cannot become developed by being dependent on the other countries. So we have to be independent, self-reliant, self-sufficient, and then we march on and we secure our rightful position as a developed nation by 2047. 78 years have passed. We have some 22 years remaining before us. Many people would ask naturally that what we have not achieved in 75 years, can we achieve in 25 or 22 years? You can just make a quick flip into our journey. When the whole world, especially countries in the Southeast Asian nations, they were growing at the rate of 6%, 7%, 8%. China was growing at the rate of 10% for more than 2 decades. And they grew for more than 9% for another 2 decades. India was growing at 2.5, 3, at the most 3%. So they used to make fun of us. The India's economic growth rate is a Hindu growth rate, which was pegged at 2.5%. We cannot become a developed nation by growing at 2%. For such a long period of time, we were growing at snail's pace, and the whole country, whole nation used to think that India cannot become another Southeast Asian countries or Japan or China. The Western countries had become developed country at the time of Second World War itself. Then Southeast Asian countries, then Japan. Now you come to the present. The whole world, including United States, they are growing between 2 to 3%. That means most of the countries today are growing at 2% to 3%. And many developed countries are growing below 2%. But today India is growing at more than 7%. This is the change in which we are witnessing ourselves. That the whole world is growing at 2%, 3%, India is growing at 7+%. Now with this rate of our economic growth, you can very well calculate where India would be if we continue to grow in this rate for next 22 years. So it is not merely a wishful thinking. It is a journey where we are going to make ourselves one of the foremost nation in the world. We would be third largest economy in next 3 to 4 years' time with this economic growth rate, but that is not enough. We have to see much beyond the third position. मैं तो हमेशा कहता हूँ फोर्थ पोजीशन तो हम पहुँचे हैं, लेकिन फोर्थ में मज़ा नहीं आता है क्योंकि मेडल तो 1, 2, 3 का ही होता है हमेशा. फोर्थ का तो मेडल होता नहीं है. पीटी उषा फ्रैक्शन ऑफ सेकेंड से मेडल मिलने से चूक गई 1984 लॉस एंजलिस ओलंपिक्स में. तो चूक गई ना, तो मेडल तो मिला नहीं है, भले वो 1 सेकेंड हो या फ्रैक्शन ऑफ सेकेंड्स. तो इसलिए हमको एक पोजीशन में तो आना है ताकि हम उस मुकाम पर पहुँचे जहाँ दुनिया हमको देखे. कि हम कहाँ खड़ा है. So, while all these things are happening, it has not happened automatically. It has happened with the participation of our youth forces. In the journey along with youth forces, I must mention the role of Indian Army. The Indian Army is one of the unique forces in the world. I have a close affinity, emotional bonding with armed forces from my childhood. Because when I grew up, we were told the story of 1962. I was not born in 1962, but it was fresh because everybody was narrating what is happening all around those times. My father used to tell me that when the whole the coming zone was captured, my village was overrun. Then unfortunately, due to lack of ammunition, logistic supports, a complete platoon Indian armed forces, they were there in my village because there was no supply and all. So my father had to release whatever was there in the granary. हमारा जो गोदाउन में जो था उसको अपने फोर्सेस के लिए पूरा खोलना पड़ा क्योंकि उसके चारा और हमारे पास नहीं था. So how it impacted our psyche, the situation. What I have grown up with, people will not understand. They may read in books or they may listen to the narration. So I very well know what I have passed through, what I understand, how I see the things. Other people will not see because they have not endured the situation. So at the very early age, I realized that we have to be strong. We can't afford humiliation. We must do something. And also, मैं तो कहता नहीं आजकल तो फिर because being a minister I cannot speak beyond a point. But मैं बदला लेने के लिए इतना उत्सुक था कि जो 62 में जो किया उसको कैसे मजा चकाना एक बार कहीं जहाँ भी मौका मिलेगा. So that was burning in my heart. So we were trained under SSB because guerrilla warfare was one of the important components of the local citizens in Arunachal Pradesh. So at a very early age, मैं तो स्कूल में refresher course लिया 3 महीने का SSB में. SSB was those days Special Service Bureau. Now it is सशक्त सेना बल. Name abbreviation same है, but the role and the total meaning has been changed. Now it's a border guarding force. Those days it was assisting the armed forces. And the local people, everybody was member of SSB those days. So बंदूक चलाना हम लोग तो बचपन से ही खेल खेल के आया है SSB का साथ में. LNG वगैरह चलाना at such a young age. So वो जज्बा था कि हम भी मजबूत होना है और हमारा देश को भी मजबूत होना है, हमारा आर्म फोर्सेस मजबूत होना है. So I was itching कि कुछ हो जाए जहाँ हमको लड़ने का मौका मिलेगा, हमको बदला लेना है. That was the thing in my mind when I was growing up. So my attachment with the armed forces are extremely emotional and close to my heart. That is why when I was Minister of State for Home in the first tenure, almost every week I am in a BOP. तो वहाँ joint patrolling होता है, ITBP and Indian Army, IB के एक officer attach करके जाते हैं. Then Pakistan side, Bangladesh side, हमारे BSF के साथ. And for the internal security, there are so many operational locations in the heartland. So I used to be in every position, every post available at least twice a week. उसके बाद my portfolio changed. So when I became Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports, taking inspiration from Prime Minister, I thought कि हमारा देश को मजबूत बनाना है तो हमारे देश के लोग fit होना होगा. So that time we launched the Fit India movement and the entire youth of the country joined the Fit India movement campaign. I really want to see everybody fit. वो तो जवान बूढ़ा का कोई सवाल नहीं, everybody has to be fit. But the youth, I can't tolerate an unfit youth. An Indian youth must be fit, mentally, physically. कई तरीके का कार्यक्रम चला है, चाहे योगा के माध्यम से हो, चाहे खेलो इंडिया के माध्यम से हो, या फिट इंडिया. I was very fortunate that I got tremendous support from the young generation. हजारों का संख्या में हम लोगों ने कार्यक्रम किया और उसके बाद मैंने देखा है कि हमारे युवाओं में एक नया जोश आया है. बिकॉज फ्यूचर इज शेप्ड बाय द यंगर जनरेशन. हम यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं, यहाँ तक ठीक है, अब आगे कौन लेके जाएगा, दिशा तय करना नए जनरेशन का काम है. तो the youth of our country are more better prepared than what we are. I really feel it. एक तरीके से तो आज सोशल मीडिया का ज़माने में इंफॉर्मेशन हैज़ बिकम एन इम्पॉर्टेंट टूल. तो उसको हम देख रहे हैं कि हमारे युवाओं में अवेयरनेस काफ़ी आ गया है. अवेयरनेस अबाउट आर्म फोर्सेस, अवेयरनेस अबाउट द फॉरेन पॉलिसी और इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी, ये काफ़ी देखने को मिल रहा है. हम लोग के ज़माने में तो इन्फॉर्मेशन तो बहुत लिमिटेड था. जहाँ मैं पढ़ता था जिस स्कूल में, वहाँ तो लाइब्रेरी भी नहीं था. सो आई यूज्ड टू वॉक 2 days टू द डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर बोमडिला में. तो बोमडिला में एक छोटा सा उस समय लाइब्रेरी हुआ करता था. आई यूज्ड टू गेट सम ऑफ द बुक्स, साइन करके यू हैव टू रिटर्न नेक्स्ट वीक अगेन. वेरी लिमिटेड बुक्स. सो आई यूज्ड टू साइन इट, गेट द बुक्स, walk 2 days back, read those books, and then next week return to the library, the district headquarter, and give it back to the library. So it was such a huge task to acquire knowledge. मेहनत पसीना छूटने के बाद कुछ नॉलेज प्राप्त होता है. अभी बैठे बैठे आप नॉलेज आपके पास आ जाता है. So the younger generation have better opportunities to make themselves fit, to make themselves good citizen of this country. We have really toiled very hard in our life. और मैं तो इतना बॉर्डर एरिया से आता हूँ, तो कभी कभी मैं दिल्ली में आकर के मेरा दिमाग ख़राब हो जाता था. तो एक तो ये है कि मैं आपको फ्रेंकली बताता हूँ, दोज डेज कि हमारा वहाँ सब जय हिंद नारा लगाते हैं. एवरीबॉडी इज़ लाइक कैरिंग द नेशनल फ्लैग, जय हिंद, विजय विश्व तिरंगा प्यारा, झंडा ऊंचा रहे हमारा, ऑल द स्लोगन्स, मॉर्निंग प्रभात फेरी. व्हेन आई केम टू दिल्ली फॉर माई कॉलेज एजुकेशन, आई रियलाइज कि यहाँ तो कई ऐसे लोग हैं जो वंदे मातरम नहीं गाता है, प्रभात फेरी पे जाता नहीं है. और बाद में धीरे धीरे पता चला तो हमारा देश में ही कुछ लोग हैं जो देश का खिलाफ में काम करते रहते हैं, नैरेटिव चलाता है, देश को कमज़ोर करने के लिए बात करते हैं. जब when I became active in politics, I realized there are many people in politics also who don't want to make India a great nation. और हमारा देश का खूबसूरती, हमारा देश का संविधान भी ऐसा है, सबको बोलने का आज़ादी मिला है. अब आज़ादी को कहाँ तो रोकना है मैं बोल नहीं सकता हूँ आज, क्योंकि मेरा भाषण रिकॉर्डेड है शायद, क्योंकि फिर मुझे गाली पड़ेगा कि बोलने का आज़ादी ख़त्म करने का बात कर रहा है मंत्री. इतना फ्रीडम दे दिया हमारा देश में कि फ्रीडम का भी एक लिमिट होना चाहिए. आप फ्रीडम तब तक है आप देश के लिए करो. जहाँ देश विरोध का कोई स्वर निकलता है, आपका जो फ्रीडम है वही ख़त्म होना चाहिए. अब मैं पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मंत्री भी हूँ, तो जब हम संसद में कानून बनाते हैं तो मेरा ही जिम्मेदारी है सबको सम्मिलित करना है. तो मैं जो पॉलिसी मैटर में तो ज़्यादा यहाँ कह नहीं सकता हूँ, लेकिन मेरा ये निजी मानना है कि जो देश भक्ति का भावना मैंने बचपन से जो सीखा है, आगे जाकर के मुझे काफ़ी डाइल्यूशन नज़र आया है. मैं किसी का फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच, फ्रीडम ऑफ लिबर्टी एक्सप्रेशन का मैं विरोध नहीं हूँ, लेकिन कोई भी फ्रीडम अगर अपने निजी स्वार्थ के लिए, देश के जो इंटरेस्ट में उससे ऊपर अपने लिए अगर इस्तेमाल करता है तो ये ठीक बात नहीं है. मैं बहुत साफ साफ सोचता हूँ इस मामले में. तो हमारे देश में इतना खूबसूरत संविधान तो मिला है, उसका लोग इस्तेमाल करता है, अच्छी बात है, लेकिन इसका बेइस्तेमाल नहीं होना चाहिए. तो हमारा जब देश का हम यूनिटी इंटीग्रिटी का बात करते हैं तो हमको हमारा इंडियन आर्म फोर्सेस जिस तरीके से कंट्रीब्यूशन दिया है, मैं मानता हूँ कि दुनिया में शायद कोई ऐसा आर्म फोर्सेस होगा जो अपने देश के लिए इतना कुर्बानियाँ दी हैं और आज भी तैयार है। तो आज के इस मौके पर मैं हमारे इंडियन आर्मी को सैल्यूट करता हूँ। आपने हमारे युवाओं को जो प्लेटफॉर्म दिया है और जो अपने अपने बात रखने का भी मौका दिया है, इंटरेक्शन का भी कार्यक्रम रखा है, ये बहुत आपने अच्छा किया है। जनरल साहब, आपका बड़ा इसमें बड़ा योगदान है। कहने के लिए मेरा मन में कई टॉपिक है, लेकिन मैं खुद रियलाइज़ कर रहा हूँ कि बहुत लंबा भाषण दे करके फ़ायदा नहीं है, क्योंकि कहने के लिए तो मैं किसी सब्जेक्ट के ऊपर में बहुत कुछ बोल सकता हूँ। और मैं तो पहले सिक्योरिटी का विषय में भी लिखता था। मैं कई न्यूज़पेपर मैगज़ीन में लेख लिखा है, वो तो 25-30 साल पहले की बात है। तब मैं इंडियन सिक्योरिटी के बारे में, चैलेंजेस के बारे में मैं लेख लिखता था एट वेरी यंग एज। और जब मैं सोवियत यूनियन गए थे 1986-87 में, तो सोवियत यूनियन से वापस आने के बाद वो एक सुपर पावर था। तो मैंने मैंने कह दिया हल्का फुल्का से कि आगे जा कर के सोवियत यूनियन बिखर सकता है, दी USSR। तो उसमें एक बड़े अधिकारी थे, तो मुझे कहा कि आप कैसे कह सकते कि सोवियत संघ टूट सकता है। गोरबाचेव उस समय जनरल सेक्रेटरी थे वहाँ के कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी के। तो मैंने कहा कि मैंने कुछ देखा है, इतने दिन में सोवियत संघ में रहा है, तो मुझे कुछ लक्षण दिखाई देता है कि सोवियत संघ एकजुट नहीं हो सकता है। तो मेरा एक एक्सपीरियंस है, ये कभी मौका मिलेगा तो इस विषय में मैं चर्चा जरूर करूँगा, क्यों मेरा मन में ये बात आया। और आकर के 1991 में 4 साल बाद सोवियत संघ टूट गए, 15 रिपब्लिक्स में बांट गए। तो एक देश को यूनाइटेड रखने के लिए कुछ चीज़ है, कुछ स्पिरिट होता है जो देश को सिर्फ मजबूत ही नहीं, एक साथ बांध करके एक शक्तिशाली ताकतवर राष्ट्र बनाता है। वो एक स्पिरिट होता है देश में। आज मुझे लगता है कि मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द इंडियंस, युवा वर्ग में ये स्पिरिट भरा हुआ है। तभी मैं शुरू में कहा कि जो आत्मनिर्भर भारत का जर्नी है और जिस रफ्तार से हम आगे बढ़ रहा है और जो इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ हमने हासिल किया है, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जिस तेज़ी के साथ हम आगे बढ़ रहा है, कोई हमारे मन में संशय नहीं है। देयर इज नो डाउट, no second thought in my mind, with the support of our youth forces, our young minds, with the dedication of our armed forces, India will definitely achieve a status of Viksit Bharat, developed nation by 2047. ये हो करके रहेगा, ये मुझे दिखाई देता है। इसलिए इस युवाओं का कार्यक्रम में मुझे बुला करके मुझे बहुत आनंदित महसूस हो रहा हूँ। आई एम एक्सट्रीमली डिलाइटेड ऑल्सो, फीलिंग प्राउड। सो एज आई सेड, आई डोंट वांट टू रियली मेक ए लेक्चर हियर, आई हैव जस्ट कम टू पार्टिसिपेट एंड विटनेस योर स्पिरिट हियर ऑन दिस historic place as well as historic day. My best wishes to you all, especially the young friends. If you have any question, I am ready to respond to any query. Normally, I prefer interaction than making speeches. So, thank you, General Saab. Thank you for inviting me. Jai Hind.
Sir, we express our gratitude for your thoughts and experiences. Yeah. And as mentioned by Sir, if there are any questions, you can raise your hands. Our team will pass on the mics to you. Please keep your questions crisp and please introduce yourself.
So my question is to General Dwivedi. I'm Pradeep Vishwas from APS Shankar Prasad. Sir?
अभी सर से पूछिए।
Right, sure. No.
मैं हूँ यहीं पर हूँ। मैं यहीं पर हूँ।
Right, sir. I'll ask later. Sir, you will answer later. Yes, sir. Exactly.
अभी सर यहाँ पर हैं, मैं रहूँगा।
Right, sir.
अब सर से जो सवाल पूछने कोई और जो सर से पूछना चाहते हैं, हाँ उधर।
The mic is reaching you. उसके बाद पीछे भी एक है volunteer, उनको भी mic देना है.
Jai Hind, sir. I'm Major Om Prabhat, and I'm representing field formation of the Indian Army in this forum. My query to the Honorable Minister is, as we are aware that we are a young nation and majority of our population is very young, and it is going to be so if we talk in statistics till 2060 or so, and we are like well into our path to Viksit Bharat 2047. So my query is that how do we more channelize this young energy towards national security, as in the talks here we have discussed that the boots on grounds and the minds in the cloud equally matters in the national security, and that national security begins at the heartland and in the mind of the youth or the citizen. So other than National Cadet Corps, we have Sainik School, our chief talked about the cradles, traditional cradles that we have for nourishing these minds. How do we more at a national level, how do we more channelize it? And secondly, while I was coming here, so I found one poster rather, which symbolized a youth in uniform with a written quote that was "Steel of India." So how do we galvanize this youth so that it can be well utilized throughout its lifespan and timelines in the national security architecture? Thank you, sir.
Well, it's a very comprehensive question. We are a nation. We are a old nation with young population. We have to ensure that we move forward from two fronts. Our cultural nationalism, our identity, our civilizational heritage, we have to be proud of that. That is a source of inspiration. Without our cultural identity, we cannot definitely achieve the status what we want to. At the same time, the means to achieve is through our modern approach, the science, the technology. Without science, without technology, you cannot attain a great nation status. The way in which we are progressing today, I did not elaborate earlier, we are reviving our ancient wisdom, our ancient thoughts, and our cultural identities. At the same time, we are creating record numbers of IITs, IIMs, the institutes where we will have the right brains thinking and shaping our future. We have to converge. So that is why as an ancient, as an old nation with young population, we have to ensure that our young population do not forget their roots. At the same time, they understand how the nation has to move forward. If we can't skill our population, it will kill our nation. So the youth of the country should become the asset, not our liability. If we can't utilize our youth force in the right way, they become the burden. So the population which we call as our dividend, our demographic dividend, possibly can turn into burden if we do not channelize their thinking and moving them in the right direction. So it is extremely critical period. This demographic dividend period comes once in a century, probably 2 centuries. Because now the age between 20 to 40, they will become after 40 years, 60 to 90, 100 years. They become the dependent. So this is the right time and right moment of the history where India is passing through. And this is the time we will catapult to the status where I had described about the Viksit Bharat. So the approach has to be very categorically clear हमारा पहचान, हमारा सभ्यता, हमारा पुराना हिस्ट्री, हमारा इतिहास, उसको नहीं भूलते हुए हम मॉडर्न तरीके से आधुनिक जो भी मापदंड है उसमें हमको जाना होगा. हम सिर्फ नारा लगाते रहने से होगा नहीं, हमको नया चीज़ को पकड़ना होगा. सो इट हैज़ टू बी टू फ्रंट.
We have to pass on the mic to the last row.
Thank you, Minister, sir. It was a lovely presentation. My question is, the world is going through rapid changes. A lot of fluidity we can see in global geopolitics. So our Eastern Front is active. Our Western Front is also active. Our ties with the United States has hit some challenges. How do you think, sir, we are ready to navigate these challenges that are happening at the global level? And do you think it is going to delay or have some negative impact on our ambition or our dream of becoming Viksit Bharat? Thank you, sir.
See, with regards to geopolitics, I have a fair idea and opinion about the things which you want to know from me, but being a part of the cabinet, it is difficult for me to speak on geopolitics. At the same time, the foreign minister is the right person to speak about the geopolitics and the subsequent requirement about trade, commerce, defense deal. We have authorized people for all these things. Today's world, everything is very sensitive. I have definitely have my own view, but then if I speak something that becomes the view of the government, because I sit in the cabinet, I represent the government. So we have different ministers for different departments. It will be difficult for me to speak about the geopolitics, although I am constantly following and keeping myself updated about the geopolitics and the required reaction from our country. But I just want to make one point. In this melee of things happening around the globe, you carefully see how the Honorable Prime Minister speaks and how he decides not to speak sometimes. मौन रहना भी कभी कभी एक ताकत होता है और ज़रूरत से ज़्यादा बड़बड़े होना भी नुकसानदायक होता है. कब बोलना चाहिए, कब नहीं बोलना चाहिए, ये हमारे प्रधानमंत्री से मैं भी बहुत सीखा हूँ. मैं चाहता हूँ कि हमारा कई जो विरोधी दल है वो भी सीखे. हर विषय पर नहीं बोलना चाहिए, ये मेरा एक मापदंड है. और हर विषय पर अगर बोलना भी है तो उन्हीं को बोलना चाहिए जिसको बोलने के लिए अधिकृत किया गया है. क्योंकि आपका सवाल कूटनीति से भी जुड़ा है और कई और सेंसिटिव हमारा विषय से जुड़ा हुआ है, तो इसलिए मैं सीधा जवाब नहीं दिया तो आप बुरा नहीं मानना है. लेकिन आप भरोसा रखिए कि जो उथल पुथल, जो चेंजिंग लैंडस्केप्स ऑफ जियो पॉलिटिक्स, जो शिफ्ट हो रहा है, हमने कभी सोचा ही नहीं. क्योंकि 1945 से 1999 तक इतना एक स्टेबल पिक्चर रहा, हमने तो सोचा ही नहीं कि कभी बदलेगा, एक्सेप्ट मैंने जो सोवियत संघ से वापस आते समय जो कहा था. और उसके बाद 91 से फिर एक स्टेबल हो गया. फिर पिछले 5-6 साल में जो उथल पुथल हो रहा है और अभी जो हो रहा है वो तो आप कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकता है. काश मैं सरकार में नहीं होता तो मैं बहुत अच्छी तरह से मेरा इसमें ओपिनियन मिलता. लेकिन आप सिर्फ भरोसा रखिए कि भारत देश एक इमर्जिंग ताकत है, एक अपने आप में एक पोल है, बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहा है. हम एक अर्थव्यवस्था की दृष्टि से भी, मिलिट्री की दृष्टि से भी बहुत ही ताकतवर राष्ट्र के रूप में उभर के आ रहे हैं. और पिछले साल नहीं, इसी साल जब मैं यहाँ आए थे, जनरल साहब थे, रक्षा मंत्री थे, यहाँ एक कार्यक्रम था बॉर्डर रोड्स का, पूरा बॉर्डर में मेजर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बने थे. और उसी दिन ऑपरेशन सिंदूर लॉन्च हुआ था अर्ली मॉर्निंग और हम लोग 9-10 बजे यहाँ आ गए थे. तो हमारा देश निश्चित रूप से जो पॉलिटिक्स के नज़र में जो दिखाई दे रहा है, सही रास्ते में हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, मैं इतना कह सकता हूँ।
एक आखिरी सवाल।
हेलो जैन सर। सर अभी आपने जैसे पूरा बताया कि आप भारत सरकार का विचार भी हो सकता है, लेकिन आप उससे परे आपसे जानना चाहते हैं कि सर आप चाइना बॉर्डर से एकदम नज़दीक रहे हैं। सर हर विकसित देश के अपने पास में एक नेशनल सिक्योरिटी डॉक्ट्राइन होती ही होती है, एक पॉलिसी भी होती है। सर आप एक बताना चाहिए कि हमारी पॉलिसी क्या होनी चाहिए, भारत अपनी पॉलिसी कैसे तैयार कर रहा है, क्योंकि आप बॉर्डर एरिया के एकदम नज़दीक रहे हैं। चाइना का भी आपने जो बताया कि स्थिति बदल रही है, परिस्थितियाँ लगातार बदलती जा रही हैं, उस हिसाब से जैसे चाइना अपने लगातार भारत के साथ संबंध भी बनाता हुआ दिखता नज़र आता है, तो आपके हिसाब से भारत की क्या राजनीति कूटनीति होनी चाहिए सर?
देखिए, आपका बात जवाब देगा तो फिर हम बोल ही दिया है, फिर वो खुल जाएगा मेरा ओपिनियन। तो ऐसा है, डॉक्ट्रिन के बारे में हर राष्ट्र का अपना सिक्योरिटी डॉक्ट्रिन होते हैं, और कुछ डॉक्ट्रिन ऐसे होते हैं कि जो स्पेसिफिक नहीं करना, स्पेल आउट नहीं करना, वो भी तो एक डॉक्ट्रिन होता है। एम्बिग्युइटी भी तो कोई चीज़ होता है, वो भी एक डॉक्ट्रिन होता है अपने आप में। तो इसलिए जो नेशनल सिक्योरिटी को जो देखते हैं और उस साथ में जितने जुड़े हुए हैं, उनका एक स्पेसिफिक उनका विचार होता है उस समय, जैसे परिस्थिति होता है। और सेम पॉलिसी हर समय नहीं रहता है, परिस्थिति के साथ पॉलिसी बदलते हैं, डॉक्ट्रिन भी बदलते हैं। जो पॉलिटिक्स तो जो हमारे बहन ने भी जो पूछी, वो तो बदलता हुआ तस्वीर तो हमेशा देखने को मिलता है। इसलिए मैं जो आपको बताया, क्योंकि मैं बॉर्डर से आता हूँ, तो मैंने बचपन में मेरा मन में क्या था, आगे चल करके वो मेरे के ऊपर क्या प्रभाव हुआ, और आज जो मैं एक राष्ट्रवादी विचारधारा के साथ देशभक्ति के भावना को मैं फ्रंट में लेकर के जो चलता हूँ, वो मेरा बचपन का जो मेरा गुजारा, जो मेरा माहौल में पैदा होकर के आए, उसका प्रभाव कैसे हुआ, उसके बारे में मैंने बताया। अब इसके आगे जो व्यवस्था है या जो मेरा समझ में आया, वो मैं पूरा इसलिए नहीं बता पाया क्योंकि मैं भारत सरकार का मंत्री हूँ, तो इसीलिए मैं थोड़ा सा अपने आप को रेस्ट्रिक्ट करना पड़ता है। ये मेरे लिए सिर्फ नहीं, हर मंत्री का यही दायित्व है कि हर चीज़ को हर मंत्री नहीं बोलना चाहिए, और जिसको बोलने का अधिकार है वही बोलना चाहिए।
Thank you so much, sir. I'm sure everyone in the audience resonated well with your energy and vigor. Once again, let us all put our hands together as our gratitude to the Honorable Minister. I now request General Upendra Dwivedi, Chief of the Army Staff, to kindly come forward and felicitate the Honorable Minister. Thank you so much, sir, for your gracious presence and for your valuable time. We are highly honored to have you here. Thank you so much, sir. All the guests and dignitaries in the auditorium, I request you all to please be seated. Once again, our heartfelt gratitude to the Honorable Minister. I request everyone in the audience to kindly settle down. Having discussed how the youth is at the heart of our national security, we will now explore how they can be equipped towards the defense of our country. Our second session Pathways and Service Empowering Youth for India's Defense will explore and illuminate the opportunities, avenues, and responsibilities that will enable our youth to participate in building a secure, self-reliant, and a resilient India. And to lead this insightful session, we are privileged to have with us an eminent panel of experts and thought leaders who have shown unwavering commitment to public service, national security, and youth empowerment. May I now take the honor of inviting our distinguished panelists on the stage. This session will be chaired and moderated by Mr. Shawan Sen, Senior Editor, Republic TV. I request you to please join us on the stage. Our first panelist is Ms. Aditi Prasad, Senior Journalist, Times Internet. She will give us insights on youth leadership as part of defense strategy. We are also honored to be joined today by none other than Colonel Sofia Qureshi. She will be sharing her expertise on volunteering for valor, supporting nation security. Our final panelist for this session is Ms. Antara Khoshal Singh, Fellow Strategic Studies Program, ORF. She will be talking about Grey Zone Frontlines. A very warm welcome to all the eminent guests on the dais. And now we request the chair and moderator to kindly steer the discussion.
Jai Hind to everyone. General Upendra Dwivedi, Chief of the Army Staff, Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai, DCOS Strategy, Lieutenant General Dushyant Singh, DG Clause. Ladies and gentlemen, it's undoubtedly a great privilege to be part of this entire discussion, and as I would say that a very critical moment in our country at this point in time, particularly keeping in mind many of you who are present here, who've heard countless stories. I want to begin by just sharing a small story before we begin this discussion as someone who's been born and brought up in the city of Shillong. As a young journalist there, the story of Captain Clifford Nongrum. At that point in time, during the Kargil War, many of us thought that what exactly could we have really done for the nation? And I would admit this, I was a roly-poly young child, so I was certainly not cut off for the armed force, no matter how much passion I had. This may not be extremely important, but I would like to share this, that many in the uniform have a great role to play. But beyond the uniform, what is the role that each one of you can actually play? And that's exactly what we are going to touch upon. And I would say this with a personal experience because having covered various conflict zones starting from Afghanistan to Ukraine, I've essentially come across various stories of how there has been an absolute integration of the armed forces with the youth. Many of you who are sitting here would actually wonder how exactly do we really contribute to the armed forces, to the nation? Do we have enough opportunities? Is there enough space for it? How exactly do we do it? These questions many a times remain unanswered. And let me tell you this, just about a year ago, I had a young boy from a military background. His father served in the armed forces. He was extremely focused and he perhaps wanted to be part of the NDA, like many would be in this particular room. Unfortunately, he didn't make the cut. crestfallen. That young boy came to my newsroom and he said that, sir, how exactly do we really be a part of this? And I think so I'm done with it. My father, my grandfather has been part of the military, and I'm not going to be part of it. That was the day, ladies and gentlemen, one thing certainly came up as to why every individual, why each one of us can play a pivotal role in nation building. As a journalist, as a conflict journalist, I've seen this up front in Ukraine when most of you must have seen those images beaming your television screens when the Russian army was just outside the capital city of Kiev. There was a long convoy that was out there. And we thought that the war is done and dusted in the next few years, in the next few days, perhaps 10 days. That was what it was told to us. As an Indian journalist, one of the first few Indian journalists to have their foot on the ground, we were convinced. We were told that the Russians were far more stronger. The Ukrainians would not have won. That was one story. Just about the next few days, the Ukrainian army took us, we were the few Indian journalists to be a part of it, to actually see what exactly was the strategy adopted by the Ukrainians. We were taken to a particular unit, and there was a shoot that we did. We thought there would be only military personnel all around. Lo and behold, it turns out that there were young coders who were present in a room and addressing the military as to strategizing how exactly do you really stop the Russians. There were young coders there, and the fact that this was a new era of warfare. And there were filmmakers part of those units. It makes it abundantly clear, ladies and gentlemen, that things are really changing rapidly. While we say that we talk about Viksit Bharat, it is important for us to also underscore the point that Viksit Bharat can only be possible if at all, beyond men in uniform. You and I play that role. Over the next couple of minutes, that's exactly what we are going to touch upon. We have a very eminent panelists who are here, some from my fraternity too. We'll try and delve upon a few issues. How exactly can we really contribute? I'm not going to take much time as the chair. So I'll first begin with you, Aditi. Aditi is a senior journalist with the Times Internet, and we are essentially going to first touch upon some of the key issues here in terms of leadership. What does leadership really mean? And all of you young people here, I'm also from the army school, and I remember in a situation like this, we used to always look for a role model. So I'm sure there will be many role models here. You'll have a first session by Aditi.
Hi, thanks. I think the role models are sitting here in the middle here for a lot of us. But yeah, I'm going to really, I had a presentation, yeah, and that's right up there. It's hastily put together things, so don't mind the design, but just look at what I'm trying to say, and I've just tried to put them down in bullet points. And, thank you so much for having me here, and, fellow panelists, of course, thank you, and the officers here, and of course, the young minds, I think I'd like to refer to them more, because I want to start with a line which was said by Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh at a recent event, and he said, every soldier is a citizen in uniform, and every citizen is a soldier out of uniform. And if we make that our anthem, we can change the very way we look at national security that we're looking at. As the lines between peace, can we just go to the next slide? Yeah, as the lines between peace and war get blurry, defense is really not a walled sort of compound anymore. You all know that. It is not just missiles, bases, battle plans. It's not just about foot soldiers. It's also about a culture of deterrence, a culture of resilience. And defense is a mindset. Defense is a nation deciding together that we will not break. And if defense is a culture, then youth, my friends, is the body that is building that culture, and it is because culture really is built by the youth. So what is youth leadership in defense? I'll just look at what the slide says. If it's responsibility without rank, I don't have a rank. I'm nobody, right? But I am somebody. I'm a citizen of this country. taking responsibility for national security outcomes, even when they don't have a rank, a title, a designation, or any authority, frankly, even. So it's a 19-year-old NCC cadet leading flood rescues. It's a 21-year-old coder writing a cyber tool for a hackathon on defense, probably. It's a 23-year-old researcher sitting in Manipur or Kashmir who is documenting and calling out fake news or any misinformation that is sparking violence. It's a 25-year-old seeding a startup to build next-gen made-in-India drones, which are now rampant in Ukraine after the war. You have 16-year-olds making drones, and we, of course, in peacetime, so to speak, we have that opportunity to start having that sort of a culture within our systems right from the so this is leadership without entitlement. This is leadership without the spotlight. Leadership that really says that I'm not waiting to get commissioned, or I'm not waiting to get a promotion or anything. I just need to serve my country and secure my country. And why is that important? Why is it important? Because modern conflict really is a gray zone. You all know that. This is just, I'm sure you've heard it before from this podium. It doesn't come wearing boots and carrying flags. It comes as fake news. It comes as cyber attacks. It comes as psychological ops. It comes as economic coercion, disaster exploitation. It can come in many manners. And in such an environment, the first responder really is not the army headquarters, although I'm right here in the center of it, but it's the citizen with signals on their little smartphones in their hands. So we need a generation whose reflex is country first, chaos later. And that is leadership in defense as we understand it. Because here's the truth. The threats are getting younger. Most misinformation is generated by people under 30. Most cyber attacks are coded by people under 30. Most viral content that can destabilize society, communities is being sent out by or pushed by people under 30s. Then why? If the threat vendor is 22-year-old, then why should the threat defender be 52 or 62 years old? It should be peers talking to peers. It should be young people countering online hate, explaining national interest in the language of today to the people, to the young generation of today. And where we are, we're not at the starting point. We're already there. We already have the pipelines. We have the NCC, that's about 10 lakh young people every year put through a regime of drill, discipline, adventure, service, and you're building really a national resilience layer. Okay, the only thing is that it's a strategic asset, NCC, but arguably a sleeping one. Second, NSS, National Service Scheme students, they work in villages, they work on health and water projects. You and I, most of us in school have been part of NCC and NSS. We've all done that. But after school, what? There was nothing. I mean, there was a layer that was a very strong national identity built through these exercises in each of us. But what after school? How are we taking it forward? And how do we need, now we need to get our youth to take that forward. And for example, even the hackathon projects that are happening in schools and colleges, drones, communications, AI, border language tools, a lot of this sort of is already happening. All we need to do is use these channels, convert them from extracurricular to nation's defense preparedness. That we are saying that this is us preparing our nation's defense, just channelizing these pipelines into the right way. I just want to go into the global comparisons now, and very briefly, we know that there is, Singapore has this total defense strategy. They started it in 1984. They said, defense can't just be the job of the armed forces. So they created a national framework called Total Defense. It has 6 pillars. There's military, there's civil, there's economic, there's social, there's psychological, digital, all of those 6 pillars there. And every Singaporean, whether a teenager with an Instagram account, or whether a hawker, or whether a teacher or a nurse, and of course the military officers there, all of them have that role, and all of them have been told you're part of the defense system even before you wear a uniform. That's the piece that India can borrow, make defense a whole of society reflex rather than just a uniformed responsibility. I also want to bring your attention to the Israel's youth integration program. Israelis grow up, they know that they have to serve their country. It is military, intelligence, or civil. It's not a career choice, it's a citizenship obligation. And that, of course, makes for, I can go on it, but we can chat later when we are sitting there. Finland, Poland, Estonia, Georgia, Norway, Sweden, most of the Nordic countries are already doing this. They are bringing their citizens, their youth, as part of their national defense. So how do we do it? Let's just move on. How do we do it? How does India do it? It's very simple. It's training, mentoring, leadership does not grow in a vacuum. Youth leadership, definitely not. Need to channelize our youth. If you want 20 years old to act like strategic citizens, then we need to train them like strategic citizens. And what could that look like? I've just tried to put down 3-4 points, and which is having National Security 101 in colleges. Short credit-based module in colleges would go a long way in sort of looking at India's threat spectrum, role of armed services, internal security, information warfare. We understand that there are confidentiality issues, etc. But it doesn't have to go into that. It can be sort of like a quick preparatory course which sort of gives them that sense of identity, that sense of purpose, that sense of national interest and national security. Then obviously, secondly, the immersion of youths and forces, sort of basically summer programs where NCC, NSS, youth leaders can spend perhaps 7 to 10 days with Army, DRDO lab, a Coast Guard unit, probably getting an understanding into how decisions are made, how discipline works, how jointness works. And, interestingly, because we've been covering the Russia-Ukraine war, a lot of this through force, because they've had to do it. Ukraine is already doing, Russia is already doing with their youngsters. And therefore, but they've done it because they are in a war. And, we can talk about it in detail. There are 16-year-olds making anti-drone counter units in Ukraine. And he said he was too young when we spoke to this boy. He said he was too young at that point. He was 16 years old. He couldn't join the forces, couldn't join the front lines. And he said, okay, how can I do it? So he used a 3D printer and some YouTube tutorials and started making, drone combat units. And now those units are being used in the front line, saving a lot of lives of Ukrainian soldiers. So that is, of course, one thing. And then there are, of course, mentorship pipelines. You can have young cadets, founders, researchers, tied up with police officers, diplomats. Let the wisdom of experience meet the energy of youth. Right now, these two worlds are too separate. We need to perhaps cross-pollinate and take it forward. And of course, then there are the regular challenge platforms that are already running. Run them more aggressively. We talk about time-bound challenges, logistics in remote areas, for things that forces really care about. Logistics in remote areas, language tools for border forces, surveillance of coasts. These are things, the winners, of course, in these hackathons, solving problems, which are central to national security, can obviously be presented by, the winners can go and present to the senior leadership, and therefore we can signal to the youngsters that your ideas matter, we're taking you seriously. And frankly, we do this for 5 straight years. We will have a pipeline a gushing pipeline, really, given the number of the youth in our country and how the demographic dividend is paying off for us. And once we have a pipeline, youth leadership stops being an accident. It starts becoming a systemic pipeline, which is going to give a lot to our generations. I want to end the most by saying the most uncomfortable but most necessary point here. And we tell the youth that you're the future, and then we ask them to wait for 20 years. We tell them be innovative, then we add 5 layers of file notings that they need to do. And then we say take initiative, and we say that's not how we do it. We've all gone through it. When we were young interns at my news organization, I started my career with Z News, and that's what I did for the first 6 months, just simply sitting and logging out tapes because those were not the digital days, So you were sitting and logging out 1 hour interviews and putting them into writing so that, the editors can be given the right cut points. So if we truly believe that every citizen is a soldier out of uniform, then we have to treat citizens like soldiers. And I want to leave you with a picture, really. Imagine in India where a 17-year-old NCC cadet in Guwahati, a 21-year-old engineering student in Pune, a 24-year-old social worker in, let's say, Bastar, a 26-year-old researcher in Delhi, and a 30-year-old officer in Srinagar all understand that they are on one defense grid, different road, same mission: to keep India stable, sovereign, and future ready. And that is not a fantasy, that is design. That is not emotion, that is strategy. That's not tomorrow, that can really start happening today. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Aditi. Our next panelist, I don't think so I need to give much of an introduction, but just want to share this tidbit with you, because being in the newsroom, and Aditi would agree, we've essentially come a long way, where today our men and women in uniform are almost becoming icons. The reason why I'm saying this, that just before coming here, I was scrolling the social media, and all that I saw was General Pandey's viral video. Then I saw Sophia Qureshi, because I was doing a research on her background, etc. And I saw that almost everywhere that our military personnel are now going out, they have now become icons. I have my family here. They had clicked a picture with a general in a previous conference. They've kept it with themselves. So now they've become icons. Today, every household, it's not about Bollywood celebrities. Our military personnel are also becoming icons in household names. So I'm going to invite Colonel Sophia Qureshi, who's become a household name. Colonel Qureshi, your message to the people here.
A very warm good afternoon, everyone. When I was born, my mother held me in her arms and said, "My dear princess, you're born in free India, and its responsibility lies on your shoulders." Almost 40 years ago. Don't judge my age. My dear Yuva, you are born in a great nation. Jai Hind. Very good. It's indeed an honor and privilege both to address the young minds in this Young Leader Forum, a precursor to Chanakya's Defense Dialogue. It's indeed a flagship event hosted by Indian Army to channelize and engage the young youths. Almost 9,000 were connected here with this forum. Not only that, but also to align you all towards Viksit Bharat 2047 in a true sense. Well, this initiative reflects a profound truth. A responsibilities of a defense of a nation is just not the military game, but also lies on civilians, both for the external and internal threats. This forum speaks about New India, Naya Bharat, and our theme, volunteering for Vela. It draws from the Indian ethos, Seva Parmo Dharma. Service is the highest virtue. It celebrates the spirit of every soldier, every citizen, and every volunteer who think about the security of the nation. Well, I would like to quote Shlok here. Shastren cha, Shastren cha, Rakshate Rashtriam. I repeat again. Rashtriyan cha, Shastren cha, Rakshate Rashtriam. It means the nation is protected by both knowledge and weapon. And if we look at the ancient time, the teachings of Shastra and the Shastra in our Gurukul times, do you remember that? Over the years, Indian Army has been steadfast in imparting training to officers, to troops in both. Shastra means knowledge, strategy, and wisdom. Shastra means weaponry and warfare, embodying the perfect melange of intellect and strength. Now let me take you to the gallant history of legends of our nation. Every generation has carried the flame of patriotism, from baby boomers to Gen Z, and me belongs to millennials, and I have a son who belongs to Gen Z. Be it 7 decades ago, or be it Op Sindoor, you all have witnessed. When we talk about courage, conviction, and sacrifice, we remember the most revered figures of young freedom fighters. I repeat, young freedom fighters, because this is the forum for the young leaders. Shaheed Bhagat Singh, Jaydev Kapoor, and Ashfaqullah Khan, at the age when most youth chases dream or comfort and success, they only dreamt of only one thing, that is freedom of our nation. Well, the same flame of sacrifice burns in the heart of our soldiers and the citizen. I would like to quote here the young war heroes, Captain Vikram Batra, who echoed the immortal words, Yeh dil mange more. Are you all aware? Yes, after capturing point 4875 in Kargil. Are you getting the goosebumps? Lieutenant Manoj Pandey, who roared, saying, if death strikes before I prove my blood, I swear I will kill the death. Major Sandeep Unnikrishnan, who stood firm in Mumbai attack, who said, don't come up, I will handle them. This is the confident, my dear friends. Captain Hanifuddin, who known for his courage, he led his men to capture strategic heights in Tololing under intense fire. Bravery has no gender. Many women participated in freedom fighting, and few young women officers were also being part of the highest battlefield at Siachen. You, the Yuva Shakti of Bharat, you are the force multipliers. You are not only trained in firepower, but also in the firewalls. You are ready to face kinetic and non-kinetic domains, means cyber information warfare. Remember, war is not only fought at the bunkers or by the bullets, but also by the bytes and the bandwidths. Let me give you insight of the global statistic, why we are talking about the national security with the youth. It's just not the Indian perspective, it is also the global perspective. There's one study which is done by the UN from 2018 to 2024, and which says that world half population is under the age of 30. Rightly heard, under the age of 30. And one youth among 4 lives in cataclysmic violence or conflicts. The number of UN country teams running youth security program, that also got doubled from 20% to 40%. ध्यान दीजिएगा number में. Youth participation in peace and security, I'm talking about global percentage. It has also surged from 7% to 57%. It means 50% hike. This statistic was of the global perspective. Now we look at the India. India is one of the youngest nation on this globe. And if you look at the percentage, over 65% population is below 35 years of age, which belongs to Gen Z. And this is just not a demographic dividend. It is our strategic reserve. Think about it. A potent source of energy, innovations, and commitments. You are the generation who will see Viksit Bharat 100% developed nation and secure and which is technological sovereign nation. You must be around 2025 now and after 20 years. There are around 53 conflicts going on around the globe. And some of them, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Israel, Hamas, and Russia, Ukraine, where young innovators have led the warfare in technology and cognitive domains. For example, application of drones, cyber, electronic warfare, information warfare. This warfare has redefined the role of the youth. That's why we are here at the Chanakya Defense Dialogue, and we're talking about channelizing the energy of the youth. Youth have played pivotal role, both in uniform and as civilians, in strengthening national security framework. Your energy, innovations, and sense of duty have been instrumental in safeguarding the country's border and also in disaster relief programs. Youth have been driving force behind a safer and a more resilient nation. Now I will talk about the Op Sindoor. The Op Sindoor has brought a paradigm shift in war fighting, which has proved that peace, stability, and progress cannot be sustained without the participation of the young minds and the civilians. It has validated the India's capability for multi-domain precision warfare. We call it fifth generation. An extraordinary demonstration of tri-service synergy, jointness, integration, Atmanirbharta. Somebody call it as JAI, J-A-I, with whole of nation approach, a new normal where the youth from industry, academia, and armed forces operate as one integrated security ecosystem. Well, under the leadership of the Chief of the Army Staff, the Indian Army is nurturing young officers in niche technology like AI, cyber, with multiple projects in liaison with IITs, DRDO, and various agencies. Officers and troops are also participating in innovation and IDEX like Hackathon and Cyber Warrior, and lots have been done. Well, I have written few lines for our young youth sitting over here and those listening to me. कुछ शब्द इस प्रकार. अब शिक्षक, विद्यार्थी, वैज्ञानिक, कोडर, सैनिक, नागरिक संग खड़े हैं एक संग एक स्वर में. हर प्रयोगशाला में सुरक्षा की नई परिभाषा गढ़ी जाती है. हर कक्षा में राष्ट्रभक्ति की अग्नि सिखाई जाती है. हर कोड, हर विचार, हर आविष्कार बनता है भारत का नया कवच. युवा ही वह शक्ति है, युवा ही वह शक्ति है जिससे उठता है आत्मनिर्भरता का उत्कर्ष. My brave young friends, the future of Bharat rests in your hands. So be a warrior, even if you are a soldier or you are a teacher or you are a coder, designer, whatever. Remember, उद्यमेन ही सिद्ध्यन्ति कार्याणि न मनोरथे. Success is achieved through efforts, not by mere desire. So this is the time you have to think and act. This is the time you have to think next 20 years, what will be your vision? If you think now, then you will get the result after 20 years. One small acronym, ABC of kids. I want you to remember this today. And when you go back, note down in your diary, what is your vision? The ABC of the kids. A stands for the agile, alert, and be little alert and act smartly when you forward any post. Be bold and brave, and especially encountering fake narratives. C, be courageous, competent, and have a character. That is important. Kids, care for the knowledge. If you have a knowledge, you will definitely have a success. I for the innovations. ideas, and inspire others. D, be disciplined and dynamic, and also dare to dream. Give wings to your dream and fly like a phoenix. S for the Sashakt and Surakshit Bharat. That will be possible, my dear friends, when you are sincere and you think about the country. So always remember, let this generation be S that kept the India secure, strong, and united as the sentinels of the self-reliant Surakshit and Sashakt Bharat. It's a National Unity Day today, so I would request all of you to stay united, stay vigilant, stay blessed, and always remember one thing which I always say. Whatever you do, remember, nation first, always and every time. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Colonel Qureshi. Next, what we call it, the mysticism of gray zone warfare. I'll just try and simplify this. Many of you would be on your WhatsApp having a family group. You would also have the senior citizens in your home forwarding messages. Ladies and gentlemen, what seems to be the most innocuous forward has turned out to become the biggest battle weapon. And perhaps on touching upon the mysticism of grey warfare, I would call in Antara Ghoshal. She's a senior fellow of the ORF, also specializing on grey zone warfare. Thank you, Antara.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me for today's conference. It is a great privilege to be a part of this eminent panel and also to present my ideas before this August gathering. To give a brief background to myself and the work I do, I am a China Fellow at the Strategic Studies think tank, Observer Research Foundation. I have lived and studied both in China and Taiwan, and now I've been working on Chinese strategic thinking. I generally study China's internal discourse by scanning Chinese media, Chinese think tank publications, and other scholarly works to understand how China thinks, what Chinese public opinion is like, and how it influences Chinese policies towards other nations, including India. I think for long, Indian scholarship has depended on secondary literature, mostly Western sources, to understand China. But that, I think, has clearly been insufficient because in history, time and again, Chinese policies have taken us by surprise. So like every other sector, I think we also need some Atmanirbharta in our scholarship as well, particularly scholarship of our neighborhood. So as a China scholar, my humble effort has been to fill this gap, to use primary sources to understand China, to understand the Chinese challenge, to understand China particularly from an Indian perspective. So that's about my work. Now the topic that I'm going to address in this presentation is gray zone front lines. As we all know, and as my fellow co-panelists have already highlighted, against the backdrop of escalating global geopolitical competition, gray zone competition is becoming a phenomenal form of strategic maneuvering. So what is gray zone warfare? As we know, the concept is situated on the edge of peace and war, involves not only military operations, but also competition in multiple fields like economics, information, and politics. This form of warfare is characterized by its covert and ambiguous methods, aiming to alter the behavior of adversaries without triggering traditional military conflict. Now, why is it becoming so popular? First, because the effectiveness of large-scale war has been significantly diminishing, even for very powerful nations. All countries are striving to achieve their goals through means other than large-scale war. Everyone now wants to, to have their goals without a full-scale war. In other words, gray zone conflict has emerged as an excellent alternative to total war. Secondly, the tools and methods applicable for this form of warfare are many and still expanding. For example, since the end of Cold War, in the context of economic globalization, various non-state actors have come into existence: transnational corporations, terrorism, transnational criminal groups, piracy, all are impacting relations between nations and are working as new tools of gray zone warfare. Secondly, technological advancements have greatly facilitated the use of gray area methods. For example, the development of internet has made virtual world operations like intruding into, penetrating, and disrupting another's network more attractive than directly damaging the physical equipment or platforms due to the high cost involved. Also, under the spotlight of 24/7 media and high public attention, gray warfare competition is also becoming very, very widespread and more intense. So all these makes understanding and responding to gray zone warfare a major challenge in the field of international relations and military strategy. The next part of my presentation is about China as a pioneer of gray zone tactics. China, as you know, is particularly well-versed in Sun Tzu's art of war, that is to subdue the enemy without fighting, and its gray zone activities are particularly sophisticated. China's land reclamation projects on the disputed islands, in its active promotion of sovereignty claims in South China Sea and East China Sea, its creation of fait accompli in these regions have emerged as classic examples of China's sophisticated gray zone strategy at the sea. The PLA's gray zone operations in Taiwan is also worth noting. Blockade of Taiwan by China's military aircraft and ships have become a routine now. This has kept the Taiwanese military constantly under pressure. China's economic and information warfare has also hit Taiwan very hard. Now, if you read Chinese literature, you would know that China also has similar strategies towards India. That is avoiding large-scale war while strengthening actual control of the border through infrastructure development, maintaining pressure by employing border militia, electronic warfare, building pressure on India through multilateral forums like SCO, cultivating pro-China business groups within India, and so on and so forth. One recent example that I would like to highlight is the gray zone techniques China used during Operation Sindoor. Apart from providing Pakistan with weapons and real-time intelligence, China played an important role in shaping and amplifying the Pakistani discourse during the conflict. If you look at the Chinese coverage of the conflict, you can see how important a role they played to amplify Pakistan's talk point, like quote-unquote, Pahalgam is a false flag operation, or quote-unquote, Pakistan has shot down 6, 7, 8, I don't know how many Indian jets, or say quote-unquote, many Indian soldiers have been captured, or quote-unquote, Indian leadership and army is facing a crisis of trust, so on and so forth. So at the peak of the conflict, several parody videos were circulated in Chinese social media mocking India's performance during the conflict. Also overall, in the Chinese discourse, it was like a clear win for Pakistan and Chinese technologies, which is completely different from what we saw during the Operation Sindoor. As you know, Chinese propaganda, along with Pakistan's own propaganda, although they had no factual basis, it did have an important impact on the global public opinion. And India had to take extra measures to tell the Indian version of what happened during those 4 days in May. This is surely a lesson for us, a lesson to prepare ourselves better for similar situation in the future, particularly to strengthen our capability in the gray zone space, narrative competition, cognitive warfare. If we look around, more and more countries are learning from China, investigating their techniques, and bolstering their own gray zone capabilities. The US, certain Southeast Asian countries have actually upped the game in competing with China in gray zone areas in South and East China Sea by, by building non-traditional military forces like coast guards and other law enforcement forces, by using media creatively to highlight China's maritime coercion, put pressure on China's international image and prestige from that perspective. Also by forming diplomatic alliances with like-minded countries in condemning and confronting China. India, I think, must take lessons from this and strive to upgrade our toolbox for carrying out gray zone competition. Of course, India cannot copy-paste others' experiences. We are not the United States. Our military, our media, our academia face many challenges, and we have limited appeal or influence globally. But that shouldn't stop us from developing gray zone capabilities. You know, we have the largest number of young people with mobile phones, almost dominating every social media space. Can we better leverage them in times of need to set narrative, to carry out campaigns in nation's interest, to create pressure globally? Perhaps we need to study these aspects in greater detail. We must welcome Gen Z to explore other disruptive ideas to enhance our capability in the gray zone space. I'll stop there and welcome thoughts from the audience on this issue. Jai Hind. Thank you.
We've had the opening remarks from each of the panelists. I would like to touch upon a few things that we couldn't really cover, starting with you, Aditi. We've spoken at length about the front line and the role of people on the front line. Is there a think line possibility? Can we actually have a think line in our country? And what would be the contour of a think line?
You know, that should be working. Yeah, it's working. You know, yes, definitely there is a need for the for a think line to do things. There are, you know, she just explained how war has changed. War is no longer, I mean, somebody who's actually going out and, you know, sort of just explaining to people in, let's say, living in border villages, talking to them in their language, making that communication effort, even that is perhaps part of that social worker who's going out there, disaster relief, all of that becomes part of this ecosystem. You know, I was thinking about listening to, you know, I'm sort of in great deal talked about this with a lot of my colleagues. You know, how do we do something? How do we get to a point where we can go out there and go and start speaking to people? This fake news narrative that you talked about, the WhatsApp groups, how do we start combating that as a, because as media people, we sort of get that a lot of fake news, even during Operation Sindoor. You know, there was a lot of fake news circulating. You were talking about it. A lot of TV channels were getting it wrong. They were breaking wrong stuff, wrong news, which we got to know later. And we were being ridiculed on social media by Pakistani trolls, by Chinese trolls because of those news items, which was essentially not a very good thing. So definitely a think line is needed. Somebody who's not, I mean, I see so many people, so many officers here. They are there fighting at the front lines. We need people, we need youngsters, we need these, they can be coders, they can be college graduates, they can be just about anybody who are out there fighting, and that has to come from within. And that culture of you know, thinking India first has to be ingrained at the school, college levels, and which is something that we spoke about during my time, during my presentation.
You know, Aditi, you spoke about fake news, and For a minute, I almost felt like it was a dig at the television channels altogether. But having said that, there is a role. There is a role that we all have to play. There's no doubt about the fact.
Not at all. Not at all.
We take the blame. We take the blame.
We also fell victim to that many times. I've been in TV news half my life.
No,
Not
I guess
now.
on a serious note, I think so. Yes, there is a role, and Colonel Qureshi, when you actually stepped in and addressed the nation along with your colleagues there, that certainly made a huge difference. The difference being that we were not scrambling for an information, and the nation certainly deserved to know that we carried out one of the finest military operation. This brings me to another very important question, because I know at that point in time, during this entire Operation Sindoor, at various locations, from veterans to youngsters, they all came up saying that we want to do something. And how do I really do that? Is there a mechanism that India could actually have beyond the established ones that Aditi has already spoken? Can we do something beyond the established systems that have been put in place? God forbid, there is another crisis. What can perhaps the veterans here, perhaps those youngsters who are still in school, what can they really do?
Jai Hind, as rightly brought out, during Operation Sindoor, the adversary has played a role. You know, information warfare is a passion. And if we have a digital literacy, we can definitely debunk the disinformation spread by the Pakistanis or the Chinese. As brought out, the grey warfare zone is the main, the China is the heading ahead of this. And China also has a collusivity with the Pakistan. So during Operation Sindoor, we had seen that relation of the China with the Pakistan in the information warfare. Now here, I would like to just give you the statistic that there are 491 million users are there in the social media from our country. And out of which 34% are the youngsters under 30 years of age. So if so many accounts, and per day, there's a statistic which says that 2 hours, 28 minutes, one person is on the mobile. And this mobile is in your hands. With one click of button, you have the global information. Now it's up to you how to utilize it in a positive manner or in another way. Since you are the youngest youth, and we are the youngest nation in the country, which almost 65% population is of 35 years of age, so my humble request, whenever you use this phone, and whenever you get any news, pause, think, and then act. You can play a very pivotal role, especially during such conflicts, in debunking the information, and you have seen many fake videos as well. So this is your moral responsibility. You have to do it. And especially for the Fauji kids, because the Pakistan has a modus operandi, what we have seen and we have monitored, the Pakistan has been targeting the Fauji kids, the soldiers, the civilians, and many others. So their Pakistan intelligence operatives are working round the clock. So you have to be alert and agile for this complete IW campaign. And that's why you need to have the digital literacy. That's my humble request to everyone. Think about it before you act. Thank you.
Antara, if I can bring you in, because you touched upon the fact that what we witnessed during Operation Sindoor, particularly the role of the Chinese there. Let me go a little beyond that, because a lot has been spoken about a pattern that is essentially developing in China post-Operation Sindoor. Is there something that we as citizens should be careful about? Look out for something to be safer? Because given the fact that some of it, as Colonel Qureshi is pointing out, that there is an ongoing information warfare on a daily basis. What is it that you have spotted, perhaps in the last few months, as a developing pattern as far as China vis-a-vis information warfare is concerned?
As I just mentioned, China actually launched a full-fledged campaign against India during Operation Sindoor. For the Chinese, actually the war ended in the first 2 days and nothing happened after that. You know, all those pictures of devastated air bases in Pakistan never found any mention in the Chinese internet space. The Chinese social media went so negative on China that China's public, the state media had to intervene, saying that, this is not going to come out well. It's going to jeopardize our ties with India. So you need to tone down a bit. And that led to a lot of discussions about India's position in the world right now. Is it a ascending power? Is it a descending power? Lot of discussion on India. But you're right, your question about Chinese or Pakistani propaganda that is there in our, in any, in say Twitter or other spaces as well, we definitely need to be very careful about it. And
is there a change in tactic in the last couple of months?
Change in tactic, I do not know, but then it's a continuous effort, it's a continuous effort. They would, so for example, I'll give you one small example, like we presently, as I also asked Minister Sir, that we have encountered certain challenges in our trade negotiation with the United States. So what the Chinese side has been peddling is that, Pakistan performed so well in the conflict that it is it has started gaining international respect, and it is favored by nations like the United States. These kind of narrative, and it is picked up by many people. I see many people reiterating these propaganda lines. So we again need to be very careful. And when it comes to China, like we have to be very careful about depending on secondary sources, as I mentioned at the outset, before starting my presentation. We need to develop our capabilities to read Chinese firsthand, to know what they're actually talking about, and not go by the Chinese propaganda media, like say English language media that they have. And that is exactly the propaganda they want you to say all those things, they want you to believe all those things. So I think it's very important to develop capability to understand them firsthand. Thank you.
Colonel Qureshi, the time gap that we essentially talk about in information warfare, that can be cultivated in a manner that goes completely against us. What does anyone in the room actually do when there is an information gap, and that allows the opponent to take the most of that very moment, and that information warfare is actually perhaps maxed, peaked at that point in time? What do you do? How do you really sift through that?
See, during Operation Sindoor, this was extraordinarily demonstrated, the jointness between the all forces, and as well as by the ADG strat, where the information warfare was handled. And information warfare, I talk about the Pakistani, they are generally believes in the misinformation. And they try to spread the information whether it is right or wrong, because they have this notion of victory and they believe in the narrative warfare. But what we did, we have given the right information to the people, and that is very important. And I think we do have the system now, and we do have the agencies working for it. And we have involved the media at that time, and the medias were working under the ADG strat. And we could sail the narrative whatever we wanted. And I think that's important, because ultimately it is not only your local population you're addressing, you're also addressing the global media at that time. So that matters. And if you look at the Pakistan, recently they've also started with the news agencies in various languages. So that is one shift we have found after Op Sindoor. So, and the Chinese also having the AI labs in the Pakistan, where they're training their persons into the IW campaigns. And Pakistan is not now, it is since 1949 that they established this IW campaigns. They were always reactive. That's what I would say. Thank you.
Aditya, I just want to bring you on this very topic itself, because we have a lot of challenges, there's no doubt. Like, I'm not going to get into the entire topic of what the Pakistanis have essentially done in the information warfare, because you've had the political leadership being inside a war room and carrying out a full-fledged propaganda. I want to ask you, the necessity of building a trust and the culture of trust, because the moment that goes away or goes out of the window, there comes the biggest challenge. Because today, you have a number of youth leadership programs being brought in. As you pointed out, they have been institutionalized. We have drawn inspiration from other global, for other countries. But having said that, there is still a lacuna.
And trust is really the most important factor as far as if we don't trust our youth to do the right thing, and, just taking something from what Colonel Qureshi said, very interestingly, at the time that Operation Sindoor was happening and all this disinformation was floating around, and I told you, I had a discussion with my colleagues in the newsroom. While from Pakistan, we did not hear, there was no sort of moving away from the official line. Every tweet, every X post, every Facebook post from Pakistan that was coming was sort of following a certain direction, which is what the official line was. We have won, we downed their jets, we did this, we did that, we burnt their fields, and we knew most of it was not true. We would have seen proof in our own land, right? However, in India, while there was an official line, which Colonel Qureshi and a lot of our senior people were giving, senior officers were sharing with us every day, there was a parallel line which was happening. There was, within our own country, people were, from celebrities to youth to students in Pakistan, everybody was talking about one thing, and everybody was saying the same thing, which is we defeated India. But in India, Indians were saying, oh, Pakistan defeated us, which was not the official line. And which is where I want to talk, which is really what I'm saying, but what you talked about. We need to build that culture of trust. But before building that culture of trust, we need to spread that awareness, bring the youth in as part of our defense culture, make them more, as I said, either do one-on-ones with the, in universities, in colleges, in schools, or bring the olive green really into our lives more than it is right now. If I didn't have a family where I had a lot of people from the forces, I probably would not be exposed to the forces culture at all. A lot of people I know who don't have any defense people in their family, and they have no idea what the defense forces go through, what officers' families go through when they're away on the fronts, what is happening. They have no idea. They're very disconnected. That connection needs to be established. We need a cross-pollination. And before we start trusting our youth, our people to do the right thing. And it's not just the youth, really. How do we get our nation to say, everyone in our country, be it the government, the opposition, the youth, the vendors, the poor, the rich, to say one thing: how did Pakistan not have a single person saying anti-Pakistan things or going away from the official line that Pakistan was feeding everyone? There were a few. I mean, I'm sure if we start looking at things, we'll find a few of them who were coming out and saying things, but they were few and far between, unlike India.
Aditi, but why do we really care? Why do we really care what the Pakistanis really have to say?
Because no. It's not about what the Pakistanis say. It's what the Indians are saying about India. That's what I'm trying to say. That why are we not... Because that sense of national pride and security, our country, our defense is not there. There is a Colonel Qureshi who will come in and this happened right in front of me. Colonel Qureshi is coming there, a lot of other people coming there, giving their daily press conference during Operation Sindoor. 1 hour later, you see Indian Twitter flooded with, a lot of people sort of debunking many of the things that were said, and which was all false, really. But this is part of that propaganda machinery that both of you talked about, from Pakistan, aided and abetted by China, of course. So, which is where the problem is. How do we get rid of that?
Does that mean, Colonel Qureshi, the truest form of a civil-military fusion that we are largely speaking about, beyond the technical terms of it, what's the most ideal civil-military fusion that we are really talking about, where, in the truest form, that people perhaps in the auditorium today can also participate?
Yeah, if you ask me about the civil military fusion, I believe the most important thing is the Atmanirbharta innovation. If we are far ahead of the technology and this technology infused with the army, military applications, like we have the decade of transformation and one of the pillar is infusion of technology, this fusion of technology. And when we have this civil military fusion where the academia, the scientists, the coder, everybody is a part of what integrated security system, then we'll progress. And that fusion is required in every domain. We have the multi-domain operations. It has 7 domains now, the land, sea, air, cyber, space, cognitive domains. So we need to have a participation of everyone. And this young forum where the young cadets and the young officers and students are sitting here is their responsibility. And even the school has got the responsibility to teach them digital literacy and make them part of this. And they remember this jointness, integration, and Atmanirbharta is the key for the center, for the basically civil military fusion. And surely it will pay the way. Thank you.
Antara, if I can bring you in, because I'm drawing this from my experience of being in China, covering the SCO summit, where I saw there was an extensive, perhaps, push made by the Chinese to project their robotic technology. I saw young people coming together and their entire understanding of the military was extremely different, which is again in contrast to what we see here in India. Do you believe that if you really look at the way the Chinese have essentially inculcated that sense within the youth, perhaps there is a lesson to be learnt here for us?
Yeah, I think yes. Like, you know, when I was in the university, like around 10 years back, and they were even then talking about having their own Steve Jobs. You know, so it is a nation on a mission. So they have a mission to be world #1. You know, earlier in the like, you know, during the other sessions, there was, I think, Minister Sir pointed out that we didn't have a mission or a ambition to reach somewhere. So first you have to have the target, then you can work towards it, right? So that is, I think, very much there in China as a nation. Like, they want to be the world #1, so they have been developing technology accordingly.
But how do they do it with so much of ease? Because let me just tell you, when I landed in Beijing, I thought my WhatsApp is going to work. It turned out that there's no way it is going to turn because the VPN has to be on. And it was frustrating beyond a point that you cannot have any communication. So I asked a friend, how do you all really communicate? We said, we have our own systems. I said, does that not really cut you off from the global world? They said, I don't care. You would actually walk into a particular shop in Beijing, you would have live streaming that's actually happening there, and they do it with as much ease without really caring about what the West really thinks about or what anyone thinks about. They just don't care. Do you think there is also something that we perhaps need to feel? Because there is always a comparison. We try and draw a comparison, what's happening the other side.
Too. Of course, we should learn from best practices from wherever, you know, whichever country. But again, China remains a very different system than ours, right? So they can just say that, okay, we will not have Google, we will not have WhatsApp, we will ban this and we will ban that. Nothing happens. But then see what happened in... Can you hear me? See what happened in Nepal. They stopped WhatsApp and there was this huge Gen Z protest. So you cannot have those kind of things in setup like India or any other country, you know, which is different from China in terms of political arrangements. Also, like, you know, you mentioned about they are not very keen on using Western technology. You know, actually, they also use VPN, and most of the Chinese commentators, you can find them in Twitter as well. They comment and they troll you on Twitter as well. So they use it in a way that is beneficial to their national interests. So that is something I'm sure we can learn from them, how to use technology in our national interest.
That's an interesting point. Yeah, I'm just going to open the floor for questions to our panelists.
Okay, Shravan, I think I just need to debunk a couple of things which came out. I'm not going to ask a question. You can respond accordingly. Firstly, to say that the youth is not trusted is incorrect. I've also been very closely watching what is happening on the Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and all the social media platforms. I can assure you that except for few paid for or anti-government Twitter handles, Insta, YouTube channels, 90% I'll say the nation was with the government voice, right? So let's accept that. I think trying to say that we are fractured in our strategic communication, maybe a little bit questioning too much ourselves. Second is youth was the one which was just not questioning the government narrative or what Qureshi was saying or what General Gai was saying. They were totally alongside. In fact, the moment couple of political dispensation or you know whom I'm talking of, when they came out on the Twitter handle, they got trolled independently, not by the BJP right-wingers or trolls and bots, but the youth was trolling. You know, I have observed this very clearly. So let's give that much credit to our youth. Second is the knowledge base of geopolitics. I am going to colleges, universities. The questions which they ask, today I have to really read and study very hard when I'm going to a university and a college. They are the flat, information world is flat. Anybody who's thinking that sitting on this panel, on this first 3 rows, sitting here, he's evolved and knowledgeable, I can assure you when you go down to any college, remote areas, I'm talking of not in central NCR, in outside, when the questions they ask is very, very insightful and it's very difficult for me to answer at times. So I think let's give more credit to youth, right? And do not get too carried away by dissonance. Dissonance is also very important for us to stay on our toes. We cannot be Chinese, we cannot be Pakistanis. Look where they are going.
I'll just take on a question. I think it's there. Yeah.
Namaste, ma'am. My question to the panel is that what's your opinion on the current state of the youth?
Your question is for whom? Or you actually anyone can answer this.
For Sophia, ma'am.
What is your opinion on the current state of the youth?
If you ask my opinion, you are born in the best country and you are the best breed, I would say. Just have a trust in yourself. You are the one, when you born, you had the digital, you had the mobile, you had the internet, you had the access to the global information. What else you need? So have a faith in you. You'll do well. And be a part of the national building. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Let's have the question here and then we can pass it there.
Jayant, my question is to Qureshi ma'am. As youth engagement is crucial in leveraging technology for national security, can you please suggest how can we enhance increased participation for youth engagement to bridge the gap and to balance security and freedom?
A very good question, I would say. India has always been proactive, and there are many initiatives that have been taken earlier also. There are many policies, like the schemes like Mera Yuva Bharat, and so many. NCC, if you look at this, there are 20 lakh students, including 40% of the girls are also there. So already there are schemes which exist in India, and there are almost 3 crores of youth. They are connected with the initiative of the innovations as well as for the national security. So there are apparatus line, please Google it, search it, and say, and you can actually join these agencies. Now I would like to talk about the Indian Army. Indian Army has also been proactive. We are interacting with the academia, civilians, and there are officers who go into the colleges and students and delivering the lectures as well. And there are IDEX and innovation forum as well. So you can participate that, you can come up with the solution, you can come up with your ideas and contribute it very well. And we have such kind of forum, and like Chanakya's Defense Dialogue, and there are many such forums. It's been happening in Delhi also. And I remember when I met you outside and you asked me why I'm here. So I've told you about the CDD and you said you would like to participate. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much. Just one final question, I think, so we have.
Highlighted this to different senior officers also, and that YouTube program is not healthy for the country. What is being done at, and that gentleman, I think he would have had some service in the army. He has already given Kashmir to Pakistan. He criticizes our chiefs, and the entire country is listening to that. I understand this is part of either China or Pakistan information warfare, but there has to be, if I talk to the seniors in our media, there has to be some rule, something that we have to stop this gentleman. I just wanted to flag this.
That's a work in progress. I think Aditi would also be aware of it, that the government is taking adequate steps right now to bring in some sort of a control there, because this is certainly a problem. Ladies and
a lot of YouTube.
So I think so. I think so. Our country is very strong enough to withstand many such criticisms. But I guess the idea is to keep on track. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think so. We'll just take. Yeah. There are a lot of questions here, but I think so we are also running short of time.
I think we can take these questions during the lunch break.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
The idea is,
there is already a mic with sir.
Okay.
So a very quick question.
Yeah, quick question. Ideas are very good. All the ideas are very good. Now, ideas are good, but the point is the military is doing the best. Mostly, they're right there doing that stuff. What about the civilian environment? You gave the ideas. Do you have a CSR? Civil organizations have CSR. As you say now, put your money where your mouth is. So what are you people doing towards enabling this civil-military fusion?
Is that a question for
Yeah,
the
yeah,
media
to anyone.
panelists?
Not the military, but the civilian.
The civilians. So we are the
Three
civilians.
civilians.
The three civilians on this. You're putting us in the dock.
No, doc. I'm saying you have a CSR system.
But sir,
So-
trust me. I think I was strolling outside while the honorable minister was speaking, and I had a little goosebumps while I was strolling outside, and I was thinking maybe it's time I just dumped whatever I'm doing and start doing something more meaningful, because and towards the causes that I just spoke about. I think a lot of us want to do things. We are all caught up in our respective lives. But I think I'll take that nugget, that question that you just posed to us, I'll take that very seriously personally. I don't know about the other panelists. I'll leave it to them to answer you, and definitely take a step towards doing the right thing.
Well, I think so. We'll take this to the lunch now, I guess. Thank you very much, Aditi, Antara, and Colonel Qureshi.
What an inspiring and thought-provoking session we just had. The insights shared today truly highlight the vision and responsibility that lie ahead of India's youth. And ladies and gentlemen, I would now request Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai, Sarvottam Yuddh Seva Medal, Uttam Yuddh Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Sena Medal Bar, Deputy Chief of Army Staff Strategy to kindly join us for the felicitation of the panelists and the moderator. Let us start the felicitation with Mr. Shavan Sen. Miss Aditi Prasad. Colonel Sophia Qureshi. Miss Antara Ghoshal Singh. We request all the dignitaries to kindly come forward for a group photograph. Thank you once again. And now it's time to pause, refresh, and refuel before we return for more engaging discussions in the next session. We invite you to please join us for lunch. Please take this opportunity to network, exchange ideas, and connect with fellow delegates. A humble request to everyone to please be seated as we are about to begin our program. The dignitaries have already joined us. And ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome a dynamic youth icon, Shri Tejasvi Surya, Honorable Member of Parliament, a visionary who represents the confidence and conviction of India's emerging generation. Let us all once again welcome the Honorable Member of Parliament with a huge round of applause. It gives me immense pride to share that this event is being relayed live to all 34 major training establishments and 61 formation headquarters of Indian Army across the country. 31 universities having defense wings and branches, 65 academic establishments with MOU, regional technology nodes, IITs through the Indian Army cells and paramilitary forces training centers. Approximately 9,000 young minds are connected with us for this national event. Today, 31st of October holds great significance for our nation. It is celebrated as National Unity Day or Rashtriya Ekta Divas. This year marks the 150th birth anniversary of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, the Iron Man of India, a visionary whose courage, determination and belief that unity is strength shaped the very foundation of our nation. It is his unwavering resolve and statesmanship that brought together the princely states, giving India its true form of unity and integrity. National Unity Day reminds us that the real power of our country lies in standing together, beyond differences, beyond divisions, to build a stronger, more inclusive, one India, strong India. When our Honorable Prime Minister announced the idea of Viksit Bharat from the Red Fort in 2023, it set into motion a collective mission, a vision of a developed, empowered India by 2047. The Indian Army, always a reflection of the nation's spirit, consciously aligned itself with this national vision, declaring first the year of transformation in 2023. And now, under the leadership of our current chief, the Indian Army has undertaken a decade of transformation. This event, being held today on National Unity Day, is no coincidence. It is a deliberate and thoughtful choice, a way to symbolize how the Indian Army's transformation journey is deeply intertwined with the nation's larger vision of unity and progress. And at the heart of this shared vision stands the youth, the torchbearers of tomorrow. It is the youth who will drive this transformation, who will translate this vision into reality, and who will ultimately inherit the India that emerges, a nation stronger, united, and truly Viksit by 2047. As we honor Sardar Patel's legacy today, let us reflect on how each one of us, as citizens, as soldiers, and as young leaders, can carry forward the spirit of unity that defines India's strength.
India, a civilization that has thrived for millennia, bound by unity in diversity. From the wisdom of our rishis to the resolve of our soldiers, our strength has always been our people. Today, it is our youth, guardians of this timeless legacy, who stand ready to build, to protect, to serve. When our youth don the uniform, they carry the honor of 1 billion hearts. Their courage stands guard at our frontiers. Their sacrifice keeps our tricolor flying high. They embody the spirit of service before self, strength with compassion, discipline with devotion. But the call to serve is not only heard on the battlefield. Every young scientist who innovates, every teacher who enlightens, every volunteer who uplifts, strengthens the fabric of our nation. Because national security begins not at the border, but in the hearts, hands, and minds of our people. Across every region and community, unity stands as India's greatest strength. The Indian Army mirrors that unity, a reflection of the nation's diversity and collective resolve. As the Army stands firm in its duty, the strength of the nation's security lies in collective effort, where every citizen plays a part in safeguarding India's future. A secure nation is one where every citizen serves, in uniform or in spirit, where courage meets knowledge and unity builds strength. This forum on Veer Yuva, empowering youth for India's national security, marks the beginning of a new chapter, the first in the series of events leading to the Chanakya Defense Dialogue 2025. Yuva Shakti, the heartbeat of a resurgent India. Together we build, together we rise.
And as we step into the next segment of the day, we focus on a theme that captures the very essence of today's dialogue: Yuva Shakti, nation builders and defenders. In every era, India's youth have stood at the forefront as creators of change, defenders of values, and architects of a strong, self-reliant Bharat. And today, we have with us a leader who perfectly embodies this spirit of youthful dynamism, intellect, and commitment to the nation building. His earliest interaction with the army dates back to the Kargil war times when, as an 8-year-old kid, he raised donation money for martyrs' families in Belgaum by selling his paintings. Recently, Honorable Member of Parliament was invited by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to address a group of diplomats, including Indian ambassadors to various countries, on the topic of building an effective, engaging, and youthful digital diplomacy for Indian embassies across the world. May I now invite Shri Tejasvi Surya, Honorable Member of Parliament, to kindly deliver the special address on Yuva Shakti, Nation Builders and Defenders. Let us all welcome him with a huge round of applause.
A very good afternoon. My salutations to Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai, Deputy Chief of the Army Staff, Lieutenant General Dushyant Singh, Director General of CLOS, senior officers of the military, young officers here, young leaders and entrepreneurs from diverse domains who have been selected to be a part of this dialogue, students, scholars from various universities and think tanks, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. The session right after lunch is always a challenging one, but we are here discussing how to face challenges. Well, my interaction with the Indian Army, like was mentioned earlier, and like in the case of so many people of my generation, started with our first understanding and seeing of the visuals of the Kargil war. It was perhaps for the first time that live visuals of the battlefield entered straight into our drawing rooms and homes. I was in Belgaum. I was a student. I was 9 years old. I was living in an area which had a lot of people from the armed forces living. Kids of my age with whom I was playing, most of their parents, they were in the armed forces as well. And one day, as we were playing, we got to know the news of Pragna's father passing away. And when the martyrs' remains reached the house, the home, for all of us kids in that neighborhood, around 8, 9, 10 years old, it was a moment of reckoning. It was something changed in all of us that day when we saw from close what the families of our armed forces go through. Around that time, my school was raising some funds for the Indian Army, for the Kargil Welfare Fund. I went to my father and requested him to give me some money so that I could deposit in the Kargil Army Fund. My father told, that is my money. What will be your contribution? You should do something. And then he gave me the idea that anyway you paint as a hobby. For this cause, sit and paint. Make some paintings. Come to my office, go elsewhere, take to your school, sell this to your teachers, raise some money. Even if it is 100 rupees, it will be your contribution. Do it yourself. And I think that one lesson, that one episode from my life has brought me in multiple ways closer to the Indian Armed Forces. In high school, I went and enrolled myself as a cadet of the NCC. The lessons that we've learned in interactions with families of martyrs, when interactions with officers in the troops in the border areas, always leaves us inspired. I never thought that I will get one day an opportunity of this kind where I get to be amongst all of you to share our thoughts on national security and what all of us as young people can do to protect and strengthen this country. At the very outset, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Friends, when I stand here and I see all of you, I remember and I recollect the massive, mighty, heroic heritage that all of us are a part of, that all of us share. Our civilization, our country has been one of valor and one of heroism. From Lalitaditya of Kashmir to Rani Channamma of Karnataka, from Maharana Pratap of Mewar to Lachit Barphukan of Manipur. This civilization has produced leaders, heroes, who have faced adversity in the most difficult of times. Our history is not a collection of mere dates and events. India's civilizational history is a saga of courage engraved in time. From Kurukshetra to Kargil, from Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj to Guru Gobind Singh, from Major Somnath Sharma to Sandeep Unni Krishnan, the same tradition of heroism, service, sacrifice, this is something that has always been the hallmark of this civilization. From Ramayana to Operation Sindoor, we have fought not because we have hated the enemy, but we have fought because we love the values that we stand for. We have fought for peace, we have fought for the right cause, and most importantly, we have always fought for dharma. And that has been the civilizational bedrock guiding the armed forces even to this day. As we recollect all of this, we also remember that today India as a civilization is at a very interesting crossroads. A very interesting time in history, where the choices that we make today will have great impact for the next decades to come, not just for India, not just for our domestic life, but for the whole of the world. It's a very interesting time when an old nation is awakening and remembering what it was. It is also an interesting time because a new generation is discovering what it can be. And all of this is happening at a time of great possibility. We were just discussing outside of how different India was when our grandparents were of our age, when our parents were of our age. It was an India of scarcity. Long queues to get ration food. Long queues to even get telephone connections. You had to wait years on end. You had to get a recommendation from a member of parliament to get an LPG connection. Limited seats, limited jobs, limited opportunities, and limited dreams. From the era of scarcity, from the generation of scarcity, we have now moved to a generation of possibility. And it is our generation that is actually making these things happen, seeing these things happen. The first country in the world to land on the south pole of the moon. The country that has digitized governance in the shortest span of time, a model for digital delivery of good governance. We are meeting our renewable energy targets much before our own set deadlines. We are the third largest startup ecosystem and cluster in the world. We are truly living in times which has fantastic momentum. Momentum that India had never seen before. And while we think of this momentum, while we appreciate these green shoots, it is all the more important to remember that India's rise, because of our demography, because of where we are positioned, because of our economy today, is not inevitable. It is not that India will become the force to reckon with or reclaim its historical glory automatically. Not that it is a matter of fact, not that somebody is going to hand it out to us on a platter. Glory, whether it is for an individual or for a nation, has to be earned. And it has to be strived for or earned every single day. And it is for that striving, that collective national effort, that efforts of this kind play a vital role to remind ourselves of what our collective national duty is. 65% of the country's population is less than 35 years of age. 50% of the country's population is less than 25%, 25 years of age. While many other countries are struggling to think of what to do with their pension funds and how to manage their aging population, our country's biggest challenge is how do we provide jobs, how do we provide opportunities to the millions of aspirations, the billions of aspirations in this country. I think all of this needs a strong leadership that rests on the shoulders of young India. Because that's our biggest strength, the bulge, the demographic dividend. And by leadership, friends, I don't mean political leadership. Because a nation is not just the government. A nation is so much more. And by leadership, I mean, how can we be role models for the kids in our home? If you're a young parent, as a young mother or a father, are you doing proper role modeling for the kid who is seeing you and growing up? If you're a traffic constable, are you doing your job properly? If you're a janitor in a private company working somewhere, do you do your job with the 100% commitment that is needed? Do you do it to the best of your ability? If you're a teacher in a classroom, are you making sure that your kids get the best education? So leadership is not defined by the position that we occupy, but leadership is the attitude that we bring to a particular responsibility. Sometimes we think, tomorrow after I get this job, or if after I get this post or rank, then I will behave in this way. But life always works in a counterintuitive manner. If you start behaving like that already, then you become that later. So as young people, we must remember that it's not the big things that actually matter to make a change. It's the small things that add up to what is the national culture. Will you have the moral courage to say no when somebody offers you drugs in your college campus? Your moral courage starts from there. Before you fight a battle in Siachen, do you have the courage to stand up in support of your friend who was eve-teased or harassed? Will you show that moral strength? That matters. Before you speak of bigger ideas of sensitivity and service, will you rush if you see somebody fall on the road because of an accident, help them? These are small things that actually make a huge difference. We have been discussing over the last, in all of our interactions, that India's national culture needs to change and improve. These are the small things, our generation, that needs to change this, my dear friends. What do you mean by national culture? The moment we use the word culture, we think going to temple is culture, praying to this god or that god is culture. But what is culture? What is a national culture? I was just reading the news of a flyover project in my constituency that has gotten stuck from the last 8 years. To build a 2-kilometer flyover, we have taken 8 years. We have missed one deadline upon another. This is not just the case of one project or one bridge. You will have a similar example back in your own state, back in your own city. Why does this start? It starts from not valuing time, not being punctual to a program. If you can't come to a program in time, if you can't value a time of another individual, then your projects also will get delayed. It's national culture. If we can't keep our home and the neighborhood street clean, our cities will end up filthy. If we can't be polite in our interactions to one another, we will be a brutish civilization, a culture. If we are in the airport lounge and speaking loudly on the phone with loudspeaker, it doesn't reflect well on the culture. These are small things, but these are things that make a national culture. Punctuality, cleanliness, integrity. This morning, the first news we all read in the newspaper, I don't know how many of you followed it, was about how a father had to bribe a police officer in Bangalore to collect the death certificate of his son or daughter. We have become okay with corruption. It has become a part of culture. I was just mentioning that it has become so endemic that sometimes I see when kids organize college competitions, college fests, if there is a remaining sponsorship money left, chalo bhai uda do. It starts with that. We cannot be okay with such things. That is how a cultural transformation takes place. These are small things, my dear friends, but these are things that will actually reflect in the national culture. And together, I think there are 6 things that we need to work on as our generation that is wanting to build a strong India. What can we do? strong values. I mentioned about it. That's the foundation of national security. Why did our heroes of our epics, Rama and Krishna, why did they wage wars? For values. So a country without strong values is not worth defending. We need strong mind. That's the foundation on which national security can be built, a strong nation can be built. If you look at India's decline, historically, when India went down technologically, we stopped innovating, India became prey to foreigners. Especially important national pursuits like breeding of war horses. At one point of time, India boasted some of the best war horses. And somehow, due to the passage of time, we lost the art of horse breeding. We had to import all kinds of horses. And there are recorded instances, El Biruni, many others write, of when horses were sent to India. If 2,000 were shipped, only a few hundred would survive by the end of the year. Precious foreign exchange was lost because of that. We lost the art of weapon manufacturing. Therefore, we had hundreds of years of colonization. A strong mind of a young people is the foundation. And by strong mind, I mean mind that is free, that comes up with bold ideas, that is free to radically think of new solutions. Because all the more important today is technological sovereignty. In an age and day where emerging technologies like AI, drones, cyber warfare, warfare in the space, quantum computing, semiconductor fabrications, when these new technologies are actually playing such pivotal role in a nation's strengthening, our minds of our young people must be the sharpest. If we import technology, we are exporting sovereignty. If we are importing technology, we are importing dependency. Our young people in our colleges, our universities, in our think tanks, we need to work on building the most cutting-edge solutions in the most radical way. So let us keep a strong mind with a free spirit. Then we need strong hands to build. Because unless you build stuff, unless you are a manufacturing powerhouse, unless you have your ability to play a pivotal role in the global supply chain, you will not be taken seriously at the table of power. So if you're a young Indian today and you know how to build something for India. Just last week I was at a very interesting factory in Bangalore called SSS Defense. Young kids coming from tier 2, tier 3 cities, small-time colleges, they are building, designing, and manufacturing rifles, weapons, anti-drone systems. And on all of them, they have one tagline, born in Bharat. That is building for India. That is why we need strong hands. Then we need strong teams. Lachit Barphukan, if you have heard the story of Lalitaditya, when he fought against the Arabs, he inspired people from all over India to come together and put up a resistance. That's what one hero's work does. When Christopher Columbus set sail to reach India without GPS, without the navics of today, with just the spirit of adventure guiding him, it inspired a Vasco da Gama to finally come to India. So every individual, every hero is not only a product of his time, but he also inspires how the rest of the people in that time will function. So the spirit of adventure, the spirit of courage, the spirit to be free and think radically with bold, big ideas, I think that is the foundation for building a strong team and placing the mission above self. Especially in today's day and age, when algorithm warfare is a new type of cognitive warfare where people are trying to get into our minds, trying to divide us. One day on the basis of caste, the other day on the basis of language, the other day on the basis of north and south, east and west, what not. A vigilant young Indian must realize that the mobile phone in his hand can either be a tool for development or a tool for distraction. We saw during Op Sindoor how multiple efforts were made to weaponize narrative, where misinformation was fired as missiles. And in the coming day and age, when algorithms will become even more smarter, it will push all of us to be in an echo chamber where we will start believing only one version of what we think to be is true. That is where understanding that the mission is more important, understanding that original thinking, free mind, free spirit is more important, plays such a vital role. And the last, strong bodies and a strong heart. Friends, I have been going to schools and colleges of late talking to young people. We were just discussing this outside during lunch as well. I see that a lot of our young kids in our schools today are so soft. The world is not soft. Our adversaries won't treat us softly. So we need to become stronger. And the first thing that you need to strengthen is your body. Because a strong body is where a strong mind resides. So do challenging stuff. Run, lift, swim. Do something that you think is very difficult. When I was in school, I was not very good at non-scholastic activity. I was not very good in sports. But last year I decided that I want to challenge myself, and I decided I want to do the Ironman. It's considered one of the most difficult endurance challenges. In the middle of all the other responsibilities, I trained for it. I couldn't swim 25 meters. The first day I went to the pool. But I ended up swimming 2.5 kilometers in the ocean. 1 kilometer I couldn't run. But after a 90-kilometer swim, a 2-kilometer swim, a 90-kilometer run, I managed a 22-kilometer run. I became the first member of parliament in India's history to be an Ironman. It pushed. But when you do hard things, you steel up. You become stronger. That just 1 year of training taught me so many more lessons of life that I didn't understand or learn in a textbook in a classroom. So do hard things, because India needs such people. And lastly, we need to have strong hearts, because unless we come out of our comfort zones, unless we face defeat every day, unless we steel ourselves and get up, the country won't rise. And today the battle is not fought just on the borders. The battle is fought where you are standing. So the duty starts where you are presently standing today. And the nation as a civilization, as a society will fight. The coder who is securing the networks, the journalist who is speaking and amplifying and standing for the truth, the entrepreneur who is building solutions and wealth for India, the student who is using social media responsibly, all of this contributes to a strong national security today. Friends, We are here on the platform of Chanakya defense dialogue. The great Chanakya said this about how a strong nation will be. Artha shastram cha shasanam cha shastra shastram cha yantra kramaha yesham samanvaya karyo rashtrasya abhyudaye sada. It means a nation rises when there is strong economy, when there is good governance, when there is advancement of military and war technologies, and where there is excellence in technology and engineering. He was so prophetic to remind all of us that these are things that India should focus on. Today, our government has opened up all of these above sectors for participation for young people. We just saw Colonel Sofia Qureshi. Her address and her briefings inspired a nation in the most difficult of times, because our government decided that courage has no gender. If Rani Abbakka and Jhansi Rani Lakshmi Bai could fight, so can our girls today. That's the new frontier that's opened. Our young people could work in space only through government organizations. Today, you can build rockets, launch missiles, if you start a private company. Aerospace is now open for innovation for young people. If you want to build something that the Indian Army wants to buy, the military forces need, you can start a fund, you can start a organization, you can incorporate a company today. Initiatives like IDEX will support you. There are more than 350 cutting-edge technology companies that IDEX is supporting today. So if you want to build something for India, you necessarily not have to join the HAL or DRDO or even the Indian Army today. You can just open your laptop, sit in a cafe in Bangalore, and build the algorithm or technology or the product that the country needs for its security. That's the opportunity that's open today. National Research Foundation promises 50,000 crore rupees fund for young people who want to start something incredible work in the field of research and development for national security. These are multiple opportunities the government has opened. Innovation is now the new Agni, and technology is the new Trishul. It is on the basis of these things that a new India is rising. I want to conclude by reminding all of you a very interesting principle that India always applied civilizationally to itself as one of the tenets of nation building. We always worshipped strength, but we also worshipped along with strength what is good and what is wise. Brahma and Kshatra and the harmony and interplay with each other was what was the basis of what is called dharma. When there was good, but there was no protection for the good, we lost our temples and our libraries were burnt. The thought of the pen must also be protected with the power of the sword. This was a very interesting lesson that we have repeatedly learnt in our history, that Brahma plus Kshatra is equal to Dharma. And Chanakya once again repeated in multiple places that Shakti Shantyasya Moolam, that Shakti is the Moola, is the basis for peace. Strength is the basis for peace. We need to be wise, and we also need to be strong. We need to be traditionally rooted in timeless values of this civilization, but we must also be innovative and rise up to the modern challenges of technology. Nations do not rise by accident, my dear friends. They never do. If you look at the history of small countries like South Korea, Israel, Japan, completely brought to ashes, but how the collective will of an entire country rose it again. These are examples, inspirations for India. Today, a young guy is given multitude of opportunities to contribute to nation building in the way that you want. Opportunities are immense. Responsibility over comfort, discipline over distraction, and mission over mediocrity. I think this is the Indian advantage. Let us all strive to be citizens who are worthy of being defended. Let us all strive to be Indians who will usher in a new culture where we will not be okay with corruption in public life. We will be a new generation of Indians who will respect time, be punctual, deliver projects on time, because it speaks of national culture. Let us be beacons of integrity, because that is the civilizational example that Bharat has always shown for all of its existence. Together, let's make this happen. Jai Hind, Vande Mataram.
Thank you, Honourable Member of Parliament, for your thoughts and insights. We are deeply honoured with your presence and words. I request Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai, Deputy Chief of Army Staff Strategy, to please join us on stage and present a memento to Shri Tejasvi Surya as a token of gratitude. Let us all put our hands together for that insightful session we just had. We request you to please join for a group photograph outside the hall with the dignitaries. And once again, our heartfelt gratitude to the Honourable Member of Parliament, Shri Tejasvi Surya. Rest of the attendees in the hall, we request you to please remain seated as we are about to begin with the next session. We request all the attendees, guests, and dignitaries in the hall to please remain seated. We are about to begin with the third and the final session of the day. Well, as we move into the third session, themed Youth as Catalyst in the New Domains of Warfare, Cyber, Space and Information. The battlefields of the 21st century are no longer confined to land, air and sea. Today, cyber networks, space technology and information ecosystems have emerged as the new frontiers of modern warfare. In this ever-evolving strategic environment, the role of India's youth becomes even more crucial. From coding and cybersecurity to artificial intelligence, data resilience and digital communication, the youth of our nation acts as sentinels in these emerging domains, defending not just our borders, but our beliefs and the very narrative of our country. May I now take the privilege of inviting our distinguished panelists on the stage. This session will be chaired and moderated by Mr. Sandeep Unnithan, Editor-in-Chief, Chakra News. I request you to please join us on the stage. Mr. Siddhant Hira, Senior Research Associate, NatStrat. He will be sharing his insights on cybersecurity, protecting India's digital borders. Brigadier Anshuman Narang, founder Atmanirbhar Soch. He will be talking on space, a pivot for multi-domain operations. Ms. Shalini Kapoor Tiwari, journalist and digital creator, will be articulating her thoughts on social media, a tool for national security. Ms. Sanjana Rathi, founder, the cyber diplomat, will be talking on next-gen warfare, role of youth in digital strategy. We request everyone in the audience, our attendees, guests, and dignitaries to please keep the momentum high, to please keep the energy high. I'm sure this session will also have a lot of learnings and takeaways. And now I hand over the mic to Mr. Sandeep.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's such an honor to be here at the Manekshaw Center once again. It's a place that I've been, I consider this a window into another world. Every time I come here, I learn something new. And the last time that happened to me was when I was on this very stage. I heard Brigadier Narang speaking about space and information warfare. So that was quite an experience. And here we are once again talking about the new dimension of conflict that we saw in the last 6 months, just 6 months ago with Operation Sindoor. We heard from several speakers in the sessions today where we spoke about how warfare itself is changing, warfighting is changing. We saw that during Sindoor when the 5 traditional realms of conflict, land, sea, and air, you saw 2 more, space and cyber, and you saw a 6th dimension, which was narratives. We saw the war of narratives playing out, and this is something completely new. We've not seen this kind of narrative warfare, and that narrative war continues. The actual kinetic action might have halted 6 months ago, but the narrative warfare continues. So to make sense of all of this and to see how the youth can actually be not just participants, but also catalysts in this new realm of conflict, not just narrative warfares, but you have space and you have cyber, 2 very other important areas of conflict that we saw play out in full form during Operation Sindoor. And also to understand how the youth can actually contribute to all of this. I've got a very distinguished panel. You've heard their names, you know who they are. And so without much ado, I'll ask Siddhant Hira to start the proceedings by talking about India's digital boundaries, what we need to do to protect ourselves from this 4th dimension of conflict. Siddhant, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Claus. So I'm speaking on youth cybersecurity, protecting India's digital borders. And it so happens that we've been talking about narratives like Sandeep sir just mentioned. The last article I wrote was essentially on Operation Sindoor and what should India's information warfare strategy be. I don't know if that was chance or the plan, but that's what it is. So what is cybersecurity in the context of national defense? Now, cybersecurity is a very broad term, so I would like to begin by saying that it's important to distinguish between civil and military, between non-military and military threats. And once that distinction is made, only then can you formulate a custom response, which is required. You can't have a one-size-fits-all. Now, so cybersecurity is considered the fifth dimension of warfare, alongside land, sea, air, space. And cybersecurity today needs to be a whole of society and a whole of nation approach. It cannot be just a whole of government approach. That's already been highlighted previously, but I wanted to highlight the whole of society that needs to be focused upon. Now, Operation Sindoor has actually been a live cyber deterrence validation. It probed real-time breach simulations across encrypted systems. And Indian intelligence from RNAW's tech division and NTRO's cyber analysis group have actually fused AI packet analysis with human signals intelligence oversight. And through this method, 3 key threat vectors were identified: Chinese-linked advanced persistent threat groups, firmware infiltration targeting intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, and synthetic signal interference via spoofed global navigation system transmissions. So this has been one crucial learning during Sindoor, post-Sindoor. Now I'll highlight just a few cyber incidents that India's faced. We know about the AIMS attack, that's a very popular one. But actually a few days ago, some news went public regarding a huge passwords and data leak. About 184 million passwords worth of 47 GB of Apple, Facebook, Instagram user credentials were leaked. And in May, it was about 183 million, another data set that was leaked. Aadhaar is another example. And so these essentially were the cyber attacks on a non-military front. On the military front, you had the 2021 Mumbai power grid attack, Kundakulam in 2019. Sometime back in 2012, there was a naval data breach where classified components of Eastern Command's plans were attacked via spear phishing, which were linked to, again, Chinese APTs. Now I'd like to highlight a scenario that General V.K. Saxena, former Director General Air Defense, has painted. So he has said that BVR AAM missile has been launched on a deadly target. Missile is on track for a collision impact. Suddenly something happens, and the guidance from the ground control system starts acting up. Missile loses the target lock and nosedives uncontrollably. The target escapes unpunished. So imagine if this happened to India during Sindoor. The most likely scenario is that it was a cyber attack. So that's the impact. But this is also an opportunity for India to develop techniques, capabilities, tactics, and technical expertise to identify state actors. Most of these targets are against strategic state assets. And the only solution is that you produce your own chips, which has been highlighted previously, because foreign chips could be compromised and you may not know until you really need them. Now, there was a joint RNAW NTRO attribution assessment, and it was found that about 80% of targeted cyber events originated from PLA Strategic Support Force infrastructure. That's 80% nearly, which is a huge number. About 19% was from proxy actors in South Asia, which leveraged dark web-based botnets. Sindoor established a cyber incident response grid. which integrated Defense, Ministry of Defense, METI, and NTRO to trace live incident telemetry. So these positive steps have been taken post an actual event. Now, I'll come to a few global examples of cyber warfare. There was the North Korea Bybit heist in February this year. About $1.5 billion worth of Ethereum was stolen, largest cryptocurrency theft recorded. Chinese espionage operations, cyber operations have really gone through the roof this year. Main targets being South Asia, Taiwan, India, Hong Kong. Taiwan has also faced double the number of events since cyber attacks since 2024, mainly from China again, targeting government and critical telecom infrastructure. Romania is a very recent and major incident, the cyber attacks on the presidential elections, which actually ended up having the elections annulled. Now, I'll focus on a few vulnerabilities in our critical infrastructure. So I'll begin with Semicon, which happened last month. It was only last month that we announced joint development for a Make in India secure chip. It's been in the making, but given what has been said already by myself and others, we need our own chip, and also in the entire ecosystem. It cannot be you just have an indigenous chip. Cyber illiteracy is another great challenge that we are facing. We need to take strong steps in terms of awareness of what are the threats, how it impacts the day-to-day person on a day-to-day basis. And this is actually the first step in making your population resilient to cyberspace, cyber operations, cyber attacks. Another issue is we have legacy systems, unpatched systems, which this process has started on getting them updated. Today, everything is online. You have smart homes with smart fridges, TVs, etc., which is another access point for actors. Now, post-Pahalgam, there were about 1.5 million cyber attacks, with Pakistani advanced persistent threat groups breaching government, banking, infrastructure. After Sindoor, the Defense Cyber Agency operationalized Cyber Deterrence Level 2, which essentially allowed the agency to pre-authorize retaliatory counter-intrusions within 4 minutes. So now, if there is any cyber attack within 4 minutes, you'll have an Indian response. There have been intelligence reports which have indicated that active Chinese cyber reconnaissance has targeted Indian SATCOM and SpaceCom relay bands. There are difficult challenges like this, but there are also measures being taken to protect against them. But although it's at the same time, it's important to highlight them so that the public is aware that there is something wrong, but there is also work being done on improving it. Now, coming to the role of youth in ethical hacking, cybersecurity startups, and the defense R&D ecosystem. So after Sindoor, initiatives like Yuva Cell actually integrated about 120 vetted cybersecurity students from institutions across the country to focus on real-time defense red teaming under surveillance clearance. So this, I feel, is a very crucial, important step because it is civil-military fusion in real time, but with the youth. So the experience gained will be immense. There have been Hack for Defense challenges, which is a DRDO-backed civilian military co-development platform. And although there's a need for a Yuva Cyber Fellowship, which METI Ministry of Information and Broadcasting and the MOD could consider jointly organizing and conducting. Now, it has been found that youth-led innovation actually outperforms imported systems by nearly 30% in terms of detecting latency and the adaptability of resilience. So what can we do? The national cybersecurity strategy is under review with AI, blockchain, and quantum focus. What can be done is that you integrate NCCC feeds with Defense Cyber Agency's AI Sentinel Grid for proactive attribution. You can have, and then this intelligence evaluation actually underscores the need for potentially having an offensive cyber command. I will now like to end with saying that we can consider creating a civilian intelligence bridge for the youth, vetted youth, to contribute direct telemetry to the NCCC grid. And in terms of a long-term intelligence vision, every digital citizen can be converted into a sensor of threat, every student into a guardian of integrity, and every startup into a node of deterrence. We can also establish a mission Trinetra 2030, a tri-domain youth-led cyber vigilance architecture, which links defense, academia, private cyber intelligence clusters under a unified, controlled system. The age of cyber warfare will not be won by cyber walls, but minds fortified with intent. And it's high time that the youth is integrated into the national security architecture. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Siddhant. Quite a frightening picture you've painted there of the adversary capabilities and what we are up against. I'm going to ask you a question very quickly before I go over to Brigadier Narang. Whenever I've been to countries like Israel, I've seen a lot of young people in there, Unit 8200s and all that. Of course, I didn't meet any of those guys, but you could see a very large number of young people in their cyber security squads doing both offensive and defensive countermeasures. But do you see something similar? You've hinted at it towards the end of your talk, where you've emphasized the need for this bridge with the cyber experts in the civilian domain, and obviously they are far ahead of what the armed forces can also do. Do you see a need for getting more numbers there? Just a quick question based on that last point that you raised.
So I would definitely say yes, more numbers are needed. That process has started, I believe, a few months ago. NTRO had put out a call for language specialists. So other things are happening, for example, that certain people are placed to write on certain topics in the media. But that actually, I feel, needs to be more institutionalized, more formalized. You don't have to go public about it, but at least internally have a set system in place. So
the takeaway is that you need more numbers there, right? We have a shortfall of experts in the government.
We do. Or if they are there, many people don't know.
Okay. Thanks very much, Siddhant. And now I want to bring in Brigadier Anshuman Narang. He's, of course, a domain expert. He needs no introduction. And he's going to be talking about, like that NASA bumper sticker, got space. So Brigadier Narang is going to be talking about space as a pivot for multi-domain operations. And we've seen that during Operation Sindoor. And of course, prior to that as well, there's been a lot of emphasis on space-based capabilities. So Brigadier Narang is going to be talking about how we can leverage space-based capabilities. Over to you, Brigadier Narang.
Thank you so much, sir, for the opportunity and to the PP Directorate. Now let's make it a bit interactive. The last session, the last few lectures, everyone wants to sleep, everyone wants to get back at the earliest. So let's just interact. Okay, just a raise of hands. The left or the right, which is the updated image? Okay, a hand, all those who feel the left image is the latest image, updated image. Okay, how many feel the right image is the updated image? Good, this is the first audience that I'm finding it the other way around. Actually, right is the updated image. So for our adversary to the north, you have to follow them regularly, daily. And what's the mode? Space. So half my job of proving that space is a pivot for multi-domain operations is done. All of you already approving it. Space is changing. You just see from 2002 to 2012, a difference of just 200 satellites. From 2012 to 2022, 7,096 satellites. I mean, a difference of 6,000. And what's going to happen now? That's the change where the Indian youth will make a difference. And that's what I'm going to talk to you about. Whatever may be the orbit, I'll not go into the orbital dynamics, GEO, LEO, whatever. Every orbit has unique characteristics which facilitate some of the requirement of what we need to do. But what's more important is navigation. All of you have come here, you have navigated your way. You want to see how the earth is, how Chinese are moving, that's remote sensing. And finally, to communicate amongst each other. So whether you want to find a disaster, whether you want to see how war is being fought, whether you want your mobile to be on 6G, 7G, you require that kind of a capability. And that's coming from space. And yes, what our Honorable Prime Minister said in the recent Combined Commanders Conference, jointness for Atmanirbharta through innovation. And that Jai is going to only happen if all of you sitting behind are going to make the difference in the next 10 to 20 years. The race in space is far too much. It's too complex. I'll not waste the time on that. But what's more important is determined execution. Through the talent which you all have, and I'll highlight some few people sitting with the talent and passion here. What's it all about? Space is about the upstream, which are the payloads up in air. Now that matters to the military more. What matters to the civil is what the downstream and the users are. So when you navigate, and I'll take that example, it's the platform enablers and the data aggregators which matter. Okay, another interaction. How many of you use the Google Maps to come here to Chanakya Center? How many of you use Google Maps? Nearly all. Now I ask the same question again. How many of you used Map My India to come here? Just see the difference. I hope you're understanding. Who is Google Maps? America. And what's Map My India? So where are you giving the money? All of us are giving money to US. We are all responsible. So that's the youth. And when you say Gen Z, you have to be the change. Next example. So this is just, I put it to ChatGPT, the difference. And American software itself is highlighting that Map My India is ideal for Indian conditions. And still all of us are using Google. This is not mine. That's why I've named it Google AI. Just type in Map My India versus Google and that's the answer you'll get. Next, Imagine. Many of you like to see your own house from Google Earth or whatever. Which the platform you go to? Google Earth? What about this? Someone said Bhuvan. Excellent. Superb. Now, do you all know there is a software by ISRO which is giving it to you same free of cost? This is ISRO's archive. How many of us are using it? So again, our data, America is earning money. Now you'll ask me, sir, how is it possible? And I'll tell you the difference. Data sovereignty. What both the Chinese and the Americans are spying on us daily from morning till evening. When you switch on WhatsApp and you say, no, we will not use Aratai because there is no end-to-end security. Come on, where is the server? Server is in America. You're giving all your data. See the difference here. I just converted that 4.5 billion. Map My India earns 515 crores as per them in financial year 24-25. Can you even count that? I mean, I've just separated it. 38,113 against 515. That's the difference. And we all Indians are contributing to that money going to America. We all Indians. So then I get on to a more important point is the user. Now, why am I highlighting this? Is because if you use Indian apps, you use Indian data, military gets strengthened. When your upstream gets the revenue downstream, the military gets strengthened. And that is dual purpose. So space sovereignty, strategic autonomy just doesn't start there. It starts in your home. Now I'll give you a live example. Is there anyone who doesn't recognize this photograph? Just a raise of hand. Anyone who doesn't recognize this photograph? When did this planning start? Anyone? When did this shameful acts planning start? 2 years ago, 2019. Post abrogation of Article 370. And this is what Pakistan strategic thinkers, Pakistan military had to say, that they had to act. Now I come to a more important question, more relevant to today. How was it planned? All silence. Good, superb. So this is what one of our journalists in print came up and gave up this article. But this was just the tip of the iceberg, and what he was going to be saying after that is more important. 129 images given by Chinese commercial satellites, and I'm still not counting the Chinese military satellites. And see the dates. So absolute planning by space, where CRPF, military echelons are, date-wise confirmation, what's the regular movement, every 10 to 15 days, a set of 10 images. And, here, 129 images.
Just to add to your logic, Sir Creek images by China surged in the month of August.
In August 2025, out of whatever, world over, they were averaging China every day about 500. China imaged on 28th August 2025, 500 images. And out of 400 of them were of Sir Creek. So that's how things are happening. And that's where space is making a difference. And if you don't act on it, and this is what is more important. Now see, where does China stand today? 1,063 operational spacecraft. And somewhere down the line, we have got wrong in our vision that by 2030, we are aiming 52. I'll say, sir, what is this? This is absolutely, yes, it is. But why? Because we haven't planned for it. And that's where things are going wrong. And we all, civil, military, ISRO, DSA, anyway, needs to take corrective actions. Prime example, as we stand today, 12 hours before, this is the update. In 2025, India had 3 launches. China had 67. Yes, America, one man alone, Elon Musk, 149 launches. Now that's the impact. 2017, India had 25% of the launches, 35%. 2017. 35% of the small satellites were being launched by India. And where we are today. So we need to take corrective actions. But yes, now let me highlight the proud moments. There is Pixel, which got the silver medal in hyperspectral, should get the gold medal this time. ASAT, we are the 4th country in the world, standing just after US, Russia, and China. Our economy is going to rise in space because they see trillion economy coming. The vision is finally there. And these are the kind of people who are going to make the difference, who are going to carry the shoulders of the Indian space industry. And wishing great success to them so that this vision, where India gets to about 44 billion, including 11 billion exports, happens. Another one, Mission Drishti. Now this is a unique sensor which combines electro-optical and SAR together. So that's going to make a difference. And with this economy which we are preparing for, the trajectory to move ahead is important. I get back to Operation Sindoor and make you understand what space difference it made. Again, somewhere around in March is when the Chinese maritime militia entered not the Bay of Bengal, but the Arabian Sea. And they were right near the Indian exclusive economic zone, and not in small numbers. And the numbers peaked by about 3rd, 4th May. And we have Sarunisha sitting there. She was monitoring it. Her team is the one which gave me the complete data, the kind of vessels which are monitoring there. Then, this is a fantastic investigation by India today of how Pakistanis moved their ships away from Karachi to Gwadar and hit their military vessels like they did for their aircrafts behind the civilian aircrafts. Then, this, no one requires any proof what the Indian Armed Forces did at Bawalpur. Then, of course, the Pakistanis made tall claims, and those tall claims, supported by Chinese imageries, were on the right, you see, proven absolutely false, just by space. That whatever kind of a small building damage they were showing, that existed earlier, that building damage was being repaired. And thereafter, their response on 10th May, just proven by, I'll go through a series of satellite images, will show to you, did not require any proof. So all that running around to prove that we have succeeded didn't require. It was all there, claimed by the various Indian space startups who were aggregating the data. We didn't have the satellites so much required up, but we are getting the data from various constellations, and all these startups which are there, whether Kawa Space, Kepler, they were all proving their worth. India Today, NDTV investigation teams. And yes, we gave back the justice to them what they deserved. This is since my childhood I've been spelling this poem, Kuch baat hai ki asti mitti nahi hamari. So you must remember that. Now, something which Vrinda Karat in the first session highlighted, and thereafter it was, we have the largest population in the world. And that also ensures that we have the largest unconnected, the population on internet, which is not connected. How do you connect it? The money is going to lie there. Now, whom do you give the money to? US, Europe, UK, China, or Russia is just starting? Or we ensure that the Indians launch those satellites, communicate ourselves, keep the data within ourselves, and keep the money with ourselves. Simple solution. So that is what requires a whole set of things. And if we don't do it, sure enough, Pakistan is advantage. Whether America or China, it will have its 38 million terminals by 2030. Now, the last part is what you saw, whether the Houthis, Iran, Israel, or anywhere. That's how multi-domain operations are. And when you include the civilians, it becomes a multi-dimensional operation. It's all about detecting the target, identifying it, acquiring it, tracking it, engaging it, and assessing. All except the engagement aspect today, everywhere else, space is the pivot. And I'll give you some examples. Now, this is the Suhora team working to give out how change detection occurs every day. It's absolutely possible. Now, you are talking about every day. I'll give you certain examples. If you maintain a threat library, this is an example how Chinese are maintaining their threat library. And this is how Suhora is following how in Bhutan the Chinese villages are changing, border settlement villages, daily. And if not that, if a sentry is standing outside, he's going to give a thermal signature. So all those thermal signature monitoring can also give out locations. So it is not one alone. And then Galaxy Eye with its opto-SAR. You miss out bad weather, you miss out electro-optical, you pick up SAR. The SAR resolution is not good, you get electro-optic. So intuitive kind of a methodology, picking up ELENT. Now comes the aspect of tipping and queuing. And that skill chain, when you detect something, you queue some other to go and find that, to detect and classify. Simple. How you use SAR and EO together to confirm SAMs. You fuse weather from drones, from space, all that together to identify that dark ship, dark vehicle on ground. And then be able to exactly identify and classify what that object is. And that's how you do it. This is a Karachi port, identifying what all ships are civilian, what all are military, and then you are able to do it. And this is not being done by some outsiders. Sarunisha is just sitting there. This is her work. On the night when Operation Spiderweb happened, all the SAR images, and in this you don't require proof. Ukrainians were claiming 41 Russian bombers shot. The space-based proof was proving that it's just 18. So this is the way ahead, and I finish at that. I'm quite sure the time is running short.
Thank you very much, Brigadier Narang. I mean, fascinating insights from outer space. You're truly, there's nothing that can be hidden now, given the kind of dense penetration of satellite cover, and you've given us so much to think about. Very quick question to you, sir. I mean, in this Operation Sindoor, did you see a fusion of Chinese and Pakistani capabilities, and how is that going to play out in the next couple of years? Because as General Dushyant also mentioned, the fact that they started downloading a lot of data from Sir Creek, and which is one reason I imagine why there's such a high threat level around Gujarat at the moment. How are we going to identify and prepare for this joint two-front threat between China and Pakistan?
See, the point is Chinese civil commercial satellites are up in air in such great numbers. If you take out Elon Musk, China is ahead of America in space, and Elon Musk is more of communication. Yes, communication satellites are doing something else too. The point is Chinese are giving that data comfortably to Pakistan. So whatever Pakistan wants to monitor us, that can happen. So first issue is that. Now, yes, if we continue, I mean, right now some loopholes are there, how we are coming to know what Chinese are doing. If we monitor that as a battle indicator, that facilitates us. But the aspect is till the time we don't build our capabilities. And what I try to highlight, we can't, we can't be on the verge of requesting some other country for satellites. Because every country, and we've seen how America behaves, at crucial times, you can't be reliant. Firstly, we have already diverged our means. You're not just on one country, there are many other countries where you're taking the data from. But we have to be prepared that China will provide the support to America, to Pakistan, as and when required. They have launched the hyperspectral satellite. They are Chinese astronaut. Today onwards, those tests are going to start where Pakistanis will select their astronauts and then Chinese will select and suitably send their astronaut up in space. So there is complete coordination, cooperation, and for bad things, there is collusivity too.
So two fronts have become one front. I mean, scary indeed. But, moving on from space-based capabilities to social media, one of the aspects of this conflict during Operation Sindoor, this ongoing military operation, was the war of narratives, as I mentioned at the beginning. The sixth dimension of conflict was the war of narratives. I see General Ghai over here. He's one of the foremost warriors on building the Indian narrative soon after our successful operations. I want to bring in Shalini Kapoor Tiwari to talk about how social media can aid India's national security. Over to you, Shalini.
Thank you, Sandeep. Thank you, Klaus. मेरा हमेशा ये मानना रहा है कि कहानियों के ज़रिए शायद हम चीज़ों को बेहतर बता पाते हैं और उसीलिए एक कहानी के साथ मैं शुरुआत करती हूँ. उम्मीद है यहाँ जितने बच्चे बैठे हैं वो भी इस कहानी को शायद अगर जानते होंगे. मुझे सोशल मीडिया में मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन, डिसइन्फॉर्मेशन, फेक न्यूज़ ये बताना है, लेकिन सोशल मीडिया के पहले भी ये चीज़ें एग्जिस्ट करती थी. सबसे पहले शुरुआत उसके साथ करती हूँ. अश्वत्थामा का मारा जाना महाभारत में, अश्वत्थामा हता नरोवा कुंजरोवा, ये इससे कितने लोग वाकिफ़ हैं, बच्चे खासकर. ठीक है, तो लगभग सभी को ये बात मालूम है. अब अगर महाभारत की हम बात करें, जब सोशल मीडिया नहीं था, जब अलग अलग ऐप्स हमारे पास नहीं थे, उस समय भी फेक न्यूज़ थी. और उसी के जरिए महाभारत को जीता गया, ये कहानी हमें बताती है। अब बड़ी बात यह है कि ये बात कहने वाले के अश्वत्थामा मारे गए। अब वो इंसान है या हाथी है मुझे नहीं पता। ये युधिष्ठिर थे, जिनके लिए ये कहा जाता है कि वो तो धर्माधिराज हैं, जिन्होंने कभी झूठ नहीं बोला, गलत का साथ नहीं दिया। और ये पूरी रणनीति बनाने में जो दिमाग था वो कृष्ण का भी था, क्योंकि वहां युद्ध चल रहा था। अब इसमें कहना मैं ये चाहती हूं कि दौर चाहे कोई भी हो, सोशल मीडिया ना हो, फेक न्यूज तो रहेगी। और बात जब युद्ध की हो रही है, देश की हो रही है, सम्मान की हो रही है, तो वो कहते ना एवरीथिंग इज फेयर इन लव एंड वॉर, तो वो होगा। अब उसमें जिम्मेदारी सोशल मीडिया की कतई नहीं है। तो ये शुरुआत इसलिए कि फेक न्यूज़ हमेशा से थी, मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन हमेशा से थी, डिस इन्फॉर्मेशन हमेशा से थी। अब उसके भी पहले अगर हम सतयुग की बात करें, रामायण की बात करें, तो माँ सीता ने जब कहा कि मुझे मृगचर्म चाहिए, लेके आओ, प्रभु श्री राम चले गए लेने के लिए। फिर वो पीछे से जो आवाज आती है, हे सीते, हे लक्ष्मण, वो उस समय का डीप फेक था, है ना। अब बड़ी बात यह है कि डीप फेक में प्रभु श्री राम और लक्ष्मण भी आ गए, मां सीता भी आ गई, और लक्ष्मण चले गए लक्ष्मण रेखा खींचकर, सीता हरण हो गया, और वहां से रामायण की शुरुआत हुई। अब उस समय सोशल मीडिया था नहीं। अगर सोशल मीडिया होता तो इस डीप फेक के ऊपर फिर दो धड़े में लोग मरते। एक कहते काहे के भगवान होते तो फंस जाते डीप फेक में, दूसरा कहता राम ने ही करवाया होगा। उनको दिखाना भी तो था, तो एक वो नैरेटिव चलना शुरू हो जाता, जो अब हो पाता है तब नहीं हो पाता था। क्योंकि कोई कुछ भी कह रहा है, प्रधानमंत्री से लेके रक्षा मंत्री से लेके गृह मंत्री तक, तब लोगों के पास यह अधिकार नहीं था कि कमेंट सेक्शन में जाएं और कुछ भी जाकर बोल दें। वो कोई भी बोल सकता है, हमें यहां मौजूद जो सम्मानित है, अपनी डीपी और अपने नाम के साथ कमेंट करता है, वो अच्छी भाषा में, मर्यादित भाषा में अपनी बात कह देता है। लेकिन जिसने अलग अलग फोटो लगाई होती है, जिसका नाम लिखा हुआ होता है शेर का बच्चा, या हिंदूवादी कुछ लिख दिया, मुस्लिमवादी कुछ लिख दिया, ऐसी शक्लें बनाकर, ऐसे नाम बनाकर कहने की आजादी अब सबके पास है, जो सतयुग में नहीं थी। लेकिन डीप फेक तब भी था, मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन तब भी थी, डिस इन्फॉर्मेशन तब भी थी। तो पहली बात ये मानते हुए कि ये तो रहेगा, लाख कोशिश कर लीजिए, कितने ऐप बना लीजिए, या कितनी सरकार की तरफ से योजनाएं चलाई जा सकें, ये मेरा मानना है। संभवतः मेरी राय से सब लोग नहीं यहाँ सहमत होंगे, पर मेरा ये मानना है कि वो रहेगा, उसको बदला नहीं जा सकता। अब क्योंकि सोशल मीडिया है, एक आध उदाहरण देकर पहले ये बताती हूँ कि किस तरह से ये, क्योंकि हम राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा की बात कर रहे हैं, हमें ये समझना है कि मेरे अकाउंट से तो पैसा खाली हो गया, ठीक है, वो एक शालिनी का नुकसान है। ये देश के लिए कैसे बहुत बड़ा खतरा हो सकता है। एक वाकया जो घटित हुआ था, बहुत पुराना नहीं है, किसान आंदोलन के ठीक बाद की ये बात है, जब प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पंजाब जा रहे थे, वहाँ उन्हें एक रैली को संबोधित करना था। ये 5 जनवरी 2022 का वाकया है। दिसंबर में आप लोगों को याद होगा, मोदी सरकार की तरफ से 3 कृषि कानून वापस ले लिए गए थे। पंजाब में गुस्सा तब भी था। प्रधानमंत्री को जाना था पंजाब में, फिरोजपुर में, और मौसम खराब था, बाई फ्लाइट वहाँ जाना संभव था नहीं, और इसीलिए उन्होंने बाई रोड जाना चुना। बठिंडा एयरपोर्ट से फिरोजपुर रास्ते से जब वो निकले तो फ्लाईओवर के ऊपर गाड़ी को उन्हें रोकना पड़ा। ये बताया गया कि आगे बहुत से प्रदर्शनकारी बैठे हुए हैं जो मोदी जी को आगे नहीं जाने देंगे। इतना बड़ा काफिला, प्रधानमंत्री की सुरक्षा, वहां पहुंचने के पहले बाकायदा रेकी होती है, और प्रधानमंत्री की सुरक्षा एक देश के लिए क्या है वो मुझे लगता नहीं है बताने की यहाँ किसी को जरूरत है। फिर भी मोदी जी के उस काफिले को रोका गया। अब जब ये काफिला रुका, हुसैनी वाला फ्लाईओवर वो था, 15-20 मिनट तक वो पुल पर रुके रहे और आगे नहीं जा पाए। बैरंग वहां से लौटना पड़ा प्रधानमंत्री को। लौटते समय उन्होंने ये कहा कि अपने मुख्यमंत्री को जाकर ये कह देना कि जिंदा वापस जा रहा हूं। किसी देश के प्रधानमंत्री के जरिए ये बात का कहा जाना, उसे आप किसी भी तरह से ले सकते हैं, लेकिन मेरे लिए ये बहुत दुखद बात है। अब ये सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच है, ये सिक्योरिटी वाले जाने, क्योंकि मैं सोशल मीडिया की बात करने आई हूं। ठीक इस घटना के 1 साल पहले एक एनिमेटेड वीडियो सोशल मीडिया के ऊपर डाला गया था, जिसमें हूबहू प्रधानमंत्री की शक्ल का एक शख्स होता है। उसने सफेद सदरी पहनी होती है। आई होप आप लोगों ने अगर वो वीडियो देखा होगा, ठीक है। उसमें एक सफेद कुर्ता पैजामे में, बिल्कुल प्रधानमंत्री के जैसी वेशभूषा वाला, वैसी ही दाढ़ी, वैसे ही बाल, एक शख्स है जिसकी गाड़ी को रोका गया पुल के ऊपर। चारों तरफ से उसे घेर लिया गया। प्रधानमंत्री गाड़ी से उतरे। वो एनिमेटेड वीडियो है, लेकिन क्योंकि उसमें चेहरा बिल्कुल मोदी जी का दिखाई दे रहा है, वो शख्स गाड़ी से उतरा और भागना शुरू किया। अब वो भागते भागते एक तरफ जा रहे हैं, वहां उन्हें रोक लिया गया। फिर वो पलट के दूसरी तरफ जा रहे हैं, वहां रोका गया। फिर वो तीसरी तरफ जा रहे हैं, वहां रोका गया। फिर उनके सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स और जिन लोगों ने रोका था उनके बीच में लड़ाई होती है, सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स को मार दिया जाता है और प्रधानमंत्री की शक्ल में वो जो एनिमेटेड वीडियो में आदमी था वो घुटने के बल बैठता है और चारों ओर से उसे घेरा हुआ होता है। ये वीडियो YouTube के ऊपर 1 साल पहले डाला गया था और तब ये बात कही जाने लगी, मीडिया रिपोर्ट्स में ये चीजें आई कि क्या ये सिखाया गया था। सोशल मीडिया सिखाता भी है ना, अब लोग ढूंढ लेते हैं आत्महत्या कैसे करें, 10 तरीके। तो क्या ये सिखाने के लिए वीडियो बनाया गया था? अब इसमें बड़ी बात ये है कि YouTube में मैं कंटेंट क्रिएटर होने के नाते ये चीज़ जानती हूँ कि अगर आप एक थंबनेल गलत डाल दें तो आपको कम्युनिटी गाइडलाइन स्ट्राइक आ जाता है। मेरे चैनल पे 2 बार आ चुका है, जबकि उसमें ऐसा कुछ था नहीं। लेकिन एक ऐसा वीडियो जो बाकायदा प्रधानमंत्री को घेर कर कैसे रोका जाए कि प्लानिंग वाला YouTube पर पड़ा है, वो YouTube ने नहीं हटाया। वहां कम्युनिटी गाइडलाइन स्ट्राइक नहीं आता है, वो वीडियो इनविजिबल नहीं होता है। मल्टीपल टाइम्स वो शेयर किया गया और फिर हमने बाद में देखा कि देश में क्या हुआ। अब यहां जागरूकता की कमी हम लोगों की भी है, क्योंकि हम वीडियो देखकर कमेंट तो करते हैं लेकिन रिपोर्ट नहीं करते। हमें मालूम ही नहीं है कि शायद रिपोर्ट किया जा सकता है। आप किसी भी धड़े के हो, लेफ्ट विंग या राइट विंग, आप जब जाकर कमेंट करते हो प्रेस करता हुआ या आपको नहीं पसंद आया तो गुस्सा भड़ास निकालता हुआ, YouTube या सोशल मीडिया को ये लगता है कि ये इंगेजिंग वीडियो है। YouTube ये सोचता है अरे वाह, इस पे तो कमेंट आ रहे हैं, बढ़ाओ बढ़ाओ बढ़ाओ, पुश करो। वो वीडियो और पुश होना शुरू होता है और वो और सर्कुलेट होता है। तो क्या इतने सालों से YouTube यूज करने के बाद भी क्या हमें ये नहीं मालूम है कि किसी वीडियो को रिपोर्ट किया जा सकता है? हम उसको देखकर आनंद लेकर या इग्नोर करके क्या सिर्फ आगे बढ़ जाते हैं? किसी देश की सुरक्षा के लिए एक एनिमेटेड वीडियो, किसी देश के प्रधानमंत्री की जान के लिए अगर एक एनिमेटेड वीडियो इतना भारी साबित हो जाए तो मुझे लगता है ये चिंता का विषय है। और ऐसे वीडियो से भरा पड़ा है YouTube। आप हर दूसरे तीसरे महीने ऐसी खबर देखते होंगे कि सरकार ने इतने फेसबुक अकाउंट्स को ब्लॉक कर दिया, इतने ट्विटर अकाउंट्स को ब्लॉक कर दिया। अलग अलग सोशल नेटवर्किंग साइट पर जो अकाउंट्स ब्लॉक होते हैं उनकी खबरें हम तक पहुंचती हैं, लेकिन तब तक वो अपना काम कर चुके होते हैं। गुरपतवंत सिंह पन्नू के जितने भी ये सर्कुलेटेड वीडियोस हैं, वो पहले गवर्नमेंट एक बैन करती है, दूसरा बनाना बहुत आसान है, तीसरा बनाना बहुत आसान है, चौथा, पहले तो आपको मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन फैलाने के लिए पम्फलेट छपवाने पड़ते थे, पैसा खर्च करना पड़ता था। अब फ्री फंड में हो रहा है, मुफ्त में, और हम सब उसका शिकार भी हैं और उसे बढ़ावा देने में हथियार भी हैं। मैं ये नहीं मान सकती कि कोई भी गलत खबर अगर आगे बढ़ रही है तो वो हमने नहीं बढ़ाई है, वो तो वायरल है ना, और अगर वो वायरल है तो हमने ही वायरल की है। इसके अलावा एक और वाकया जो घटित हुआ है उसके बारे में भी बताना चाहूँगी। बुली बाई ऐप आप लोगों को याद है? एक ऐप था जिसमें एक ख़ास धर्म की महिलाओं जो कि बड़ी शिक्षित थीं, पत्रकार, सोशल एक्टिविस्ट, लॉयर, उनकी फ़ोटोग्राफ्स डाल के और ऑक्शन किया जा रहा था। लोग कमेंट करके उन्हें डिफेम करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। बुली बाई आपका जब मामला सामने आया और इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुई, क्योंकि अगेन जैसे ही कोई मामला सामने आता है समाज दो धड़े में बढ़ जाता है, एक इस ओर एक इस ओर। इन्होंने कहना शुरू किया कि जानबूझ के टारगेट किया जा रहा है, ये खास धर्म की महिलाएं हैं इसलिए। उसके बाद जब इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुआ तो पता चला कि ये अल्पसंख्यक और बहुसंख्यक दोनों समुदाय की महिलाओं के लिए अलग अलग ऐप्स के ऊपर अलग अलग ग्रुप्स बना करके और सेम काम किया जा रहा था। तो मतलब ये खास धर्म, एक खास वर्ग, एक खास संप्रदाय के लिए नहीं था। अब इस ऐप को यूज करने वाले हम, ऑक्शन अगर लगाया जा रहा है तो उसमें शामिल होने वाले हम, कमेंट करने वाले हम और उसे बढ़ावा देने वाले हम। तो अगर इस देश के लिए या किसी भी देश के लिए, मैं क्योंकि नेपाल पर अभी आगे आने वाली हूं, तो अगर ऐसा कोई थ्रेट है तो वो कर तो आम आदमी रहा है और उसमें सारे शामिल हैं। नेपाल में अभी जब क्रांति हुई थी तो वहाँ जीत के बाद एक लड़के ने एक पोस्ट किया जो बहुत वायरल हुआ। उसने ये लिखा कि हमारे हाथ में मोबाइल नहीं है, हथियार है। अब मुझे लगता है ये शब्द हम सबके कानों में अभी नहीं कई सालों तक गूंजते रहने की ज़रूरत है कि हथियार तो पहले पुलिस वालों के पास हुआ करते थे ना, आर्मी के पास होते थे, लाइसेंस जिसने ले रखा है उसके पास होते थे, पर वो लड़का ये कह रहा है हमारे पास मोबाइल नहीं है, हमारे पास हथियार है। तो मतलब हम सबके पास हथियार है और उसका इस्तेमाल अपने अपने तरीके से हम लोग कर रहे हैं। ये डार्क साइड हुआ। पॉजिटिव अगर हम समझने की कोशिश करें तो बांग्लादेश में अभी जो क्रांति हुई है, शुरुआत उसकी हुई थी आरक्षण के मुद्दे से, और आरक्षण को लेके मुझे लगता है हर देश में ही अगर बहुत बड़ी संख्या में है तो वो आग हो सकती है, जो बांग्लादेश में थी। बहुत छोटी सी बात आरक्षण, जिससे वो उठा, फिर सोशल मीडिया, फिर अलग अलग ऐप्स, और लोगों ने, खासकर यूथ ने, वीडियोस, अपनी राय सब पोस्ट करना शुरू किया। और उस देश से अगर शेख हसीना को, देश का जो सबसे बड़ा पद है, जो देश चलाने वाला पद है, अगर शेख हसीना को देश छोड़कर जाना पड़े और आज तक वो वापस नहीं जा पाई हैं, तो ये सोशल मीडिया ही था। नेपाल की क्रांति सोशल मीडिया के जरिए ही हुई, वो नहीं होती तो शायद ऐसा कह सकते हैं कि उसमें समय लगता या नहीं होती। अब ये हम ऐसा सोचते हैं शायद ज़्यादातर लोग, जब आप उन्हें सोशल मीडिया के ख़तरों के बारे में बताइए कि भाई आपकी तो जासूसी हो रही है, आपका जितना भी आपने इन्फॉर्मेशन डाला है वो सब लीक हो सकता है, किसी को दिया जा सकता है, बेचा जा सकता है, तो हमें से ज़्यादातर लोगों को लगता है ही क्या ऐसा, ठीक है ले लो, डेट ऑफ बर्थ डाली है, पासवर्ड है, एक फ़ोटो है, बाकी हमने प्रोफाइल लॉक ही कर ली है, अब ऐसा क्या है, अकाउंट पे पैसा भी नहीं है। मैं तो जहाँ पैसे रुपए वाला कोई पॉडकास्ट भी अगर करती हूँ तो नीचे कमेंट में लोग आकर के कहते हैं कि करोड़ों की बात सुन कौन रहा है, मेरे खाते में मैडम बस 1000 रुपया है। तो लोग सोचते हैं क्या हमारे पास। अब इसमें पॉइंट है, ये बात बहुत गुजरे ज़माने की हो गई कि आप अगर जीन्स खरीदने के लिए सर्च करते थे तो पर गूगल और अलग अलग साइट्स आपको जीन्स ही दिखाती थी, आपको फ़ोन ही दिखाती थी। ये बहुत पुरानी बात है। अब आप अगर एक लाइक करते हैं तो ये मालूम चल जाता है कि आप किस पार्टी के समर्थन में हैं। ये जो देश का चुनाव है वो कैसे मैनिपुलेट हो रहा है, मैं वो बता रही हूँ। मान लीजिए महाराष्ट्र में ये जंग चल रही है हिंदी भाषी और मराठियों के बीच में। अब आपने एक वीडियो देखा सोशल मीडिया के ऊपर, आपको वो पसंद आया, आपने उसको लाइक कर दिया। अब ये मालूम चल चुका है कि आप मराठी जो कह रहे हैं कि मतलब यहाँ आए हो तो मराठा सीखो, या जो हिंदी भाषी कह रहे हैं कि भाई देश हमारा है, हम कहीं भी रह सकते हैं, आप किसके पक्ष में हो ये मालूम चल गया। इसी तरह आप अगर किसी पार्टी की किसी बात को लाइक करते हो, किसी वीडियो को लाइक करते हो, तो ये मालूम चल गया उसे एक लाइक से कि आप किस पार्टी के समर्थक हो। और इसी का इस्तेमाल करके 2016 में ट्रम्प सरकार अमेरिका में बनी थी। अब ये घोषित है, ये कोई छुपी हुई बात नहीं है। ट्रम्प क्योंकि खुद इसे एक्सेप्ट कर चुके हैं। फेसबुक, मार्क जकरबर्ग को माफी मांगनी पड़ी थी अमेरिकी संसद में। उन्होंने ये एक्सेप्ट किया कि फेसबुक का जो डेटा था लोगों का, वो हाथ लग जाने के चलते ट्रम्प जीत पाए ये चुनाव। याद होगा आप लोगों को कैम्ब्रिज एनालिटिका स्कैंडल जो हुआ था। शुरुआत में फेसबुक ने डिनाई किया, कई बार डिनाई किया। वो हुआ ऐसे था कि एक कंपनी आई और उस कंपनी ने कुछ गेम फेसबुक पर खिलाना शुरू किया। उस गेम को खेलने वाले को पहले एक्सेप्ट करना पड़ता था उनकी टर्म्स एंड कंडीशन, जिसमें लिखा था आपका डेटा तो लेंगे ही, आपके दोस्त का भी ले सकते हैं। एक आदमी के अगर 100 या 200 रिश्तेदार, तो आप ये मान के चलिए कि 200 लोगों का डेटा तो आपने गेम खेल के दे दिया। अगले ने कुछ किया भी नहीं, उसको मालूम भी नहीं है। गेम आपने खेला, टर्म्स एंड कंडीशन आपने ओके की और वो पूरा डेटा चला गया। अब उस पूरे डेटा का इस्तेमाल ट्रम्प की कैंपेनिंग कैसे हो, एड्स कैसे बनाए जाएं, कैसे मैनिपुलेट किया जाए, इसको करके डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति बने। फेसबुक ने नकारा। ट्रम्प ने पहले एक्सेप्ट किया, ये कहा कि फेसबुक और सोशल मीडिया के चलते मैं जीता हूं, और बाद में जब पूरी जांच हुई तो फेसबुक को भी ये बात माननी पड़ी। और उसके बाद कुछ महीने के बाद कंपनी भी बंद हो गई, बाय द वे। तो ये सोशल मीडिया की बात है। अब बड़ा आम सा जुमला है जो हम लोग कहते हैं कि हम आटा कब खाते हैं, डेटा ज़्यादा खाते हैं, है ना। सबसे सस्ता डेटा हमें मिला हुआ है और यकीन मानिए उस डेटा का इस्तेमाल हम सही जानकारी के लिए कम, गलत के लिए ज़्यादा कर रहे हैं। ये वैसे भी मुझे लगता है आम इंसानी फितरत होती है कि हम बुरी चीज़ों के प्रति ज़्यादा आकर्षित होते हैं, और वही सोशल मीडिया पर भी हो रहा है। पुराने ज़माने के जो लोग थे जिनके पास सोशल मीडिया नहीं था, ये सच है कि उनके पास जानकारी हमसे कम थी, हमारे पास उनसे बहुत ज़्यादा जानकारी है। लेकिन ये भी सच है कि उनके पास जो जानकारी होती थी वो सही होती थी। अगर उनके पास 10% जानकारी थी, हमारे पास 100% जानकारी है, तो उनकी 10% में 8% सही होती थी। हमारी 100% में 92% गलत है, तो हमारे पास भी कुल मिला के वही 8% है। ये मैं मानती हूँ। ज़्यादा जानकारी मिलने के चलते हम गलत की ही तरफ आकर्षित होते हैं, गलत को ही प्रमोट करते हैं, उसे ही फॉरवर्ड करते हैं। अब बड़ी बात कि इसे रोका कैसे जाए। सरकार की तरफ से बहुत सी योजनाएं चलाई जा रही हैं। आपको फैक्ट चेक्स मिल जाएंगे, बहुत से ऐप आ चुके हैं। डीप फेक है या नहीं ये पता करने वाली बहुत से ऐप आ चुके हैं। लेकिन इतना सब हो के भी ऐश्वर्या राय को कोर्ट का रुख करना पड़ता है, इसलिए कि उनकी डीप फेक फोटोज, वीडियो सोशल मीडिया पर डाले जा रहे हैं, लोग यकीन कर रहे हैं, उसे फॉरवर्ड कर रहे हैं, और फिर कोर्ट को दखल अंदाजी करनी पड़ती है। इंटरिम ऑर्डर ये देना पड़ता है कि बिना ऐश्वर्या राय की इजाज़त के कोई इनके वीडियोस को, कोई इनके फोटोग्राफ्स को, कोई इनके आवाज़ को नहीं चला सकता, दिखा सकता। तो चाहे कितने ऐप बन जाएं, कितनी भी तरह की एजेंसियां आ जाएं, वो सेंस जब तक हम डेवलप नहीं करेंगे कि ये सही है या गलत है, तब तक कुछ नहीं होगा। ये सेंस डेवलप करना कि अगर हम कहीं क्लिक कर रहे हैं तो वो क्या है, अगर ऑपरेशन सिंदूर चल रहा है और कोई वीडियो आया है तो वो सही या गलत हो सकता है, अगर कोई एप्लीकेशन डाउनलोड करने के लिए कहा गया है तो वो हम करें या ना करें, ये सेंस डेवलप होना ज़रूरी है। क्योंकि जब तक आपको सरकार ये बताती है कि ये डिजिटल अरेस्ट का मामला आ गया है, तब तक फिर आप दूसरे फ्रॉड में पड़ जाते हैं। डिजिटल अरेस्ट में ज़्यादातर पढ़े लिखे लोग ही पढ़े। भाई जिसके पास 2 करोड़ 4 करोड़ 5 करोड़ है, कोशिश उनकी रहती है कि पहले तो इनको फंसाओ। वो 10-20 हज़ार वालों पे हाथ नहीं मारते ज़्यादातर। तो पढ़े लिखे लोगों का भी इसमें फंसना, एक बड़ी संख्या में र्यूमर फैलना या इस तरह की चीज़ें फॉरवर्ड होना, इसमें मुझे लगता है उस सेंस की कमी है हमारे अंदर। और वो सेंस अगर डेवलप हो गया तो हमें किसी ऐप की ज़रूरत नहीं है, किसी तरह के फैक्ट चेक की ज़रूरत नहीं है। हम जहाँ क्लिक करने वाले हैं, हमें अगर ये पता चल जाए कि इसमें कुछ तो गड़बड़ हो सकती है। हमें बहुत पहले शायद 90s वाले जितने लोग हैं वो ये समझ पाएंगे कि हमें ये मालूम था कि हम रेलवे स्टेशन जा रहे हैं, कोई कुछ खाने को देगा तो खाना नहीं है, इसमें कुछ तो मिला हो सकता है। वो सेंस डेवलप होने में इतना टाइम लगा, तब तक कई लोग ट्रेन में लुट चुके थे, बहुत जहर खुराना करके उस समय चलता था, वो उस तरीके के बहुत से ग्रुप्स हुआ करते थे। लेकिन वो सेंस डेवलप होते होते जब बिल्कुल डेवलप हो गया तब वो ख़त्म हुआ फ्रॉड। तो मेरा ये मानना है कि वो सेंस डेवलप होना बहुत ज़रूरी है, जिससे आप ये समझ पाएँ कि जो मैं कर रहा हूँ वो गलत कर रहा हूँ, जो मुझे मिला है वो गलत मिला है, जो मैं परोसने जा रहा हूँ वो गलत परोसने जा रहा हूँ। बस इतनी सी बात है और उसी के लिए हमें काम करना है। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू शालिनी, फैसिनेटिंग इनसाइट्स। आपसे एक सवाल, आप कह रहे थे ये सारे सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स जो हैं, ट्विटर, नाउ एक्स, फेसबुक, इंस्टाग्राम, ये सारे जो प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं उनकी ओनरशिप जो है विदेश में है, यानी यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स के सारे जो टेक बैरन्स हैं वो ओन करते हैं। क्या आपको लगता है कि इसकी ओनरशिप और हमारी जो आप बात कर रहे थे सस्ती डेटा, इसकी कॉम्बिनेशन हमारी नेशनल सिक्योरिटी को भारी पड़ रही है?
डेफिनेटली भारी पड़ रही है और मुझे लगता नहीं है कि इसमें किसी की भी दो राय होगी। मैं इस मुद्दे पर बोलने से बचती हूँ, ऑनेस्टली बताऊँ। उसके पीछे रीज़न ये है, हाल ही में हमारे गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी ने जोहो के ऊपर मेल बनाया अपना, उन्होंने ट्वीट किया। हम में से कितने लोगों ने जोहो पे मेल बना लिया है? मैं भी उनमें से एक हूँ, बट कईयों ने नहीं बनाया है। जिसने बना भी लिया है, इंक्लूडिंग माई सेल्फ, उसने अब तक सोशल मीडिया पे अपडेट नहीं किया। मैंने बना तो लिया है, लेकिन अभी भी आप अगर मेरा इंस्टा, ट्विटर खोल के देखेंगे तो आपको उस पर जीमेल का ही अकाउंट मिलेगा। एक कू ऐप था, एक्स की ही तरह, ट्विटर की तरह, इंडियन गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से भारत का वो ऐप था जिस पे हमारे सारे फेमस लोग, इंक्लूडिंग क्रिकेटर्स, एंटरटेनमेंट वर्ल्ड के जितने लोग थे, हमारे सारे मंत्री, विपक्ष के लोग, सारे थे। उस पर ब्लू टिक की जगह येलो टिक मिलता था। अभी कू ऐप बंद हो चुका है। उसको पॉपुलर करने की जी तोड़ कोशिश की गई, बहुत मेहनत की गई, सर बेटर बताएंगे उस बारे में। और इतने बड़े बड़े और फेमस लोगों के होने के बाद भी जो ऐप नहीं पॉपुलर हो पाया और अल्टीमेटली जिसे बंद करना पड़ा, वो मुझे लगता है बहुत दुखद है। तो मैं इस पे बोलने से इसलिए बचती हूँ कि क्या हम गलत दिशा में तो मेहनत नहीं कर रहे हैं? मतलब क्या हम तब तक नहीं मानेंगे जब तक बैन नहीं कर दिया जाएगा? मतलब या तो आप बैन कर दो, आज से ट्विटर चलेगा ही नहीं, आज से फेसबुक चलेगा ही नहीं, और उसको ऑल्टरनेट हम ये दे रहे हैं, इसको यूज़ करो। दूसरी बात, हमें तो सोशल मीडिया, ऑनेस्टली हो सकता है आप लोग अलग सोचते हो, मुझे लगता है हमें तो विदेशी ऐप्स की ज़रूरत ही नहीं है। जब व्हाट्सएप चला के भी आपको कानपुर में बैठे, बरेली में बैठे, लखनऊ में बैठे किसी से बात करनी है, तो वो तो स्वदेशी ऐप से भी हो सकता है आसानी से। जब हमें घूमना ही भारत में है, तो सर ने अभी बताया कि कैसे हम इंडियन ऐप्स का यूज़ कर सकते हैं। हम तो तब उस ऐप को रखें ना जब हमें इंडिया के अलावा अब्रॉड में भी बहुत फ्रीक्वेंटली ट्रैवल करना है। मुझे आना ही जब नोएडा से यहाँ आपके पास है, तो जीमेल का, गूगल मैप का कोई बहुत आधार रह नहीं जाता है। बावजूद इसके अगर हम उसको नहीं इस्तेमाल कर रहे, हमें कू को बंद करना पड़ा। मेरे लिए तो बहुत दुखद था। मैं तो कंटेंट क्रिएटर हूँ सर, और मेरे लिए तो 10,000 फॉलोअर भी चले जाना बहुत अहमियत रखता है। लेकिन जब वो ऐप बंद हुआ तो मेरे उतने फॉलोअर और उतनी मेहनत तो चली गई। हमने टिकटॉक पे बड़े वो बनाए, अकाउंट्स बनाए, पर हमने कू पे नहीं बनाया। तो इसलिए मुझे लगता है डेफिनेटली आपने जो सवाल पूछा उसका जवाब तो हाँ में ही है, और किसी का इसमें दो राय होगी नहीं। मैं भी ये मानती हूँ कि हमारे पास, और स्पेशली मैं माफ़ कीजिएगा थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा समय ले रही हूँ, ख़ासकर इसलिए कि आप जब यूट्यूब को, फेसबुक को कोई लेटर लिखते हैं कि मेरी प्रोफाइल हैक हो गई, जवाब नहीं आता। मैं न्यूज़ चैनल में काम करती हूँ, मैं जी बिज़नेस में जब थी तो 3 महीने तक जी बिज़नेस का पेज बंद था, कॉपीराइट स्ट्राइक आया था जिसमें कोई उनका कुछ था भी नहीं. अभी टाइम्स का बंद हुआ है 1 हफ्ते तक, लास्ट मंथ की या लास्ट अभी 15-20 डेज पहले की बात है. उधर से कोई जवाब नहीं आता है. बड़ी बात ये है, कोई आपकी चिट्ठी का जवाब ही नहीं देगा. आप सही हो, आप गलत हो, उनको पड़ी नहीं है. बावजूद इसके अगर हम उसी पे हैं, ये मेरी भी अगर मजबूरी है कि मैं YouTube पे ही कंटेंट बना रही हूँ, इंस्टा पे ही कंटेंट डाल रही हूँ, तो मैं उसकी बुराई नहीं कर सकती. ज़रूरत है. अब कैसे भारतीय चेतेंगे मुझे नहीं पता. जोहो पे मेल बना के तो शुरुआत की जा सकती है. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Shalini. And while we're talking about youth being the catalysts in this new domains of warfare, there is of course the need for a strategy for this new domain of warfare. And for that, we have with us Sanjana Rathi, who's going to be talking about the role of youth in this digital strategy for fighting this new kind of dimension of warfare.
A very good afternoon to everyone. I would like to thank Claus for giving me this opportunity to speak at this particular forum. So the topic, next gen warfare. I request the slides, please. So what you see on the screen now, this is an image which mirrors our society today. Armed with the sword of technology, yet blinded by the glare. We hold immense digital power, our algorithms, AI, cyber tools, weapons. These are like sharper than any other blade in history, but with the VR set or with a smartphone, the field of vision is actually very narrow. It's become really narrow. This is leading to a strategic myopia, where we define the digital domain with what we see over internet, over the developments that are happening over media. What we are seeing is the data, but we are not seeing the depth. What we are seeing is the speed, but we are not seeing the consequence. So, in order to understand what is the next gen warfare, we need to understand this particular domain. The scale of justice still hangs in our grasp, because when vision is clouded and judgment is outsourced to the new technologies and machines, we begin to mistake our might for right. And so, as a society, we stand at a dangerous threshold today, a risk of getting into a strategic myopia. When humanity grips the sword of technology while blindfolded by its brilliance, balance falters and civilization runs at a risk of fighting a war with itself. So therefore, let's understand this strategic landscape. And before we can understand the war of the future, we must see the battlefield, right? This is what the battlefield looks like. It is a cyberspace. It is invisible. It is infinite. And you cannot really see it. Winning here requires not just power, but it requires clarity and it requires perception. The battlefield is dark and invisible, but its impact are unmistakably tangible. For what we can observe, cyberspace vulnerabilities unfolds across two strategic landscapes. There are two strategic fault lines that are there. And we have already spoken about it this morning and right now. It is the cognitive domain and the critical infrastructure attacks. These are the two main warfare battlefield that we are seeing today. And we are yet to define it, we are yet to see things clearly. We are yet to chart this terrain properly. While one of the landscapes, it bends the mind, the attack on the other landscape, it can break the system. So let us look into this in greater details. So we have the critical infrastructure sector. Today, the critical infrastructure sector is defined as all these sectors, they are the lifeblood of our nation. It is what drives our economy, and impact on the critical infrastructure sector is going to have an impact on national security. So all these domains are 16 domains that are of the critical infrastructure sector. These domains, it contributes to our national economy, to our national security. However, NCII PC, we have listed just 8 domains of this critical infrastructure sector, which is highlighted in white. It is the energy or the power industry, the transport system sector, which includes maritime, aviation, railways, the government facility sector, defense industrial base sector, communication sector, which is basically the telecommunication sector, financial sector. All these sectors are the critical infrastructure sector. They are also the chemical sector. They are also the food sector, but it has not yet been included as a part of the critical infrastructure sector. However, it's equally important to recognize the dangers. So while we are talking about the technological developments that are happening, we need to see that each sector is getting upgraded. There are legacy technologies that are there in each sector. Our SCADA systems that are there in the power sector, even that is going through upgradation. And most of these sectors can't do without the civilian help. There are a lot of companies around the world that have their proprietary technologies deployed in this sector. So the power that we get, the energy that we get, the light, electricity, or even the maritime capabilities, everything, it has a lot of there's a lot of international collaboration that also goes into it. We see that the SCADA systems that are there, they have certain technical issues that are there in the SCADA systems. So the problem is that of time constraint. And these are technical problems which requires technical solutions, which means that are we preparing our engineers to think about the time constraint and develop algorithms which are proprietary to us? So there are algorithms like Modbus algorithms, Profibus algorithms that dictates the energy sector and many SCADA systems. But these are not our algorithms. They are proprietary to some other companies in some other country. Are we having developments in this particular sector where we are developing our own algorithms for critical infrastructure? We need to ask these very difficult questions. Are we developing encryption technologies? And what is our export-import encryption laws and policies? Yes, we are a part of the Wassenaar arrangement. India is definitely a part of the Wassenaar arrangement. But do we have our own encryption technology that is grown within our country? We need to ask these questions in order to understand the vulnerabilities of this strategic landscape. We live in a global era, and unfortunately today, we have already developed our critical infrastructure to an extent that we cannot completely indigenize it. So what do we do in this particular case? What is the solution to this? Now the second domain of warfare is cognitive. And we have already discussed this in great detail, so I will not go too much into it. But cognitive domain of warfare is changing our social fabric. So we need to understand in India what is our strength. Our strength is our families. It is our social fabric, the integrity, our value system. And is it being challenged online? Are we having some kind of a perception shift that is taking place because of media and what we are watching online? We need to look into this. Narratives, we have already spoken. There is an emotional disconnect today. You find that in kids especially. Now kids are digital natives, and today they are not able to make proper eye contact. They are so much involved with their mobiles and the technology that they are getting disconnected emotionally as well. We can only feel the impact. We just don't know what is happening here in this. And that's why the two landscape, I believe that the solution for these two issues is to make this landscape a little more organized and to develop cyber psychology as a subject and cyber diplomacy as a subject. So cyber psychology can be a solution to the cognitive issues, the cognitive domain of warfare, where we require increased amount of research, data, and study in order to understand the kind of impact algorithms, media, content is having on us. Today, for example, there are many content made for kids that are uploaded on YouTube, but it's making them very reactive, it's making them very aggressive. Have we done enough study before recommending these videos and these channels? By the way, these channels have millions of followers, which means that it is being watched by kids. But have we done enough research before we recommend these channels and these videos to kids? No, we have not. We have not invested enough in the subject of cyber psychology. We have not invested enough in the subject of cyber diplomacy. Today we have our homegrown technologies, but why are we not looking at market abroad to sell these technologies? Why are we not developing our relations with countries around the world, especially the global south? Just an example, on one of my trips to Africa, one of the missions of one of the countries in Africa, they were having a problem to basically, have US or Chinese technologies integrated, because most of the technologies that are available are either from the US or from China, and they were quite skeptical of including that in their missions abroad. So they wanted something to be developed from scratch. Now, since we have programs running in India for developing our technologies for communication, why are we not collaborating with countries abroad for developing these technologies, for taking the companies in India abroad? That is the aspect of cyber diplomacy as well. I think the more we market for our companies and the technologies that we have, we also, help organizing this domain and also put India at the forefront of cyber diplomacy. So there is a lot of effort that is needed to throw more light to this invisible landscape, to do a lot of research in domains of cyber diplomacy, cyber psychology, and to invest in homegrown solutions of, having tools, cybersecurity tools. There are two very critical minerals that are required for building our technologies: silicon and molybdenum. Molybdenum is required for building the spacecraft, aircraft, and China is one of the biggest suppliers of molybdenum. Chile is one of the biggest suppliers of molybdenum. So if we are thinking of doing it, we need to also look into the supply chain aspect on how we can invest more in material science and develop material for our strategic tools. There is already a lot of work going on, and I think it was already highlighted a lot. So I'm just highlighting those aspects which are still, which was not covered. What I just mentioned to you right now, it is just the tip of the iceberg. So there is the deep and dark web as well. And that's why cyber itself is a very big world. It has multiple sectors. There are so many different aspects to cyber. And as youth of the nation, I think if we just invest into cyber, this itself is, I think, the industry of the future. And India must take lead to become leaders in this particular domain, not as consumers, but as suppliers. So this is just one strategic aspect which we can probably, a framework that we can, I was just thinking about a solution, and I thought to get this solution on the slide. First, let's identify the gap. Do proper remediation of whatever best possible solution we find, and a proper threat analysis. Let us have dialogues and discussions with all the stakeholders, Keeping our political views aside, just bring in everyone and have dialogues and discussions. Wargaming and simulation, because that will give us an understanding of the whole picture. Finally, risk assessment. We need to also develop thought leadership. And finally, it is execute. I think execution power, we can have this discussion, but we need to execute. So with this, I would like to thank you, and I would be open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sanjana. Very fascinating insights again. And the big thing that actually jumped out from all of our panel discussions and all our panelists indeed is the fact that we truly need to be Atmanirbhar. Just realize that how we are generally consumers of a lot of all of these things, and we're not producing, we don't have our own social media platforms, we don't even have our own satellites, and we don't have control of our internet. And if you don't have any of this, the kind of warfare that we have already seen in 2025, the future seems to be very dark indeed. But the bright side of it, of course, is the youth of India, and that's the reason why we're talking about them today, is that we have more young people in India today than we have, than there are people in Europe. That is, there are 800 million Indians under the age of 35. It is the largest young population in all of human history. And that is great hope at a time when countries are looking at declining populations and all that. And with that, I'd like to throw the floor open to questions. We are a little out of time, so I think we have time for just 2 questions from the audience. Yes, please. Yes, yes, sir. Please direct it to the panelist that you want an answer from.
Jain sir, I'm Major Om sir, and my query is to Brigadier Narang sir, and this is with respect to cognitive domain of the warfare, and I would request you for the answer on the subject that when we talk about cognitive domain, what we have seen that it talks of perception management or the change narrative building and all. I want to know, sir, that how is it going to affect a common soldier or the boots on the grounds, basically in all phases, whether it is peace, no war, no peace, and then it is an active conflict or the war portion, how it is going to manifest for us and for the soldiers on the grounds. Thank you, sir.
You see, mind is an empty space. And it will always get occupied by something. So whatever information will flow, it will occupy. Whether you'll sit down, I mean soldiers, whenever they'll have free time, whatever they'll switch on, whether it's social media or whatever. So what's more important is you pre-bunk. And what I mean by pre-bunk is in Sindoor, we were doing a lot of debunking. You pre-bunk. So before itself, you occupy the mind with some positive aspects which you want to cover. So it's important, whether in peacetime, in war, to give the soldiers transparent information till the time you can, till whatever means you can. So if it is positive information in the mind, if he knows what he's doing, what is he doing for, it's very difficult for the enemy to fill that mind. That space is already occupied. Because when you have to put something else, you have to first take that out. So it's most important is pre-bunking in cognitive domain, and that's the only way ahead. Short answer, keeping the time in mind.
Hello, sir. Hello. Hello. Hello, sir. My question to Siddhant, sir, and then following by the Brigadier, sir. So, Siddhant, sir, as you have talked about Chinese APT, so what is India's position? Because not the China is attacking on the India's vulnerability and critical infrastructure as well. The Iranian have some news as well. They are attacking and targeting our critical infrastructure site. So what is our position? And sorry, in addition to follow up the question to Brigadier, sir. So if there is any way to know which are the satellites is targeting us or spying on us? These are the 2 questions for the floor. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Interesting, complicated, but I'll be brief. So our position with respect to Chinese APTs, it's one of the biggest threats for India, but also for the world. We are China's second most challenging target, second most easy target as well, given the vast size diversity of the population. And then when you also take into account the number of individuals, primarily the youth, connected to this or anything else. On the other hand, what I would like to add is that it's important for a country to attribute at times. So I feel that we need to keep this in mind and try and develop attribution capabilities.
You want to take that question?
Yeah. Attribution is what most important. I mean, I wanted to add that he's already done it. Now, as far as space is concerned, based on a lot of NORAD data in other ways, there are various softwares available. You can visit pulseorbital.com. You can track where the Chinese satellites are going to be on a particular day. First issue. The second aspect, what you're talking about is what have they imaged? Now, a satellite, if it passes over you, it's not necessary it will image. It may save its time. So, what the civil satellites have imaged, I gave you one example, what DG clause, that can be done. It's very difficult to find out what military satellites have imaged. But yes, when they're going to pass over you, that time can be known. So whether it will image or not, that's different.
General Dushyant.
Hello. Yeah, can you hear me? Yes, I just wanted to clarify the issue about, promoting Indian apps. You see, I was interacting with few people after this Zoho emails and WhatsApp, Aratai, etc. I am also on Aratai. When I asked some people from my own friends, I said, why don't you switch over to Aratai? Their answer was, if it is an Indian app, the government of India will misuse my app. No, I'm not joking. This is the major concern which most of the people of India are actually attributing to. That's why they're not going to Coup, they're not going on the Zoho mail. So they feel that since the data is now going to reside in India, so therefore it is easily accessible. And that is the reason why most of the people who are not aligned to the government tend to not use it. Just a clarification, I thought while you all people are talking about it, this is one of the reasons why our apps don't get that.
That's the reason, sir. That was the biggest reason why people were opposing Aadhaar itself. They don't want the data to be with the government.
General Dushyant, I would like to add one small aspect as well. It's also familiarity. We're all familiar with Gmail, Hotmail, Yahoo, etc. So.
No, but the TikTok was banned, and after it was banned, everybody has shifted. They're making the reels on YouTube and Facebook. So it's basically a mindset.
Right. And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for a fascinating discussion indeed. And over to you.
Indeed, this session highlighted how the future of warfare is being redefined not just through strategy and strength, but through innovation, intelligence, and information. I now request Lieutenant General Dushyant Singh, DG Clause, to please join us on the stage and felicitate all our panelists and our moderator. Starting with Mr. Sandeep Unnithan. Mr. Siddhant Hira. Brigadier Anshuman Narang. Ms. Shalini Kapoor Tiwari. And Ms. Sanjana Rathi. I request you all to please come forward for a group photograph. Thank you. And And now for the closing address, it is my honor to welcome Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai, Deputy Chief of Army Staff Strategy.
Lieutenant General Dushant Singh, Director General of Clause, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's been a long day. You're probably looking forward to your cup of coffee and tea, as the case may be. So I'll not take much of your time, but I do want to just make some observations on the proceedings that we've had today. First, I want to start by paying tribute on Unity Day to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, one of the forefathers of our freedom struggle, and I think one of the icons and the legends who set us on the path to become the country that we've become today. And second, it's ironical that when we are speaking about youth, and I cannot resist this, I think now many of you sitting here are aware, that I have a little of a penchant for sport, so I can't help but mention the outstanding performance of the women in blue last night, and the fact that it was engineered, by a group of young women, whether it was Jamie Rodriguez or Ritika Ghosh, I think Amanjot Kaur and Deepti Sharma, just to mention a few, and of course the entire team, which showed the kind of grit and determination which possibly they were not associated with earlier in the tournament, but managed to bring that out at the right moment when their backs were against the wall and they were in two must-win situations. Now, speaking of the day today, I'm sure proceedings today have been beneficial to the large number of young people here. It was definitely beneficial and very interesting to somebody not as young as me, possibly not as young as General Param Minhas, my dear friend who's been enduring enough to sit here through the day. I see him still sitting here. So, session by session, very quickly. Now, the first session, Future of Defense and Youth at the Heart of National Security. I'll start with, Major Radhika Sen, and she spoke about the dimensions of national security. But in her talk, the two aspects that really caught my eye were the fact that she spoke about national disasters and pandemics and whether youth could be involved. And I was thinking, I am the father of twin girls, one who's a climate change specialist and the other a microbiologist. And both are immensely aware and are situationally aware of situations that prevail in these regard. And therefore, her argument that can youth be involved in these aspects is definitely compelling, and it made sense to me. Her question about have you ever stopped a fake news spread, set me thinking. I sat there and introspected that, how many forwards have I done that I shouldn't have. Recently, I was kind of encountered with a problem that concerned me. I'll speak about that a little later. But largely, I felt when I did introspect that I think I passed the test because I'm slowly getting to a stage, where I'm becoming the responsible citizen that I should be, which many of the speakers have urged our younger people here to aspire to be, to think and deliberate before you actually hit the button. Vrinda Kapoor spoke about the magnitude of data centers, spoke about Huawei, possibly the most valuable company in the world, and the fact that they could have used backdoors to get to the contract stage, was a little concerning. The fact that, when we thought of the NAVIC system, we invested 200 crores to build a chip, which is integral to data centers, and then it never got to the contract stage. And what does the NAVIC have? Of course, it has a Chinese chip today. Now, the fact that your biometric devices could be transmitting data to Chinese data servers
or your Wi-Fi routers are possibly compromised is a scary thought. But I think that's a problem that we became sensitive to, a couple of years ago, and I think we are slowly beginning to address that. Tanmay, he was like what should I say? I think reminded me of that little line in Three Idiots. He was like a breath of fresh air, hawa ka jhonka. He spoke about resilience during failure. And the fact that he's heading 250 engineers, all under 25, the fact that they went to Pokhran, all drones failed, but yet he aspires to do a spider's web. It was, I think, extremely refreshing to hear. The chief, of course, came and spoke as assertively as he always does. 2.5 fronts, spoke about cyber threats, demographic dividends, but his parting message to the young people to build technologies and shape policy was, I think, the big takeaway from his talk today. The Honorable Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, of course, dwelled on the fact that why are we still not a developed nation, and what we could possibly do to do that in the next 22 years. And I think we are extremely grateful to him for the fact that he acknowledged that the Indian Army is a unique force, while underlying the fact that how peculiarly he's been associated with it, coming as he does from the state of Arunachal Pradesh. Session 2, ladies and gentlemen, empowering youth for India's defense. Now, Aditi Prasad, very interesting line that every citizen is a soldier, even though not in uniform. And the fact that defense is a national resilience. I often hear our Chief of Army Staff speak about NCC cadets, but I think she took it a little beyond that. And, it's of course an aspiration that there will be such a sensitivity in younger people for them to be not only situationally aware, but to be involved in national defense. But then that is related to a certain culture, which is what the Honorable Member of Parliament spoke later in the day about. And that will slowly have to be inculcated. She also said that in grey zone, the first responder is the citizen. That's arguable, whether that happens or not. Ideally, it should be. But whether that response is the kind of response that we are looking at is something that, you'd probably have to discuss and arrive at. She also spoke about the success globally, or the models that have been successful in countries. I think she quoted a few, Israel, Finland. Whether that model can work is a country which is as large and as diverse as ours. I'm not very certain about that. Colonel Sophia Qureshi spoke about channelizing the energies of the youth, and her examples of war heroes were not only inspiring but also hair-raising. And I heard her say that, can you feel the goosebumps? I did. I can relate to that because I was a young officer with 10 years of service when the Kargil war happened. And I have somehow coincidentally been involved in all the recent ones, be it Operation Sindoor or the one before that during Galwan, where I was again part of the Military Operations Directorate, or Pulwama, where I was posted there again. So somehow I could relate to what she was saying. Antara Ghoshal spoke about the grey zone and highlighted the use of grey zone by our adversaries. And that's something that we hear and speak about a lot. I think that's a problem that's staring us in the face. She also spoke about building capacities. And I think she was asked a question by somebody from the audience as to what is, maybe it wasn't framed in the manner that it should have been. But, the onus cannot be only on the armed forces to build these capacities where, the sensitivities in the population can be raised to combat this grey zone. And I think that's something that we need, to work out models for so that it can succeed. Because, if you were to think that the armed forces can do this by themselves, then I would think that it would be a very gargantuan kind of a task and not very, very easily achievable. Mr. Tejasvi Surya, the Honorable Member of Parliament, a very invigorating talk, I thought, that dwelled on culture and good work ethics. It sounds very simple as to why we are the way we are. But, our problems are peculiar. But I think his 6 mantras that he gave out for the youth in the end, well, if you could actually execute those, I think we'd be much better people. I think those 6 mantras would also make, they would stand a generation such as Gen Z, which is often perceived as soft, in very good stead if they were actually to follow that. The third session, unfortunately, I just missed the earlier part of it. Youth as catalyst in new domains of warfare. I heard a question being asked of Anshuman. His discussions, his discourses, and his arguments are always very compelling. The fusion of Chinese and Pak capabilities, as far as the cyber or the space domains are concerned, and I think much has been said and written about this, at least as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned. So I don't need to dwell on that, but I think it's a challenge that India faces. Social media, Shalini, she's still here. I think a very fascinating interpretation. Cited the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, then went into the neighborhood, spoke about the meltdowns. And I think her underlying theme that finally it is man that does this. And finally it is man that has to become sensitive to the fact that, that I must not do this, that I must not press this link. And as simple as it may sound, but I think we're still far from doing it. And this is where I want to mention, I think it was only a couple of weeks ago that I stood here and spoke in a conclave that was telecast live through the day. And only a few days later, there was a video of mine circulating, obviously propagating views that are nowhere closer to the manner in which I think. I don't know who did that, whether it was a deep fake, it did not sound like me. So many people who know me very well know that I do not speak like that. And yet, it was forwarded to me by so many that could have actually forwarded the original to me and said that, Rajiv, you spoke well, or Rajiv, you did not speak well. But what they chose to do was forward this fake one to me and said, we hope that, you are aware and you're doing something about this. So, this is the world that we live in. Now, whether that stems from, you being happy about somebody else's distress, I do not know. But I found that very amusing. I'm not somebody who's going to get very perturbed and rattled by this. If somebody else from the other side decided to do this, well, I'll just think that I'm saying or doing something right which is concerning them. Sanjana Rathi, I think, very interesting point you made about younger people not making eye contact. Both as a parent and as somebody senior enough in the organization, this is something that concerns me. And I completely resonate with you. I see it all around me. And, growing up in an army where we were told that if you read and speak clearly, you'll go places. I see that, that's a skill that is getting eroded. Notwithstanding the fact that when the Honorable Member of Parliament walked in today, he told me that, I go to so many conclaves and all presentations or discussions that are made, to me by people from the armed forces are always, they're very well put across and they're very articulate. But I still feel that, that's a skill that's getting eroded, and precisely for the reasons that Sanjana spoke about. So, her argument about cyber psychology and what is it doing to our young people, I think that's something that all of you sitting here need to understand. Somebody earlier today gave some statistics about, I don't know if it was Sophia, about 2 hours or 28 minutes of whatever screen time every day. That's the average. I don't know. That doesn't sound so bad, but it's an area where we need to look inwards at. So finally, at the end of the day, my message to the young people who are sitting here is that you had, a variety of speakers from various fields and domains come and speak to you here today. I hope, that was our endeavor, to bring them and their thoughts to you, so that it can make a difference to you. And it is now left for me to thank the Strategic Planning Directorate, the officiating DG of Strategic Planning, General Neeraj Shukla, and the Center for Land and Air Warfare Studies, and General Dushant for organizing this wonderful Youth Leaders Forum, which of course, as you know, is like a launching pad for the Chanakya Defense Dialogue, which will follow in November. So we will have another event somewhere in mid-November, and then of course the conclave and the dialogue itself at the end of November. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for sitting through the day. I enjoyed the discussions, and I'm sure that you did too. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for wrapping up the day so aptly. And ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the close of this remarkable day. Let us take a moment to reflect on the spirit that has guided our discussions, the spirit of Veer Yuva, the courageous youth of India who stand ready to build, serve, and safeguard our nation. I hope we all are going back motivated with the thought that national security is a shared responsibility. Every citizen of the country has an important role in this endeavor, and particularly the Gen Z is going to be the key player, as they will be the ones who will work hand in hand to realize the dream of Viksit Bharat. On behalf of the Strategic Planning Directorate of the Indian Army and the Center for Land Warfare Studies, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, respected dignitaries, and enthusiastic participants, both who were present here physically and those who have been on video conference from across the country, who made this forum truly special for us. We look forward to hosting you at this year's Chanakya Defense Dialogue, to be held on 27th and 28th of November, where the spirit of such thought-provoking conversations continue.
India, a civilization that has thrived for millennia, bound by unity in diversity. From the wisdom of our rishis to the resolve of our soldiers, our strength has always been our people. Today, it is our youth, guardians of this timeless legacy, who stand ready to build, to protect, to serve. When our youth don the uniform, they carry the honor of 1 billion hearts. Their courage stands guard at our frontiers. Their sacrifice keeps our tricolor flying high. They embody the spirit of service before self, strength with compassion, discipline with devotion. But the call to serve is not only heard on the battlefield. Every young scientist who innovates, every teacher who enlightens, every volunteer who uplifts, strengthens the fabric of our nation. Because national security begins not at the border, but in the hearts, hands, and minds of our people. Across every region and community, unity stands as India's greatest strength. The Indian Army mirrors that unity, a reflection of the nation's diversity and collective resolve. As the Army stands firm in its duty, the strength of the nation's security lies in collective effort, where every citizen plays a part in safeguarding India's future. A secure nation is one where every citizen serves in uniform or in spirit, where courage meets knowledge and unity builds strength. This forum on Veer Yuva, empowering youth for India's national security, marks the beginning of a new chapter, the first in the series of events leading to the Chanakya Defence Dialogue 2025. Yuva Shakti, the heartbeat of a resurgent India. Together we build, together we rise.